on my keyboard is not working, Sharif, so I can't type MU. But yeah, Micron expecting higher CapEx spending, so downside a little bit here. Oh, there it is. Now it is working, so I can bring it up. There we go. So Micron, big flush there, down to 124. Ahead of, NVIDIA on watch. Obviously, we had a bit of a sell-off on NVIDIA when this came out as well this morning for NVDA, but Micron with the actual headline, higher CapEx expenditures expected there, so downside we go. For some of the semiconductors, long list of Fed speakers once again today, and they're all exactly the same as yesterday, so I don't know what 24 hours does, but apparently they have more to say.
I hope there's new questions. Otherwise, we're going to be hearing the same answers.
Exactly.
So, interesting stuff this morning. Brendo, crypto making a really big move. Ethereum up big yesterday, continuing that trend on. News that the spot ETF may actually get approved. That's completely counter to what I read yesterday, but who cares about that? Tesla also with issues with the fire, and Apple looking, counter back with the EU there.
Yeah, some of the equities related to crypto among the strongest yesterday across the board as far as the group is concerned. We touched on Mara late in the day there. Huge move to the upside, trying to bounce once again off basically where it ended the session this morning here in the pre-market, trying to get going back above 23. So we'll keep an eye on 71,000 once again for Bitcoin. And that Ethereum headline, as you mentioned. I mean, a ton of these little tiny stocks moving around once again this morning. MTC, there's that MNAT, Metamaterials once again, BDRX, to name a few. XPeng, up 7% on better than expected delivery numbers. We'll get into that as well. Macy's, Lowe's as well coming through with numbers this morning, kicking off some retail earnings. Retail wrapping up, I guess, the final ones to come through over the next few days here. I've just seen Coinbase up 3.5% as well. So lots to touch on. Neil is back this morning. Good morning, guys.
Yo, what's going on? Welcome back.
And it's a blue kind of day
today. He's muted.
Oh, I was.
Yes.
Did you check as well?
Yeah, because he said I'm muted, but
okay.
Come on. Being the professional that I am, I figured I wasn't muted.
I'm like, what's going on? No, welcome back. It's a blue day today. The market is trying to hold green, but come on, man, it's all about Ethereum. And today,
the Jays beat the powerful White Sox yesterday.
Don't even get me started.
Oh yeah, Frank's on today. We can talk to Frank. I can talk about the White Sox and the Blue Jays.
I think the only team we can beat is the one team that is the worst in history this year. Big shout out to Ant and Minnesota Timberwolves. I didn't get a chance to say it. Wow, those guys are unbelievable. But look, there's a heck of a lot to get to. I didn't, in the pool of who's going to split next, I didn't have Lamb at all. I think I had AVGO again. So it's going to be Lamb that does it. Maybe it'll be NVIDIA next. Maybe it'll be AVGO. Who knows? But the splits are coming in because the market just keeps going higher and higher, and you have these high-priced stocks that they got to do it at some point. Macy's going to be in play today because they reported a bit of a beat. Anything in crypto, anything and everything in crypto is going to be in play today. I mean, Ethereum certainly looking like it wants to make a challenge for that March high, which is getting pretty darn close. I got ETH up here today. We can trade this one here at Real Trading. There's also the, go to OTC markets as well if you want to have a look at that. And we're still a day away from NVIDIA earnings, so a lot to get to. That Micron news kind of brought some of the chip names to the downside, but still looking, I don't know, NVIDIA's pretty flat right now. Yeah, not really that big of a deal yet, but Micron was down a couple of points on it.
Yeah, yesterday, you missed it. Yesterday, we dropped the news live here. And this is where I bought Ethereum yesterday live on the show. We went right over to ETHE, and we were long at $26, getting out near 29 at the end of the day. So we had this whole move yesterday up on Ethereum. And now today, you're up into 31 bucks. I think it continues to go. I like the space. We like the name. I'm going to watch it. I actually have it up now beside me. I have crypto. I'll have Bitcoin down here. And I was thinking about putting Ethereum here as well, and then I already have it up on another screen. So maybe I'll just do that. I'll put Ethereum up on another screen and get that going as well. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I want to trade that today. A little bit of Coinbase action could get going as well. I've got Tesla on my mind as I throw the sticky note. That should be fun. But look at Coinbase up another 4%. And then we had Michael Noss on last night, and we talked about Mara. We talked some crypto as well. We talked some bank names. But there goes Mara straight up to the upside there. another 1.5% on what's been a nice move off some of that 15-16 bottom. So far so good here. Ethereum 37.57 right now. CleanSpark, Riot, iBit. I mean, the CleanSpark and Riot are miners, but iBit is something else you could look at for sure. Oh, and what about how much is MSTR up today? Let me just have a quick look. Because last night we talked about this with Michael as well, and MSTR, of course, is very much a levered Bitcoin product. You've seen this name go from $1,000 just the beginning of the month up to $1,750. So a nice smooth 775. Yeah, I guess if that was $1,000, yeah, 75% up there in 3 weeks. 75% move up, guys, for MicroStrategy in 3 weeks. We're all long, of course.
Obviously.
Yeah.
MicroStrategy says
I mean, I am. I don't know about you.
Wow.
One share? No.
Nope.
Zoom, another one downside here this morning. Here's the list, essentially, of everything. Pan W, you were mentioning before we came on here this morning, mentioned Lowe's there, kicking off some of the retailers coming through. Urban Outfitters, another one as well, all reporting here. Zoom downside, forecast a little bit light for them, still 7.5% here on a monthly time frame. Here's the timeline for this morning. To be aware of. So it starts at 9 o'clock with Waller and Barkin. And then 9:05, we'll get Williams, Barr, 11:45, Loretta Mester again today. Twice, I believe. There's only one appearance on here, but I think she's actually speaking later in the day as well. Bostic later in the day as well, and then Collins to wrap things up. And a long list once again of comments.
There was too many comments yesterday, especially Mester, who really had an effect on the market midday yesterday. Like I joked at the top of the show, I really hope there are new questions and not the same thing being asked over and over. To build on Brendo's point, Zoom reported. We know it's a Cathie Wood favorite. This name, they did better on EPS and earnings than the street was expecting, but there were some red flags here, Brendo. Enterprise customers dropped aggressively here from 223,000 to 191. I mean, I don't know exactly how their business model is, but I assume that they rely heavily on corporate clients here, and that's not a good look. Also, guidance was a little bit late for this name, so keeping an eye on ZM.
Meanwhile, I have good news. CPI in this country downside just came out there at 8:30, 2.7% versus 2.9%. So a decent downtick in inflation for this country. 48% chance now, Bank of Canada, with a cut coming up in June. 48%.
I think a lot of people are going to need it. A lot of mortgages coming due, Brendo.
Yeah, so that's actually a decent downtick there. 2.7 versus 2.9, guys.
Well, it's great for us.
Yeah,
I mean,
but now we'll probably be the first ones to cut out of all the major banks, I would think.
Well, I mean, it seems like it. So I'm not going to complain about it. It's an election year, and everybody seems to want that to happen because.
Well, I think if Powell got that number, I think we would have probably bumped up our expectations.
I would tend to agree with that.
Let's wait to see.
But it's not good for Zoom. That's a segue to them. I don't know.
Remember that website you found where it was like, what was Cathie Wood's average price?
Oh,
we
shoot.
should look that up again.
Yeah, I could have had that one up. I'll try to find it because I think we were looking at some of the. I don't remember which was. It was Pacific Biosciences, I think, was the reason. It was in the news one day. And then we're like, oh, I wonder what the average price is at ARC for Pac B, and because it was like Pac B is like $1 or something now, and it was like $19. So I don't know what Zoom.
Zoom's actually not that bad on their daily.
No, it can't. Yeah, it's really not that bad.
Not that bad.
I mean, it's not that good.
No, but it's not Pac B or anything.
No, it's actually pretty. It's been pretty stable. That said, the downward trend has been pretty distinct. You could say it's making a bottom in the high 50s, low 60s, but what I see today is sort of simple. The 50 period was at $63 or is at $63. So you just kind of failed underneath that. You failed underneath resistance at 64, 65. As long as it holds underneath 63 at the open, I mean, if there's a relief rally that gets above there, forget it. But as long as it's under 63, that looks like a short to me. For Zoom, let it open up because the volume is not that big. Now, the larger picture would be for this one, hey, as a day trade, if it kind of moves down and fails 63 again, you can always get trade 63 to 61. Like, that's all great. But it isn't that bad looking in terms of support. down here at 58, maybe even like the 59 level. So it's definitely a day trade situation. This is a stock that has been just going sideways off the lows. I don't know if it has any continuation in it. No gigantic moves, so you just got to trade it for the short term.
Yeah. So just some, it's not breaking news or anything. Maybe Micron is having some sort of a conference or something here. Micron executive expects more than half the PCs in the marketplace to be AI enabled by 2027. Sounds like good news to me. But right there, Micron down 3%. So we'll probably get to some of these names, but Micron starting to head lower here today. You know, if there's we talked about Lam, we talked about NVIDIA a little bit, but for me, Micron, I mean, unless AMD is moving, and I just hadn't looked at that in the last couple seconds here. Down 3, I thought was, yeah. So down 3 is the worst. So right now, Micron starting to go lower. I think if you're going to pick a name here today in the chip space to look lower, yesterday we traded NVIDIA long pretty much all day. I think all day, actually. I don't think we went short. But right now, I was just looking at 125 for Micron. So like that was going to be a level anyways, and we're here in the pre-market. So this is a slippery slope here for these guys. I'm going to have to dig in a little bit more what's going on here with Micron, but down 3% and looking to get a little bit lower. Watch out for maybe 122 for some support, but anyways, I think we'll be sharpening our knives a little bit for the Micron short, especially if it continues going this way.
All right, a few other things to note here this morning. I just saw JP Morgan. Let's talk about it anyways, because we had that note yesterday. There was a little volume spike there. JP Morgan downside in a pretty big way yesterday. We had that note about Jamie Dimon coming through late in the day, suggesting that we're under the 5-year mark as far as his career is concerned. He's talking retirement, and there's succession type comments coming through. So, I mean, this thing was weak all day, right from the word go yesterday, but that definitely added to the pressure at the end of the day.
A lot of comments today from rating agencies. Brendo, Piper Sandler maintaining overweight on JP Morgan, raising the price target to 220. You also have Morgan Stanley chiming in on JP Morgan, raising the price target there to 214. So I don't think that they were really dissuaded. Barrett also maintaining a neutral and price target of 185. So I don't know how dissuading this was for the market, but definitely caught me by surprise.
I mean, there was rumors at one point earlier this year that he was even going to run for president. That kind of faded off pretty quickly. But yeah, under 5 years, maybe at the helm to go here, guys, for Jamie Dimon.
I'm not dissuaded too much about what
Dissuaded?
what that conference was all about there.
Is that the word of the day today?
I don't know. I heard him say it twice. I thought it was pretty cool.
Why not?
I like that. All right, already. All right. So the thing about JP Morgan is I don't actually think it has anything to do with Jamie. I mean, it probably has something to do with Jamie Dimon obviously mentioning that he's going to be leaving. But I think a succession plan, that's part of it. The thing about it, we're up today in JP Morgan considering the ES, so that's good. But it won't be for long. The thing is he also said, someone asked him why they're not buying back stock, and he just said it doesn't think it's the right time. So if Jamie Dimon is not buying his own stock, then should you? And I think that's the question. So he came out and said they don't have that buyback on, they're not adding to it, they're not adding any more share buybacks at this time, and they'd rather just invest in other opportunities, which is great. I mean, I think that's also a good thing. They also increased their dividend. I like JP Morgan here. I think at the 50-period moving average, it's probably worth a dip. I still own a little bit of this, but not that much. I told you where we got out. We got out way early, like into here, 140s, 150s. We were long, like in the 120s and then 80s back in COVID days. But either way, this name drops into 194, 195. I think there's some buying opportunities here. They missed on earnings, and that was bought all the way back up. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight up days since the last time we touched the 50-period moving average. I'd say let it settle down, let the story just pan out. But for me, I'd have to be a buyer of this bank at some point. Good dividend, increased dividend. I don't know why he said that they're not having that buyback. So that was the problem. And
they're at the highs. I don't know.
Yeah, they're at the highs, and I think that's probably right. So it doesn't scare me, but at the same time, maybe a little overvalued. I think it got to like 2.3 times book or something.
Yeah, it did. Well, I mean, it does usually trade a premium, but the 50 appears at 94. I kind of like this. It's hard to draw a trend line when there aren't many dips on the stock. So there's really just two bottoms connecting this for the last trading year and change. That's the October low from 2023, and then you have like the April, like our recent April low here. And if you put that together, this gets into like the 190 range. I think like observing the trend line would be a great dip buy for JPM. There was just news. Someone just asked if Polestar is getting delisted. They got a delinquency notice.
What?
From the
Why?
NASDAQ.
It's not under $1.
Yeah, which is weird because they aren't trading underneath $1. But there is that piece of news out there. I just saw that. It doesn't mean it's eminently getting delisted. It is down 5%. So the company on Friday acknowledged the receipt of a delinquency deficiency notice from the NASDAQ. Currently on the bid, and I'm just throwing it out there because I guess it's trying to hold $1. There's like 6 million shares in a single order sitting on the bid at 103 on PSNY.
Oh.
So maybe someone wants to defend this thing. It's not a ton of volume, but like there's this like gigantic order. Just sort of, it's only done 2 million shares pre-market, so for someone to sit there for 4 or 6 million shares, maybe it'll be in play today. But it's been mostly a barcode. Maybe there's a $1 defend or a $1 break on PSNY. But
Did you hear the sad news?
For
Red Lobster.
Oh yeah, the Red Lobster's going under. Yeah. I'm not a big Red Lobster fan.
I haven't been there in 10 years. I shouldn't be so surprised.
Oh no.
Oh, there's a Dara. Yeah.
Oh no. Wow.
You had many Red Lobsters in Winnipeg, Dara.
Yeah, we have the one, but my friend and I go all the time to Toronto.
I don't know if they're. So you probably don't have your mic on, or maybe she does. But no, did they hear that?
I don't think so.
No, she said she goes in Winnipeg, and then also her friend and her go in Toronto. But I don't know if they're closing them all, or what.
Well,
Didn't they have those? They have those warm rolls in the. What are they called? Yeah, the biscuits. Yeah, risk it for the biscuit.
the cheddar biscuits.
And those things is hot fire. We still have East Side Mario's. Like, doesn't East Side
Hold on
Mario's.
a second. Aren't you Italian?
No, I'm trying to think about the ones that have the unlimited.
Oh,
stuff.
okay. Oh yeah, the
East Side
unlimited.
Mario's
bread.
has like the bread and the salad, and I think they used to have the Italian wedding soup. Well, Mandarin's a buffet, bro. I'm talking about like, and then also Olive Garden. They give the unlimited
Olive
breadsticks.
Garden.
I think.
That's the one. I'm not a huge Olive Garden fan either.
No, we don't
but
go to Olive Garden.
they, You know what? There's
If I'm gonna go to Italian places,
you
it's like
you
little
haven't
local
seen
Italian.
you haven't seen the Boondocks.
No.
And so eventually you will get a chance to see the Boondocks, but they have a killer scene with
About Red Lobster?
It's about Red Lobster.
Yeah, of course it is.
Because basically, Granddad, he takes out his new girl. So the show is a granddad. And he has a 2-year-old
Right.
kid.
That's probably a nice date.
And he takes out his date to Red Lobster, and so the kids are like, "Yo, you taking her to Red Lobster with the cheddar biscuits?
Yeah.
The fam ain't
That's-
eating the cheddar biscuits,
that's-
but and he doesn't use that language.
Yeah.
But she's getting the cheddar biscuits. And anyway,
Cheddar biscuits, it seems like very high quality.
and it's not even that good. They're honestly, look.
Slow down, Neil. Slow down on that one.
I'm not happy they're going under, obviously, and there's no
Wow,
question.
cheddar
about that.
biscuits aren't that good.
I've just always felt that Red Lobster's overrated. That's just me. The seafood's not
They're
that
like
good.
the fast food of seafood, basically, right? I mean, it's dine in,
Yeah.
but you can get better seafood, I mean.
Well, that's sort of.
Yeah, but where else can you get unlimited shrimp? Okay, here we go. Randy, pick up the mic. I have something to talk to you about. When you're ready.
Cheddar biscuits.
You heard the sad news about Red Lobster? You didn't? They're bankrupt. They're going under. What are you looking at? When's the last time you went to Red Lobster?
I've never been a fan, so
Oh, okay.
Randy.
you know what? It's fast food. It's just,
Right, that's
it's
why I was
not-
calling. I said it's the fast food of seafood,
So
basically.
boo.who.
We were talking about the biscuits, the biscuits that you
Okay, you can buy them in a box.
get. Yeah, you can buy all these things in a box.
It's just fast food. It's not real. No, sorry.
Why?
I'm with you.
Polestar might be going bankrupt all of a sudden. Like I thought all these
No.
cars. I thought all these cars were going to work.
No.
You think they're not
He's
going
denying
to?
that.
It's no, they got a listing. They got a notice from NASDAQ. Stock's only $1.
Yeah, they're not. There's been no bankruptcy talk. Just when you get these listings, the people start to worry about stock price.
Yeah.
Let me see what is. You already looked up PSNY, right?
Yeah, 103.
Yeah, $1. Whoa! What the? Look at
That's
this
the
order.
guy.
Look at that order right there. 5 million shares.
Is that you?
6 million shares, Randy. Randy, sitting on the bid was 6 milli.
What's the float of this thing?
That's U.S. dollars. Are you
I
sure?
know.
Are you good? You're right. The wife is okay with
It's
it.
coffee money.
No, the wife. I noticed you got the large coffee there.
Well,
All right, we better get this show back on the road. All right, thanks, Randy. We will see
time?
if you get. I'd love a
Yes,
coffee.
please.
And good luck on that order there at 103. I feel like you're going to pull it when the market opens.
He'll leave it.
You know that's live in the pre-market there, Randy. All right,
You know, they report this week. Polestar reports 2 days from now.
but I was just
On Thursday.
I know there's no talk about bankruptcy, but like honestly, that I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Polestars on the road,
I've seen a few.
right?
Nope,
Like
I've seen a
what? So what's up with that then?
few. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Like you have a car company, the cars are on the road, and then they're all the way down to the downside.
Whoa!
Jesus,
Wow, Ramin, they're garbage.
Wow,
he said.
Ramin.
Ramin is not a fan of Polestar. Let that be
Ouch.
known. Okay, let's go to the. let's go
All
to
right. Well,
Ramin.
yeah, Ramin did not speak kindly. People can't hear what everyone's saying around.
I
They
know.
just see our stupid reactions. Yeah, not kindly of Polestar there. So, Adara, you like Polestar? Over to Adara.
Honestly, don't really have any opinions on Polestar, but a nice look for Disney here, getting this upgrade from Redbird Atlantic with a $100 price target. HP getting this upgrade from Barclays a week ahead of its earnings, so HPQ earnings on watch for next week. In addition to this upgrade today, Wix.com getting an Oppenheimer upgrade with a $200 price target after those earnings yesterday, and Pampa Energia getting an upgrade here from HSBC Securities. Raymond James kicking off the downgrade list with not one but two downgrades for entertainment-related names. You got Caesars and Penn to the getting downgrades, but they're both trading up on the day. We also have Toast getting this downgrade from Robert W. Baird, and Sonova with a Piper Sandler downgrade. Bit of a gap down for that one, guys.
Redburn a little bit notable there with Disney. They've made an earnings well, okay, like we'll call it an earnings bottom because he had the wipeout event and then hold a higher low, but that got tested yesterday. It looks like 102.5. Had almost like 102, let's call it 102 to 102.5. Looks like a good little support for Disney. When you get a volume bottom like this, an immediate recovery, that higher low tends to come into play. The bad news is it's taking the stairs to the downside, but the support at least is trying to hold again. It did for a bit at 104, and now it's trying to hold on to this 102.5 zone. So you're still in I think you're still in like the throes of making an attempted bottom. At some point, like one of these levels is going to hold up. For a day trade, though, that 102 looking pretty solid temporarily. I still love the 200 period on Disney. Back that 96, like that was a pretty key level going back to January. Not sure we have any chance to get there today, but the 102 is certainly in play this AM.
Yeah, I was. I'm still a little nervous for Randy's order here. I feel like it's going to get filled. All right, so we have a bunch of names to talk about. Like I was just writing out on the sticky note here, like a name like Macy's that hasn't been on there. I think there's some good opportunities there. I think there's a lot of good opportunities on that upgrades and downgrades list. Obviously, I like Disney on there as well. That could be a name that I trade. A name that I think has gotten beat up a little bit too much, and we've talked about this over and over again. I thought Starbucks really, they had a lot of. I guess there was some protesting and people were pretty upset about some of the stuff that Starbucks, I guess, had really nothing to do with. But those shorts sort of got loaded up, and then they completely won on earnings when they got what they needed. And then the thing about this was, no matter what your opinion on Starbucks is, it fell into this level here again that many stocks have bounced off of, some of these sort of 2022 lows that came in. So Starbucks right there just off its earnings. And again, I know we were talking about getting long down there. So now you're starting to get back up to 78 again with a couple nice days in there. We know that they have the management change. I think Starbucks has a good opportunity to make some of this back and even fill this gap back to 85. So that's a name that's going to be on my watch for any sort of dip buys. And then another name just in the same, not in the same space, but in retail space, Shopify. Another one that had obviously a big move down. And this name, however, is not recovering yet. So again, it needs to that's October 47. I mean, it's nowhere near the lows that we were talking about for Starbucks, which would be over here. But I like the consolidation that's happening right here. So just a couple names on watch in case we get going. Shopify through $60, and then that Starbucks dip buying into 77, 76. But I really like Shopify here if it gets going. I'm just waiting for the day that they get the upgrade, and then they're or some sort of a note, and they're through 60. Then I think that you get back on the horse here with Shopify. So just a couple ideas there that I like. And I want to go short today on a few names, and we're going to get to some of the Chinese ADRs. Bob is not a name I'm going to go short on, but down 2%, I don't actually even really want to buy it here either. So I was really struggling because yesterday Baba was, again, one of my best trades again, just going long off the open. Not off the open, but on some of these dip buys. I think it was even breaking this 200 period we went long. It was a great trade there yesterday. I want to do it again, but I don't know. China's a little nervous, and it's on our watch list, JD, with the offering. So, yeah.
The Chinese stocks are all pretty heavy right now, and like generally speaking, buying dips on Bob has been a great trade, but a couple of them look a little bit heavy is the best word to use. JD specifically, I might trade JD today. I haven't been in a long time, but just one quick thing. A lot of penny stocks have been running, so I get it. We'll be looking at things like that, like FFIE was, and then that RD something X, I believe, is making a run here. MGRX is making a bit of a run. But this Lyra, LYRI, is halted news pending. Just keep an eye on this one. Not really sure what the news is, and it's not going to be out yet. But this got destroyed recently to become a penny stock. So were it to have anything positive, you might see a little bit of if this could even gap halfway, back into this like 50, 55. It gets pretty interesting if we open back up and it ends up being positive news. So halted news pending. It could open up anytime. That could be hours from now. It could open up tomorrow for all I know. But it's going to be on the radar, LYRI.
Like more safety. We were just talking about this Volvo tie-up with Polestar. I was just reading a couple of things on this. Apparently, it doesn't actually give a date, but in spring of 2024, Volvo was selling. So Volvo owned 48% of Polestar. And then in spring of this year, they were planning on doing a sale that would reduce their overall ownership down to 18%, with the primary benefactor being Geely of Sweden, which is the majority stakeholder in Volvo. So Volvo selling, it looks like, selling their stake from 48% down to 18%. Again, it doesn't give an actual date here, but I mean, they could have been in there selling on a daily basis almost. But I mean, you and I were just saying, like, there's tons of these things around here.
Oh yeah, a lot, and they're reasonably priced.
Yeah, and reasonably priced, reliable. I mean, it's a Volvo basically, so it's reliable, well made. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's a shame if they do struggle, but.
And I like the fact that they're maintaining operational connections with Volvo.
Yeah, that was one of the things in that note. It said manufacturing, research, development, sales, even all going to stay the same in the Volvo and Polestar tie-up. I want to talk about this real quick. GameStop and AMC. I mean, worth a watch here again today, not really doing a heck of a lot. $22 trying to hold here for GME. We had this crazy run up into the close yesterday, maybe some short covering, who knows. But didn't really seem to be on anything specific. But all of these made that similar move into the close and then actually held it after the close yesterday.
Yeah, and it was a nice move, 9.8% for AMC, 4.2% at the high there for GameStop. Faraday, 75%. Don't forget about Faraday, FFIE. That'll be in focus today too. So we'll keep an eye out on both these, Brenda.
Yeah, but downside, I mean, what is it, 5% here for GameStop, about 3+ now for AMC. So decent volume behind them. But anyway, let's talk about the overall market here. Sharif's going to lead us off, as always, with a look at the futures.
53.31, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. We're on the way down right now, holding lows at 53.23. Let's see if this 53.25 holds after the open. We were able to hold on to it yesterday. At the highs yesterday, we were a smidge below 53.50. That is still the resistance level that I'm looking at.
All right, if you are looking for an absolutely free resource every single day, sign up for that. Go to the website, tradertv.live. You'll see that pop up. Enter your email address, and then it comes right to your inbox for you. with everything you need to know in the pre-market every single day. Let's talk about crypto stocks, top of the list this morning. A couple of things to note. Bitcoin, 71,000 comes and goes. Trying to hold right now. We are coming off a little bit here, but most people talking about this Ethereum ETF approval and the possibility of that. So a lot of these getting bought up not only yesterday into the close as well, but here pre-market this morning once again.
Yeah, I'm all eyes on Ethereum here, Brendo. Up 11% at the highs today, up from 20% yesterday. Bitcoin obviously rallying above 70,000 as well, so that to keep an eye on. The SEC decision for the spot ETF. So there are a couple of applications that I have to tell you about. There is 2 applications. One is expected on Thursday, the other on Friday. So we could know as early as this week whether the spot ETF is going to get approved or not. So there is a first mover advantage here. I read an article earlier this week that said Gary Gensler was going to put the brakes on this, but now hearing the opposite.
I mean, he was saying that about the Bitcoin ETFs too, but yeah, we all know how that played out. So we all know how that rally played out going into those approvals as well. So I mean, you guys were mentioning MicroStrategy, just monster moves across most of these the past few days.
Yeah, well, you know, the cost of yesterday missed out on trading. Can't complain too much about it, but Mara, obviously everything in crypto land basically went ham yesterday. So the fact that Mara ended up breaking that 21 on the daily chart should not be surprising to anybody. It was sort of how clean things were when it got through 21. Like it broke 21, got 21.5, pulled back, and then right in here where like 21.07 was like a local bottom, and it just continued like to 22.5. So like I like previous resistance turning into support. If there's a dip today, I mean, Mara is pretty much flat right now, as the market is now 0.3% to the downside. So the NASDAQ didn't just go red, like it's staying red. If we do get a dip, I'll look to that resistance as support on Mara at that 21 level. That's a trade that kind of would have liked to have had, and maybe we get a chance to retest it. The other one to look at, I mean, Coinbase is at a resistance spot right here. 50 period, 236 was this lower high. 242, I want to say, is the absolute top, where I think you could have a little bit of a fade. I mean, it's such a big rally over the expectation that you're going to get to an announcement this week. So, we've seen the big rallies into it and then sell-offs when you get into resistance or into sell the actual news when it does come. So I might be anticipating that for things that are at the highs. But, Mara, that 21, we liked it for a breakout, so I'll like it on the way back in for a dip buy.
All right, so yeah, yesterday we watched. Oh, I got to put Ethereum. I put it on the other board. It's 37.86 right now, starting to go. So yesterday we smashed this when we heard that. We just went right over to Ethereum. We hit this long, and we took $2 or $3, and it wound up being P&L number 1 on the show, and that was in about 3 minutes. So that's the kind of explosive moves you could have here in crypto. We're going to wait to see where it opens up. But for right now, I mean, I really like the story with Ethereum. And I mean, even if you're going to look at some of the other names here today as well, a lot of the other coins starting to catch some wind. So, I mean, Solana was at 185. Now it's at 179, but coming down a little bit. But 7-day move, 22%, 30%, 15%, 11%, Cardano 15, Avalanche. So they're all starting to catch a little bit of wind. Dogecoin right there up to 16. So we talk about that a little bit. Shiba Inu 0.00000000002604 for Shiba Inu. So that's starting to go upside as well, up 10%. So as they go, a lot of this move is in the last 24 hours. Look at Ethereum, 22%. So I mean, I think you might be a little late, obviously, to be jumping in and buying some of this right now, but who am I to say this is not going to stop? So we still have a nice move up. Brian Shannon nailed this with us last week when he talked about once this gets approved, there's going to be a huge move up in Ethereum and especially the trust. So there it goes. Congratulations to everybody that took that trade. It's ETHE to the rescue, and it's a huge upside move, up 10%, and I still think it goes. I just have to put that rate down here, which I'm going to right now. I'm going to put Ethereum here. So we got Bitcoin 71. Remember the high of Bitcoin 73 and change? That probably gets taken out today, honestly. I mean, $2,000 from here isn't the end of the world. I think we can get that. Imagine if Gensler does come out and actually says something positive. Then that will put some of that doubt out, and then we'll be able to rally back up to the north side. So I'll be watching it. I'll be trading it. We didn't have to pay for shorts yesterday. I'll check today. I think it's pretty liquid, so I don't think we'll need to. But Ethereum, ETHE, a great opportunity to trade over there on OTC markets.
Definitely. All right, let's talk PanW here in a second. I want to mention this, Robinhood just coming out with new interest rates for margin accounts, moving those down, so 5.7 to 6.7 on margin accounts for Robinhood, trying to get a few more people in the door. Gapping up here once again, we're basically at those highs, or we were at those highs early on this morning, coming off a little bit here. But yeah, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 6 days in a row here to the upside for Robinhood. There's PanW down more than 6% here. You made a good point in that companies in general, when it comes to cybersecurity, maybe diversifying, using more than one provider in the event that that single provider gets compromised.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. They don't want to put their money or bank too heavily on one provider, so they're diversifying their money. So a little bit with Zscaler, a little bit with PanW. So billings, guys, that's why we sold off here aggressively. Billings failed to impress investors. That is one metric that the CEO would rather you not look at. He wants you to look at revenue as well as user growth. So they beat on everything. They beat on the top line. They beat on the bottom line. Their guide was in line, but their billings missed. 2.33 billion. The street wanted 2.34, and you saw the result. So keep an eye out on this one.
Future's a little bit volatile here. Bostic and Waller making comments currently, so just keep an eye out.
Going to be one of those ear to the ground days for the Fed speakers pretty much all day long. PanW already bounced a little bit here, so only 6.5% down. It was a heck of a lot worse than the aftermarket. Well, I guess probably overstating it a bit. But when I came in this morning, I was thinking to myself, when I looked at the chart last night, okay, well, 288's a 50 period. The first time on the earnings, it bounced off the 200 period moving average, and we just recently bounced off to 50. I just want to be long 288 if we get down there. Proceeded to gap higher by like 10 bucks. So if we do get a dip, I got to look back at this 298 level first, and from there, if it bounced off 298, then I would look at the 288 level. It would have to go short sell restricted to get to 288 bucks in the 50-period moving average. But the last time when they reported earnings and it was a disappointment to the market, it got bought up off of those levels. You just had to be a little bit patient with it. Like there is your Huadunk, it kind of double bottomed after that. So you could see something similar happen. So I mean, 288. Maybe we get there, maybe we don't. 298 would be the other level on watch. I don't love it as much as the 50 period on the daily for PanW.
Yeah, so again, we had this on the after show there. I think that's, cybersecurity is a thing, but we talked about what their PE was, still in the 52s or something like that range. I'll have to figure out what it is today, being down 6.65%, but still a pretty highly valued name there in the space. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are always talking about CrowdStrike. I mean, that's the fact that these guys, I think, IPO'd like $60 or something like that. CrowdStrike has just been a huge winner, continuously going higher. I wonder if it's time now that you just go over and you figure out that maybe the winner is CRWD. I mean, Palo Alto's still the winner, but hold on a second. CRWD, when did they report? Okay, right, so June. So we still get their report coming through soon, too, as well. So, I mean, this doesn't bode super well for CrowdStrike, but you can see they're only down 1% there into a pan that's down 7. So I think CrowdStrike, you buy this name on dips, big into cybersecurity, a decent name there, doesn't have sort of the contracts that Palo Alto does, but definitely an up-and-comer. CrowdStrike, something to watch out for. I mean, it's been performing so well. I can zoom this back out. You're just going to see lower left to upper right. That's all you're going to see from this. So again, relatively new name, but not new in this space. New name to talk about on the show, I feel like, now that it's at $350. We haven't looked at this in a minute. I remember looking at this thing sub 100. Now it's at $350 and looking to take out highs. To me, a much better chart than PanW, not even close. So I like CrowdStrike, and I think that if you want to stay with the winners, which I try to do in my account, it might be time to flip over.
All right, Macy's up next here. As we mentioned, there was a couple of retail names coming through this morning, kicking off earnings in the group. To the upside, we go for Macy's. It's worth saying, I mean, these stocks used to be a little bit volatile. This is a 68-cent move currently on earnings for Macy's, so not much to see here.
No. Look, they missed on the top line, but they beat on the bottom line. So revenue missed, but earnings came better than expected. 27 cents a share. The street was looking for 15. I'll give you guys the summary. Their higher-end department stores, Bloomingdale's and Blue Mercury, continue to outperform. Those are where the margin products are. Macy's stores continue to underperform, so much so that they're going to close about 150 of these stores by early 2027, a 25% reduction in their brick and mortar.
Yeah, we were talking to Michael Noss, if anyone was with us yesterday, about relative volume. I mean, barely 2 right now for Macy's. About to cross the 1 million share mark here, guys.
I think like that's the bigger stain on it than anything else. It's the volume that would be the problem to a potential break for Macy's. We've seen this pattern before on retail names specifically, where you initially come up with a report, you have a move to the downside, it then immediately recovers, maybe you trapped a few people down there, and then you sort of break out the top. So I like the setup. That top is like $20.10 on a 15-minute chart. On the daily chart, it looks pretty solid as well. I mean, the 50 period's at 19.5, so you have some support in there for a break and even a dip trade. Just need to see it open up and do a decent amount of volume off the open to take out that high. But it's only 6% short float. That said, it's still pretty appealing to take a shot here, because if it breaks 10s, you can be long like 11, 12, 13. Like, you're not going to get slipped that bad. It gets back underneath 20. For me, I would just probably get out and then look for a bounce off the 50 period at that point. So Macy's is on my radar. I feel like we only ever trade this on earnings, and it's definitely worked a couple of times where you get that false bottom and then a top break on Macy's, and it can just start to go trending all day long. For long term, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan. They have done a pretty decent turnaround. Obviously, managed to do some cost cutting, which has been good for them, and short up their position. So they are doing okay. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one in the long term. It's just more of a breakout trade for me today.
Yeah, so I actually still looking at Macy's, but sort of the other way. I was looking for the dip. So right here, I am feeling a bit bearish today on the sticky note. But if you're looking right here, I just wrote down Macy's. I'm trying to keep the sticky note very, very simple now. Long, EPS beat and guide, dip buys into 1950. But the thing is, when I wrote this down, we had already sort of made that move into 1950 afterwards. So we had talked about this here at 19. This is when I was looking at it, and I thought a dip buy into 1950. Why 1950? Because that was sort of where we had stopped 2 days ago, in and around 1950. Then yesterday's high was 1950. So I thought a dip back into this area would be something that would be bought. So we were right, almost to the penny. Unfortunately, we don't have the order sitting there on an earnings stock in the pre-market. So we missed that 1950 dip buy. But we wrote it down before this. So that's giving me a little more confidence that there's something there. I don't necessarily want to put a bid there yet. Let me see how Macy's works once it opens up. But again, EPS beat, got nice guide. Plus there's the takeover. There's always, the retail side of Macy's as well. I like the stock here. It's been doing absolutely nothing for 6 months. So I like Macy's here. I think it finally breaks out and maybe finally gets bought. Let's see what happens here. Macy's with a nice move back over 20. Yes. So the 20 break, I think it's a good one, but you got to be patient. This is a New York name, so let me just double check here before we go back. Is there any Macy's love on here? There's a Hims and Hers right there. We had Hims and Hers. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Fabian. We had them yesterday with the big move. Nice move again today, up 1. Alibaba with a sell. We sort of talked about that. But yeah, no Macy's on board here on, what the heck is WIT? None of that on board right now. Square with a sell. Interesting. Okay. Let's go back to the desk and talk about XPEV.
Yeah, NVIDIA just making a move downside. It looks like on that note, Amazon going to halt orders of this super chip from NVIDIA. So we got that note on Micron earlier regarding a higher CapEx, but NVIDIA making a pretty nasty move downside here on this. Again, Amazon going to halt orders for NVIDIA's quote-unquote super chip. ahead of more options, I guess, coming.
Yeah, the Blackwell. Everybody wants that Blackwell, so I'll have to keep an eye on that.
I mean, it's only 0.5% in the red now, but worth keeping an eye on here for NVIDIA. Let's talk about XPeng to the upside, meanwhile. For XPeng, better than expected delivery numbers coming through here. I mean, it's been quite a volatile couple of days here for XPeng. If you remember, we were talking about some of these yesterday. All gap to the upside and then just immediately faded. That gap ends the day basically where it was on Friday.
This really caught my attention. First quarter sales growth year over year on the quarter, 62.3% they were able to grow. That's a fantastic look. The guide also not a bad look for Q2 there, or for Q3, excuse me, 29 to 32,000 vehicles. That'll be up 25 to about 38% year over year if they hit the high end of that. Beating on the top and bottom line, still not profitable, still running at a loss, but a good look here, up nicely on the day.
Yeah, I mean, volume-wise, yeah, it's not bad. 1.3 million so far for XPeng, but some of the other ones moving around here on this as well.
Look, Li Auto got smoked yesterday, but when looking at that one, we were talking about this with Sharif, Li Auto is at like a major trend support, and it'll be short sell restricted today. So I actually thought you stay away from shorting that one for that reason. XPeng holding that nice little 50 period in here and above 850 was a consolidation higher, which is a good look on the chart. The trend has not broken the downward trend just yet, but you make one higher low. I just feel like this needs to get through 950 as opposed to just holding on to some kind of a dip buy in there today. Like that would be like the 850 level would be the one. If it holds on to that, you can rally. But I get more excited about this if it breaks the 950 level on XPeng. I just feel like that would be a little bit more juicy. We had mentioned JD was down on that note offering, and that was the weak one, looking a little bit heavy on JD.com. And it was a very, very good run for them recently. So you feel something getting a little bit top heavy like a JD. I feel like this is the one that I'm more likely to trade. It's pretty much at a key level. Let's go back to the 15-minute chart. You can sort of see it a little bit better. Pretty much at that key level bottom at about 32.5 in here. If it gets taken down, I could see this one starting to fall pretty heavily as well. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be trading any XPEV today. The 850 looks okay, but I was thinking chip. I was actually thinking AMD short on my note, and now all of a sudden you get the bad news on Micron and NVIDIA. So I'm still thinking chip names to the south side. I just might have to change and look at another one other than just AMD.
I said to Ramin or Fabian, whoever was doing the after show yesterday, because we talked about this with Michael Noss, and I said the one thing that's going to. Oh, by the way, I know I was just funny because someone posted this on the sticky note. Let's get that money, Steve. I'm not even sure what that's from, but I thought this stuff.
That's SNL.
I know that's SNL, but I thought that was just funny. I actually like her. I forget what her name is. Ali Kemper? Ellie Kemper, yeah, she's nice. Oh, I like that name, Ellie. There's a girl on our baseball team, Ellie. All right, so anyways, yeah, NVIDIA is starting to head to the downside. It'll be a chip bonanza today. NVIDIA yesterday, we had an $8 winner right there at 940, boom, right off the open. Today, you got to look the other way, right? And what I was getting at was in the market recap show yesterday with Michael Noss, I said, what's going to happen when NVIDIA comes out and talks about demand for their chips moving forward? And it's not there. And that's when it was boom to the downside, because the thing is that these Blackwell chips, sure, they're great, but a lot of these companies like an Amazon, by the way, honestly, bye-bye NVIDIA for a while. You don't have to look at that now for a while. Do not go long NVIDIA for a minute, I'll tell you why. But Amazon now getting away, and the part of the problem is they've already invested hundreds of millions of billions of trillions of dollars in all of, not just Amazon, all the companies, right, have invested already in a lot of these H100 chips. This is what I'm thinking. I didn't read the story. I don't even see it on the thing yet. I'm just talking just what to expect potentially from NVIDIA. So the thing is, sure, they have all these new chips. Sure, they're great, and they're the best thing ever. But are some of these companies like Amazon, like everybody that's out there, Llama, Face Meta, there it is right there, are they ready now to invest in these newer chips for whatever they're working on as a build out, right? And so I think that those chips are going to be for the future for sure. But at the end of the day, I don't know if the market's ready for, an outsized beat and a guide forward from NVIDIA's Blackwell chips, because if the demand's not going to be there, than it. It's like if you just bought a new car a year ago and you're super happy with it and you're building on it and blah blah blah. There's not necessarily the necessity to go get that Hemi. You know what I'm saying, Randy? So I don't know. Let's see what happens here.
It can provide a dip opportunity in a couple of quarters, though, because if things get pushed out and we do get that dip, then you get a bit of a buy opportunity. But I'm kind of, I don't disagree with that at all. I think this could just be one chink in the armor before.
Yeah, it could be nothing. It could be nothing at all.
It's a little frustrating to see a dip like this, though, because now you're down 1.3%. Already, it was a pretty big high up there in the mid 950s that would have been in play that we like. We'll have to find some.
We were already feeling bearish.
Yeah, I liked AMD. I still like AMD. I can probably go to that one still, but Nvidia's at levels now. Like, what are you going to do? Let's get to the desk with Brendan.
Bye.
Brought to you by VinFast. Attention, electric vehicle enthusiasts. VinFast has teamed up with automotive giant Bosch to give you access to a massive network of 700,000 charging points across 30 European countries. That's right. With its partnership, you can now embark on epic European road trips with confidence, knowing you'll always have a charging station nearby. The VinFast app and in-car system will make locating, charging, and paying Bosch's vast network a breeze. Plus, you'll stay ahead with the latest charging tech and top-notch customer support. Get ready to conquer Europe in your VinFast EV like never before. Yeah, I mean, the guys just covered it here. We're trying to bounce right now off that 930, 935. I mean, it's one and change percent here, but yeah, if you missed it. Amazon going to delay purchases. I mean, you just made a good point. We were just talking off camera there in that they're not canceling the orders, they're just delaying them.
Yeah, here's what the headline reads vis-a-vis the Financial Times, that they are pausing the purchase of their most advanced chip, which we know is the H100, for their new chip that Jensen released a few months ago, which is called Blackwell. And a quick internet search will show you that it's rumored that Blackwell will launch in Q4 of this year. So like you said, Brendel, kicking the can down the road in terms of revenue. So tough look.
From that point, yeah, it's a question mark. We are holding that gap level so far, guys, here for NVIDIA.
It's a pretty big gap level because Friday's bottom was like 917, 908, 918 was the Friday low. So it's a pretty sizable gap. If it does pop back into the upside, you got a couple of ways to look at it. There's 946, and then in here like 940 to 942. Those two levels on any kind of a pop. I think I'd be looking for some fades in there. And that's even if it happens. We're continuing to fall here with still a bunch of time to go. We still have 7 minutes to go. But like, I liked AMD because this was just riding the 50 period and stalling out at the 50 period on the daily. And I figured, okay, well, if this stalls here and does a rollover, that one's set up pretty well. It's down 1%. Suddenly you can throw out shorting the tops, unless there's a miracle $5 rally on AMD I don't know about. Previous close 166, so short back into that, giving it to the Friday. Check that. Yesterday's afternoon consolidation level. This is like 167. So that's where I'd be shorting, maybe even back into 165. I'm just going to be shorting the pops over here. I was going to look at ARM as well, but ARM might need to actually break the 108. I would have thought 112. Again, before that news happened and the chips were rolling over, I think you had a pretty defined 112 short opportunity on ARM. Now you needed to almost break that local bottom. AMD for sure, though. I'm going to be shorting pops into that 165, 166 half as previous close as well. So yeah, just got to be patient. This news has definitely taken all the chips to the downside. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to read and adapt, right? Like, just because you make a plan of action at 8 o'clock doesn't mean the market's going to do nothing until 9:30.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, yesterday we were trading like 100 share lots or whatever on NVIDIA. Today, I just think you can still look at it, but I would just lower the default because it's going to be hard, in my opinion, to find a level that you're going to like. Because this name, even yesterday, even when we punched, whoopsies on the wrong handle here. Even when we punched this 940 long, it did go against us like $1.50, $2, right? And that was like on nothing yesterday. That was just a move to the high side. Now you've actually got news, so you have to start to be careful with NVIDIA. So that's just the whole thing. Watch out. I think a run back into this level, 940, 942 is something. But all you want to do, in my opinion, today is play momentum because it's going to be really hard to play off technical levels because the story's changed in my opinion now. We'll wait to see. I feel like there's more to this, obviously. The imbalances just hit right now. So let's have a quick look to see if there is a big sell. There's an we wrote down on here, which is again way before the story, Amazon sell. But like, what else am I supposed to do? I'm writing the sticky note up here at 8:30, 8 o'clock when we're at 183, 183.50. I write down 184 on here, and then all of a sudden the tank happens, and I write down bearish in the market. This happens. So we have to wait for a little bit of a pullback in some of these names. So I'm a little disappointed of where Amazon's going now because I really do not like the weakness in this name over the last couple of days. Although we're coming back into the 50-period moving average, I think this is a great opportunity to buy the name for the long term. If we dip into like 170-ish, I think that's great. But at the same time, for a day trader, play the momentum in the trend right now. I mean, the market's down 0.3 and Amazon down 0.7 right now, starting to go lower. So I really like Amazon short. Unfortunately, my order's pending right now, 184. I won't get that. In Tesla, I like the Tesla short there, and I like Uber short to start the day. So a couple good opportunities. We'll talk about Uber, Tesla, all of that when we get back from the desk with Sharif.
Guys, we're talking about the measured move all week, and Adair and I on how to trade. Today, we're going to narrow it down by identifying intraday trends with true range and average true range. Catch that with her and I at 11.
Quick note, there was that halted penny stock, LYRA. I saw in the chat someone mentioning that the news is out. It is that they are Lyra Therapeutics announcing cost-cutting measures to preserve capital, and they're laying off 75% of their workforce. It's a news halt. I have not seen yet a resumption time, but I'll just double check. Oh no, it looks like they have, they just put it up now. So this will open up 15 minutes after the open. 9:45 is a resumption time on this penny stock. Cost-cutting measures, there's always the chance that you could go to the upside and squeeze. Nothing really on the tap's going to tell us much at this point. There was a name that in the big cap space that I'm still kind of bullish on. Apple's up into a down market. It held on to, yesterday in the afternoon, it held on to this resistance level, 190.75, as a support. So I like that for some dip buys on Apple. As long as it can hold on to 190.5, I'm going to go for longs on Apple. And, you know, sometimes we've seen this where the chips go down and then you get something like Apple, which had been beaten up and is a little bit more stable, will get to the upside even when the market is going to said downside. So you got about 2 minutes to go here. I feel like we did we say a word about GME? No. Well, okay, maybe Brendan did, but I don't recall going over it. There was a move like late in the day off of $20.50. So if it gets anywhere near that price, you know, I would think off of that 20.5 would be a place to look for a bit of a long. But Apple looks still strong despite this move to the downside. Looking to short pops in AMD. Macy's, maybe it breaks out, but it's looking like it's a little far away from that breakout price.
I'm going to just put a small position on right here because for some reason Tesla just bumped up and this is into the level that I like right now. It's only a couple minutes now until open, but we'll short Tesla right here. I do have that one on the sticky note as well. What's up? Oh, there it is. Yeah, thanks, Fabian. So we have GME written down here, long 20, so that's on here as well. Good luck with that. Right there. So we are short now. We are going to try to get some more short on Tesla. And again, maybe we're wrong on this one. It was more negative than the market, and now you're getting a bump up there for Tesla. So we're going to be very careful about a 176 out. Like if this rips through 176, then we gone on that one. We'll wait. We'll give it a little more, like 176, maybe 50 or something, because it's right off the open here. But let's watch out for Tesla with only 30 seconds to go. It looks like we're about to get into more shares here on TSLA. So be careful with this one as we're almost open here, guys.
Yep, 30 seconds to go until market open. We got a bunch of Fed speakers today. Obviously, you just had that news, Amazon and NVIDIA pushing back some of their chip orders. So NVIDIA is still trading to the downside, 1.25%. We're going to have, hopefully, some activity in some of Macy's and maybe some Palo Alto as well. I think they were both down on their earnings. But ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, Adara.
All right, so We're going to watch out for Tesla. Obviously, we're in Tesla right there. And Tesla, of course, immediately tanks. So we just loaded up at, not loaded up, but we got some there at 175.50. So it's already 50 cents in the money. Here goes Tesla now, 50 cents, trying to get it out, but we're going to let this market just settle down. I am bidding 174.55 to see if we can make a little bit of a dollar on that one. As here it comes right back up. So watch out for the market. That one's moving around here as well. The big name that everyone's going to probably want to know about is going to be NVIDIA. So right now, NVIDIA's just dancing around here. Like I said, maybe lower your share size a little bit if you're uncomfortable with trading it, but watch out for NVIDIA. 940 psychological level could be something. All right, well, we're into Tesla now. We got sort of what we thought we would get here as we saw it getting a little more aggressive. So remember our stopping spots and what we're looking at here for Tesla. So 176.50 is where we're going to get out. So we need to let this name come down a little bit if we're going to actually trade this properly. So there's a fill, there's 50, we just took a piece out there as now it's trying to get going. Pretty violent off the open here for Tesla, it seems like anyways. Maybe there's news that I missed about TSLA.
I didn't.
There was that corporate governance. Which
right, but I didn't see anything specific.
They must like it.
On Tesla, outside of that whole, the same nonsense back and forth. AMD trying to pop up. Look, I want to fade AMD. The first look will be 165 even, and then the 166. It's actually 166.33. I said 166 half.
Right.
I got a dip by an Apple. It just bounced off 190.90. And got some back on the way above that 191. But I am looking to fade into AMD here. Just going to be a little bit patient. Don't want to jump out in front too early here. XPeng apparently is making some power moves, so we'll have a look at that one. I thought I'd be trading some JD, not XPeng.
All right, so unfortunately, Tesla goes 0 for 1 there as it just keeps ripping. It just rip. We said we'd be careful about getting out of it. This is why we were short at 176. So we only took that 50-cent hit, but still sucks. We're short Amazon right now. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I'm still not seeing any news on this Tesla, but just to contextualize what's going on with the shareholder group. So basically, a group of shareholders, or group representing shareholders, including the New York Comptroller's office, basically saying that they're urging shareholders to vote against the ratification of the Elon Musk $56 billion pay package, and also saying that they're against voting in James Murdoch, Elon Musk, and Kimball Musk. So just some shareholder-related news from earlier. Not seeing anything new on that, though, guys.
All right.
Yeah, again, that's, I guess, the same as before, so nothing too crazy there for them. AMD just popped and tagged 165 exactly again. So off the open, it just tagged 165 even. On the way back down, I was able to get 78s. I'm going to try and reload closer to 165 this time. We're just shorting pops over in AMD. Just took some out 164.40 as Apple is making a bit of a bounce here off of that 191. Cannot seem to break. Or VWAP, it's a little too early to care too much about VWAP, but can't seem to break too far away from these quarters. I'm going to get some out here in the 30s and then look to reload if we can. NVIDIA, if you're checking out NVIDIA, huge huge candle volume, obviously, but it's still in the middle of the range here at the open, or the bottom of the range, I should say, as it checks out at the bottom. So as long as that's continuing to be weak, we like AMD to the south side.
Okay, I mean, Amazon, so we just went over to our sticky note again, and we shorted Amazon, and now it's an absolute monster. We're short at 180, 183, so good short there. AMD, Apple, we traded Apple yesterday, interesting name as well. Watch out for Amazon. We just touched down to 181. I mean, I didn't think we'd get that low, but we are. So right now, we're going to be green here, despite losing on Tesla. Look at Tesla, good out, man. Wow, 178. Talk about, misreading that corporate governance stuff. Nice move up to the upside into 179 now. Goes Tesla. Normally I'd be like, I got to short this thing, but wow, huge move up. And if you're looking for a 20-period dance, I mean, 179, 180 maybe for the top. But I'm staying away from this name and just going to watch out for Amazon here as that's starting to go to the downside. NVIDIA's going which way?
Up.
Okay, so AMD, watch out for that. Uber going downside as well. What's up, Adara?
Really nice look for Eli Lilly here right off the open. This nice pop here with decent volume. 2 catalysts coming in for this one earlier today. So we also, first we have that more than half of the patients treated with their Crohn's disease treatment did see clinical remission at 1 year. Also worth noting, they did get some approval in China. So nice look as well for LLY right now, up almost 3% right off the open, guys.
I like Lilly.
Yeah, I like Lilly too.
No, we like Eli Lilly. Just very quickly, AMD came right back into 165, wicked the top. So I jumped back in on the way down, got some at 88, so 78 and then 88, came back into the 50s, scalped some out again, but NVIDIA is starting to fly. I don't know if I want this a third time if NVIDIA continues this power move. I need to see this fading a little bit, and then we'd go a third time over in AMD. Just checking back in, Apple's holding 191.5, so that's looking like it's going to be strong. Maybe a bounce off of VWAP will be next for Apple. So we still like that long in Apple. I did want to double check on XPeng for everybody. I'm still just in the two names. No break on, Mara didn't get 21s the downside. No break on Macy's. That's nowhere near 21 either. But XPeng now 13% to the upside and continuing to rally. This one looks like it is off to the races.
Yeah, right now, so we're long Macy's, but just for a minute, if this breaks back down below, basically, I thought it was 40. What did I put in here? 34s. So we're only long right here at 54, all good. We did get a reload in a name here on Amazon, so we just punched some 75s. Look at the market. I'm debating going short the market, which means I got to get something out here on Macy's because that started to blast back up just a little bit here. Not blast back up, but we'll take a little bit out there at 52 as it goes a little bit higher. Let me get some more out, 55, 56 if we can get up there. And then that high of Macy's, like, what is that, 70 there? That we're looking, there's a nice move. We just got 58s there. So here it comes right back up to the upside now with Macy's starting to go off that bottom. So we'll see if we can hold this one. Like the trade, but it almost stopped us out there breaking through. So we're waiting for 35s out. So we'll take that at the 200 period right now, just making flat on this. So in, out. So a little bit of money there, but nothing really. We're waiting now, as Neil was mentioning, NVIDIA. Maybe Amazon is not the short that we thought, but we did cover a little bit more. We got some out there, so it's all good. But right now, Amazon's starting to get back up to the upside, so we got to watch out. I put 82.50 as out of 75% of this. So if Amazon keeps on going and this market wants to come back, then so be it. We don't want our bearish sort of bias to hit us all day. So we'll stay in this right now, short at 181.90.
Chips just made another fresh low. AMD continues.
Chips did?
It's crazy. AMD just took out the bottoms, and NVIDIA just dropped $7 in a single candle. But this market's still bouncing a little bit here. I'm just going to get a trail. I like to go station to station. If we regain that top, I'm going to jump out. But you're now starting to get down into, like, 162.5 is going to be my out. At the end of the day on AMD. Always wanted to make sure we play station to station, so that is going to be the out. Apple is still holding pretty well, but no breakout of the top just yet. No opportunity to dip by that 191 either. Robbie V, FFIE is not yet at $1, but if it gets there, then I will be all over it. This stock is barely moving, but it's down 23% FFIE. It's closed above $1 a couple times. It does another time. I'm looking for that bounce off of the $1 level. It's just nowhere near it. So AMD just wicked the bottom. So I put my trail in. NVIDIA's still making higher lows. That's most of the reason. So we'll get out, take the buck, but AMD and NVIDIA a little bit different. I just don't like the fact that NVIDIA is putting in higher lows here. So as long as that's looking relatively strong off the open, I'm going to take the money and run on AMD. Adara.
We have another pharmaceutical-related name here, MGRX, up over 140%. Mango Pharmaceuticals is the name of the company, set to introduce oral semaglutide and tirzepatide. So this is the same kind of diabetes-related treatments that we have from companies like Eli Lilly, basically just to respond to patient demand for GLP-1 medications. So introducing oral GLP-1 medications here, MGRX up over 140%, penny stock, guys.
Penny stock. Okay, well, I'll wait to get some approval on that one. We don't have to get too much approval for this, so we'll just go down. John Travolta's like, I still shop at Macy's. There it is right there. So nice little move from 1950 all the way up here to 1980 and still trying to go. It's Macy's on my mind right now. And that was another sticky note name there with Macy's at 1950. So it came right into our level. We took it, now we wait. Amazon really got us feeling some kind of ways there because eventually it broke higher. And we got out of some of it. We bought some more back as well. That's the 50-period moving average. So I wanted to get out. It's a good thing we got out of Tesla. Tesla's now coming back, though, a little bit. Let's see if Amazon can do the same damn thing and get a little bit lower. There's Tesla fading off 179. We actually indicated that that could have been a level, and that was exactly the level. It stopped almost on the dime, 178.75, and now pulling back in. I like Amazon. Here comes Amazon. Pound the alarm right now as Amazon starting to get down to the downside a little bit here. So let's wait to see, not fruit salad, let's wait to see what happens with Amazon trying to break down below 182 right now. So far so good, but we'll wait. It's only 9:40. Macy's and Amazon on my mind here. As Ethereum, I put it down here right now, 3,800 Ethereum starting to go as well. So a lot of opportunities here today. Crypto space, Neil, chip names that you're hitting there.
Yeah,
Mara's dying or
No. Mara just made a huge bounce. It looked like it was going to fail down underneath 22 and just made a big bounce. I do like the longs in Mara. I'm going to get there in a quick second. I'm trying to reload AMD over this VWAP here at 165, and we just failed back under. So I'm going to stake with the 165 level for AMD. But Mara's starting to look very strong. There's your liquidity grab at the open underneath 22. I think you've probably trapped some shorts in here on Mara. If it can hold VWAP or take out that top. I don't know if we get the 21s anymore. I might have to stick a fork in the 21 idea to the long side. Look for it to hold VWAP and then go from there. Apple still chilling at the highs. That's a relatively strong name and continues to be. And then for those that are still looking at GME, it is still falling. Remember, it had that big move in the afternoon off 20.5. So if it gets down there, that looks spicy. It's down 8%, heading for 10.
All right, we're ringing Reggie again here on Amazon as it's come right back in. This is going to be, obviously, we only have 2 trades. Well, we have 3 trades today. Macy's, Tesla. Macy's is a win. Macy's coming back in a little bit here. Tesla is an L. We talked about that. And then Amazon, big one. And then we just have a brand new position, which is winning right now. But who knows for how long. It is Google. Let's put something on the bid. We're short at 86 right now. Decent little spot. Okay, there it is, 64s. Yes, sir. Spin the money right now for Google to the downside. So there it is right now. A nice move, man. 30+ cents in the money now for Google. And we have our first dollar club for me right now. There it is. It's Amazon. Nice move to the downside on Amazon. Dollar club winner right there. As we just stick with our sticky note there, try to stay short there on Amazon. We did get stopped out at the 50 period, but hammering it back in. Good trade there for AMZN. And then Google, we just got some out there ahead of that 50 period at 60. But let's put a little bit more in there and just see what's going on. Neil, that ETHE, I don't know if you're looking at anything else crypto, but
Just Mara.
Straight up, no slowing down ETHE today. So there it goes, man. Congratulations. Good win on that one. We're really happy with our performance so far here today, but could always get more. Lots to come here yet.
Yeah, it's so just hearing some news on Schwab there. We're gonna go to it there in a quick second.
Reload.
I got the third reload on AMD off the 165 level, 164.89. Scalps them out in front of VWAP. Looks like we're headed right back into the bottoms. Adara, what do you have for us?
Yeah, expecting to staying really strong here at highs of days, breaking decisively above that $10 level, up right now over 22%. Again, they beat earnings, so this one, yeah, we saw this earlier today. They did beat earnings, but nice pop here right off the open for XPEV. No signs of stopping, guys.
Nope, no signs whatsoever just yet. Mara still like it. It's trying to hold VWAP. Looks like it could be okay for now, but eyes are on AMD for me. You got the wipeout bottom. Made that fresh low, but as I said, you're still getting some higher lows on NVIDIA. Like a lot of this was NVIDIA, higher lows into a potential breakout. So if we continue this pattern and break out the top, then we just got to get out of AMD. It's been solid pretty much off that 165 every single time, but you're getting a little bit of a difference between what's happening in AMD and NVIDIA. And NVIDIA was supposed to be the weak one. It's AMD down 1.4 into NVIDIA's 1%. Apple's still holding off those highs, and here comes the dip opportunity, I think, in Mara off of 22 even. So I want to make sure we get one shot at least at that Mara long.
All right. We probably took out, not probably, we did take out way too much Amazon. Amazon is now $1.50 in the money off that top, off the 50 period moving average. So a couple good ideas here for us today. As you can see, good coverage there about the chip names there, because it is kind of strange to see that one's moving and the one that with the good news there, or the bad news, sort of starting to hold when AMD going the other way. And we've talked about AMD not looking like the other. I mean, AMD is well off of its highs. I mean, its highs of 220, 230, depending on what day you woke up there. I guess it was 227, but that was only one day. Let's just say like 220, 215 into that area there. You went all the way down to 140. I mean, you got chopped off 35%. On AMD. So definitely Street not liking AMD as much as NVIDIA, that's for sure. So negative story in the chip space about Amazon, not possibly, I think that was, right? The cancellation or delay of some of that purchase order. So yeah, you're seeing some movement to the downside now, and it does look like, although they're both kind of chilling, we indicated MU before for a name to look at down there at 125. It really hasn't done much off 125. It has a dollar range, so not super interested. But oh damn,
ARM is at the
guys? We are doing some. Look at Google. We are putting damage on the names here today. Like I don't know what Google was just all about right there, but we just tanked pretty good now. We're $1.50 in the money, and now it's coming back. We're $1.50 in the money there on Amazon, looking for a break of 181 and just trying to hold. And then for long idea, Macy's. So we'll take the L on Tesla right now, and for good reason, man. I mean, like that's an L I'll take all day long, getting out there for 50 or 60 cents, whatever that it was. And now up to 179. Congrats on that one. But right now, let's see if Amazon can get a little spicier down here, breaking through 181. I think there's more pain to come on Amazon. Unfortunately, a name that I like.
Yeah, look, I still like Amazon. When you're trading. You know, they're not going to go in the same direction every single time, and you have to be able to short stocks in your long term. Otherwise, you can't be a day trader, as far as I'm concerned, because you got to be able to play the action. AMD just made another run at the low of the day. It's a double bottom. If it bounces again, we'll get out above VWAP. Now we're just looking for a lower high to short, as this is looking like it is going to be a flush zone for them. I was just a little bit surprised at this, but I saw in the chat some people were saying, Neil, ARM was a long in a bearish pattern. I just thought it was a rejection of the 50 period and we'd want to short up there. But no, it's the 112 level. So it just got up to 112. That's where I would be more comfortable putting the short on. But this is suddenly the strong name. Up 0.6 when all the chips are getting flushed. Yeah, we don't have to fight that one. Apple's trying to break out the highs, so I thought we'd get a dip buy at 191. Obviously, that hasn't happened, so VWAP's in here at 191.5. We get down into here, we'll look for a bounce on Apple. Still a strong stock, as far as I can tell. Here comes Mara. Can it hold on to 22? Is the only question on my mind. So Mara put in one bottom at 21.75. If it holds on to 22 here, looking for the dip, and then rip back up to those tops. Still have some strength in BTC and ETH.
Yeah, ETH is nuts right now. Yeah, nice trade there on AMD as that's continuously going down as well. We'll take advantage of that Amazon out sub 181. What a better time right now. No better time right now to ask for likes and subscriptions. I mean, look at the trading that we've been doing today, man. Get over there, hit the like, hit the subscribe. That can't be right. 43 likes, obviously. We'll refresh that and get it going. But go over to our stream, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the share. I mean, over 450,000. Let me see what this is. BTC, ETH, Cardano. That's a mistake. That should be way higher. But right there, 700. Thank you so much. Over 8,000 watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe for us immediately, and then go over. We have a new Wealth and Freedom and Wealth podcast that we're working on right now. So go over, like, let me see how many subscribers we have to this one, 380. Let's get that number a little bit higher as well. Bears vs. Bulls will put that in the subscription for us. So 380 subscribers, that's about to drop. But hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share this stream with everybody. That's the only way that we can grow.
Hit the like and subscribe button. I've promised so many times we'll film a new one for that one and get a little something other than the Mr. T action going on over and over again. It is what it is. But if you like it, like it. We're powering up crypto. I know a lot of people are looking at ETH at 38 and Bitcoin at 71. Yeah, continued strength. The market's not looking that great because of NVIDIA and that Amazon news, but Mara just made the bounce, higher low off 22. It is red on the day, just so you know, but it made that false bottom. Not really a false bottom. It broke the low of the day, the pre-market low, and then came back immediately. So a bit of a look grab, bounced off 22s. I got 22.10 on the way back into the upside and got one bounce out of it. Now it's still looking pretty heavy though. So we scalped this trade. I want to see it stabilize. I feel like I'm a little bit early on this and it's still looking weak on Mara. So I just took the money and ran.
Reload.
If it holds 22, we'll go back over to it. You still bidding Polestar?
I haven't even looked at Polestar yet. We want to talk a little bit about Polestar.
We'll
bring Randy back around a little after 10-ish and get your opinion on PSNY.
Because I can tell you that level.
Randy's not filled yet.
That level
Here you are,
is still
Randy.
holding.
Are you sure about that? Oh, you took a little bit off. Now it's only 5.6
You know how tempting it is to just try to.
down there. All right, well, watch out for Polestar doing a whole heck of a lot of nothing right now.
But if you just get 4s long, punch
go.
out 3s.
Yeah, lots of strategies to do that kind
No,
of
that's
stuff.
all I'm
but-
saying. Like if you
Yeah,
get
you
4s
have to get it,
long,
yeah.
you have to get the fill though. Like
What's
it's
the
printing
volume? How many million?
5.6 million.
Okay, not
But look
bad.
at this. All these prints are on the mid.
It's
Four
a
half.
nice.
Yeah, like you need to.
That stocks is so nice.
You have to sit there
okay.
and try to catch a 4 long, try to get a 5,
Oh.
take a ton of shares. That's the name of the game. So quick scalp trade on Mara. I'm just in and out. I don't know why that's still showing a position. It could not break the opening range, like that 22.35. So I just jumped out of it, and I'll look for a little more strength, maybe a bounce off the lows there. So AMD working to the downside. We've only traded 3 things. Quick little bounce on Mara off 22. Apple still holding out. I would love to get into some. I guess Zoom is probably not. Oh, yeah, it did come back in. Okay, so Zoom just came back. It bounced off 65. I was looking for a failure of the 50-period moving average off the open, but there was no volume in the pre-market. I wanted to see it actually trade. Yeah, if it can hold under 63, consolidate there, I'd look for a short on Zoom. Still a bit of a spread that I don't like seeing over there on Zoom, though.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a little bit higher here on Google, but Google is that's GME. I was going to look at GME, by the way. It did make a move down. It's down 8%. I just want to talk about it because, so we just took some more. Wait, I didn't get filled more Google up there? Oh, there we go. Okay, we got it. Waiting for that 20, but that's making a move, and just we would be foolish not to check out AMC maybe. That's going kind of the other way right now. So AMC has seemed stronger than GME the last couple of days. So I think that's worth noting a little bit there. All right, so we only have about 20% of our Amazon left. We just reloaded Google down here. We've made good money on Google so far, but a lot stronger than the market. So that is, for me, warning shots fired. Okay, because now that we're much stronger than the market here on Google, like why are we even up on this name? We thought that we were gonna play a little bit of strength versus weakness on this one, and it's not weaker than the market. So that for me is not a recipe for success. So we'll average in a little bit more against that high. Just double checking my stop is at 30. So yeah, so just into the pre-market here. We're not gonna hold it too much past some of these levels into yesterday's close of, we're already above yesterday's close, but right into there, that's 20s. That's kind of where we are right now. So a little bit higher than this, man, and we're gonna have to tap out the same way there it is. So we'll be out in a matter of seconds. There it goes. So Google really on one back up to the upside there. So maybe some of the longs are in now, and we just might have double topped down there at 18.7. So far so good. Macy's takes the bottom way, so we got out of that. But again, we'll still be okay with Macy's, but it's going the other way as the market starts to go a little bit higher here. I think it might be worth shorting some of the Qs here. We got to watch out for those names. You're out of AMD, so that's
it just came.
Yeah.
Like AMD just made another run at the low, and we're right back at VWAP. So once again, this does not really continue, and seems like it wants to get back to that 165 one more time. So we took the buck on the trail, and we'll look for the 165 to come back into play. You're starting to look pretty strong, though. This NASDAQ is right back. Before we go to it, just quickly before we go to Adara, like you pretty much are at the afternoon support level. So like support to resistance here at 18.72. If we roll over, I'd look for maybe a VWAP short on this AMD. Let's go to Adara.
Nice look here for Meta Materials, breaking off the previous day's highs. Here's a nice little breakout for MMAT, announcing that the company's lawyers concluded that it does have claims for lawsuits for market manipulation against several parties, specifically in regards to naked short selling. From what I'm seeing, they also do have a short float of about 10.5%. So MMAT, definitely one to watch this morning, guys.
All right, so
NVAX is making up.
the craziest thing about Google is, it ran that 50 and then just now is starting to tank pretty decently. So we got out there at break of that 25. We talked about that. There it is. Our print is 29s. So that, unfortunately, we were short at 177.05 or something like that. So we just took that short there and then that short there. So that short is 77. That's 77, and that's 15s. So, you know, I still think it's a strong name. I'm not going to reshort this name. And the reason that gets me thinking about that is because look at Amazon. It's not making those epic moves to the north side. We'll wait to see if maybe we can get a 182 back into the short. But let's hold on to this one. We've done well. Stopped out early on Amazon, but then right back in off the 50 period. We'll try the 50 period again. But I'm into something now that could be spicy. So we're gonna watch out for the TQs. So right here now, I don't know why we're missing a candle there, but we're gonna go short right into this level now, 80s, looking for 90s, the 200 period, and then honestly, probably gonna stop out at yesterday's level again there on the NASDAQ. So if we get back up to 64, we'll stop out, but looking to load more shares in 63.90 for hopefully a hold in and around 64, and then the push back down. So that's an early sort of start for me now on the TQs. So we'll start the short in the market. Maybe right, maybe wrong, but for right now, the NASDAQ just made a nice move back to VWAP, held 18.7. So let's see if we can come back and test it. That should put our Qs in the money. So as long as that happens, fine. Uber's not at 65 yet. And then, yeah,
Nikes.
Nope. Dog. The Google is now down to 177. So that's okay. We just need the Qs to go down. If that happens, then we're all good. So let's wait to see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, thank you to everyone in the chat that pointed out that NVAX is squeezing. So remember, these guys got that Sanofi deal. It's a huge short float. I don't remember the exact number. I'll look it up in a quick little second. But there's the 15 breakout. And so if it comes back in, I like a 15 dip. I always think support to resistance and breakouts, you know, breakout levels for dips back into the break level. So VWAP also happens to be at 15 bucks. I want to look for a long off of that level. AMD doesn't seem to want to give me the 165 anymore. Now you've wicked VWAP. So I'm going to just make an adjustment. If it's going to be a lower high and we want to look for the short again, then we'll be shorting it off of this little wick here at VWAP on AMD. So I just want to rinse and repeat it, or stick with the trend, that would be the better way to put it, because we're not rinse and repeating the same level. We're looking to short off VWAP, give it the 164.5. But I like this long setup here in Novavax. If the squeeze names are moving from one to the other, well, these guys have a fundamental reason why they can go squeezing. So I like this 15 level on Novavax. I'm gonna probably wet the beak here in the 20s if we can get that.
All right. So we'll try. I know we've already lost on Tesla, completely understood. Up 2%, can't break 179. Well, it did. It went to 179.30.
Keyboard.
You know what? We can have bigger fish to fry.
I need to clean my keyboard.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Our keyboard's been through war around here. All right, so here comes the TQs. Good push so far. We just talked about shorting it. So let's just call it, we're short at 18,717. It's only 10 handles. It just went 20 handles in the money, and we took a bid. So look at that. We got VWAP. Let's go, man. That's exactly the kind of stuff, although it's not a huge move, it makes it move all the way back to VWAP. So again, load it up a little bit there. You can see we have a little bit there. Oh, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene has taken a position in Charles Schwab.
Oh, that's what I knew. I heard something on Schwab, but I didn't.
So it's going down. And then apparently also KMI, Kinder Morgan. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. Maybe Adara can. So look up Charles Schwab and KMI, Adara, because yeah, so she's confirming KMI. She's going to get over all this. But right now, not moving, but that's why you mentioned Schwab before. So, all right, so that's why that's in play. So just about Tesla, it's stronger name. We don't need to short a strong name. So although it was on the sticky note, sometimes I look back and I'm like, man, I should have given that more room. But we liked it at 176, more room. This is at 179. So obviously the read there to go short early on that governance news was wrong. And it was lower than the market here, and then it really got going in the pre-market. Remember we shorted 175.50s in the pre-market, and then boom, took us out and up to the upside. We're still $1 in the money though on Amazon, and kind of waiting for 82s to come in. As long as that holds, then we like it. But I'm focused right now on my most reloaded, and my biggest position by far is the TQQs. So we'll sit here and sort of, we won't sit on our hands or anything, but it's a nice move. We are bidding some 50s, and maybe I'll put another bid here at 60 just to get something out again. What's up, Miss A?
So I'm still not seeing anything with regards to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Charles Schwab, but I am seeing on Twitter, apparently should get involved in Kinder Morgan KMI. Again, not really seeing any more details on that. I'll let you guys know if I see specific positions in anything with regards to Schwab. So cannot confirm Schwab, can confirm that it's being circulated on Twitter that she's involved in Kinder Morgan, guys.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara, and thank you, Dominic, for the super chat there. Sean Neal, can you explain why you short the TQQ versus going with the inverse of that? Long story short, I mean, at the end of the day, if you, it's easier, like in our system, you actually display in your summary like red stocks when you're short a stock and green. It's just easier to be betting something to go down with a short position. So obviously if you have restrictions on being able to short, then going long in a reverse is what you want to do. But for us here at Real Trading, it's just as easy to just stick with it and keep it as simple as possible. And I 100% agree with Jay Vandaway. MTG reminds me of the nanny from The Omen. I love that movie, and I 100 million% agree with that. It's actually a little bit eerie. Good movie, scary movie, but the market trying to go higher. Apple just broke out the top. I did not get this VWAP dip on Apple, so we'll have to look for it at 191.75, I'm gonna sneeze. But we want VWAP, we want the trend. I'm gonna trail this one if we get past 192.5, and then Novavax we just grabbed off this dip into 15.25. It just ticked to 15.50. We're looking for this to take out the top as well, as this squeeze name is at least going to the upside, not so much with GameStop and its cohorts. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
Great morning so far. Lots of catalysts, lots of earnings, and of course, lots of Fed speak. Both the SPY and NASDAQ slightly negative on the day right now, but NASDAQ a little bit weaker than the S&P 500, but it is worth noting amongst the Fed speakers we've had so far, we had Fed Waller saying that, quote, I just don't see rate hikes. So I think that's certainly something worth noting there. Fed Waller, much like Jay Powell saying, Jerome Powell earlier, saying that they do not necessarily see a possibility of rate hikes in the near future. So nice look there, some confirmation. But we do have lots more Fed speakers to keep an eye on, even heading into the evening. We do have Eli Lilly to watch here, up 3% and actually making new all-time highs, getting approval in China for its weight loss and diabetes drug. So nice look there. We also have NVIDIA very much to the downside, down about 1% right now, consolidating a bit after the Financial Times reported that Amazon is halting orders of its super chip to wait for a more up-to-date model. And last but not least, Palo Alto down about 5% here after their earnings. Numbers themselves were pretty good, but we had a little bit more in-line guidance for PANW, guys.
So just really quickly, good news for Eli Lilly there. Me and Neil just talking about it. And remember, on our very last podcast, the last thing that we had recommended and bought was Eli Lilly. We did a whole thing. Remember that, Adara? We did that earnings report there on Eli Lilly, and we liked it. So I haven't even looked at the stock today, but we just went long Ethereum.
Moon.
So we just went long at 32.60 on Ethereum. We're starting to get it out now at 32.80. So when Moon, you doing all right, Ramin, over there? She's just... You know you're really cool when you got your sunglasses on walking around this place, looking all undercover. I like that. There it goes, Ethereum, man. We're back in it, man. The crypto kid is here. No, not really. Nice move to the upside again. We hammered this yesterday. Let's sit in it for a minute. It's Ethereum, and it is wonderful. All right, now Amazon. How about that? We missed that move up. I actually was not even, like, what was up with that? We said we'd want to short 182, and I wasn't even sitting there. I thought I was not. So we missed that pop-up, so we'll take some now into that short. We should be short 182, not reloaded rate here at 175. But here's a move back in for AMZN. Let's sit on that bid and at least reward ourselves for getting a little bit more into the short, as there it goes, right back up to the upside again. So be careful here with Amazon. It seems to be catching a bid. The NASDAQ also catching a bid. So we might catch some flack on this trade here. Watch out for this 18,730 level there. It topped out early, then bottomed out early, then topped late, looking to make that move again. So we're going to watch out for that. Amazon, we didn't get out. We should have. That's too bad. We put a bid there and it ran away. And then, yeah, Dominic, Neil's right. I mean, we have, because on a prop floor, the price that you see here doesn't matter to me. Yesterday, instead of trading NVDL, we were trading NVDA. It doesn't, to me, it's just a matter of share size. And then, like Neil said, if I'm going to go short the market, I'd like to see the stocks that I have go down. instead of SQQ, which would just be the other way. So it's like if I had buying power, like if I only had $1 million or whatever, $100,000, then I would be trading SQQ because, you know, it's only 10 bucks. So I completely understand, but the idea remains the same. We're shorting it because of my opinion on the direction of the market. There it is right there. We'll spin that a little bit for Eli Lilly. For Amazon, because we just got that short there at 182. So we were patient, we waited. We actually got 92s. So let's take a bid at 72, and hopefully this market will come in. Remember, we're adding to it at the 200 period, giving this name to 64. There it is yesterday. There's that 64 top, basically. So we're watching out for that right now. We're right here right now. If we break higher, then we're going to get off of the NASDAQ. But Amazon is really falling in, which is a good one. We'll go to Adara.
Nikola moving around a little bit here. NKLA just fell down a little bit, but it was up about 9% after ALO placing 100 trucks for order here of Nikola. Worth noting, apparently the delivery for these is going to be 2025. They do have a 17% short float, so NKLA chopping and turning around a little bit this morning, guys.
Oh,
Look
if
at
Nikola
Ethereum.
can break the top, that'll be spicy. I said if we wick the 192.5, we're going to get out, trail it on Apple. We got that dip into 191. It actually held on pretty nicely. Took some out in front of the top. I'm going to go to VWAP here. It's held VWAP once and bounced. That'll be 191.80, which is also yesterday's high. So we get a dip. We're going to try to jump back into this one long. It is relatively, I mean, it is strong relative to the market. It's a better way to put it. So we do like some Apple. AMD, I missed that chance off of VWAP when it wicked down to jump back into the short trade. Still looking for the short off of VWAP. We've only been short this name, and the chips have been relatively weak. It's worth noting NVIDIA still putting in some higher lows there. So AMD weak relative to NVIDIA. So just want to stick around with the same names we've been trading, which is Apple and AMD primarily. We are now in Novavax after it was brought to our attention that that one was breaking out. But starting to show weakness in there. We scalp once. If it doesn't hold on to this consolidation, I got to look for that $15 level. And then Mara, we were in the long Mara once. It's holding off the bottom, but these are lower highs into a flat bottom, not really looking as strong. So just going to be patient here. Patience has ruled the day for me this morning, so I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah, let Amazon cook. Wow. Okay, we just reloaded 182. I mean, it is now 70 cents, 80 cents in the money in 3 minutes. So, boom, goes the dynamite right there. And we only have 5% left of Ethereum.
Oh my God.
So, good day today, man. Good day. Let's see if Ether keeps on ripping to the upside there. ETH, we are in the Ether right now with that stock. I mean, up 13% again. We had this yesterday, long 26, so I hope some of you still held that. We can't hold overnight, but there it goes, man, 32.90 and still going higher. We are now just a dime, or sorry, we're now 40 cents in the money on this Ethereum trade, but it has a chance to take out the tops. So when that happens, giddy up right now. Look what just happened on here too. Oh, shoot. There's a nice little reload up top, obviously there on our friend Dominic, the TQQ. So there's another little bit of a reload there. As we just watched it sort of settle down a little bit, we wanted to get some more shares, so we'll put a little bit more on. Hey man, today's a day that ends in Y. What's up, Adara?
Interesting one to keep an eye on here. FLJ currently halted. The FLJ Group is the name of this company. But this one is worth noting, up about 72.4% and seeing a pretty significant short float. Seeing a couple different numbers here, 55%, 120%, but regardless, pretty high short float and small amount of shares here for FLJ as well. Again, seeing a couple different numbers, but in the low millions at the highest, guys.
Yeah, good look on that one. I'm actually still keeping my eye in case I want to do some trading that PSN a while. I'm going to have to get on. If I want to do it, you got to get on that bid pretty much pronto. But I just got out of Novavax. And we mentioned not looking nearly as strong as we'd like to see on that last little break at the top. So I get out when it breaks the consolidation to stay green on the stock. If it holds 15 and holds VWAP, then we can always jump back into it. But looking a little bit heavy as well. Going over to ARM. ARM is still looking like it wants to take out some highs here. But that 112 resistance that we talked about it was on Friday and then again yesterday, I guess it was more like 111.70. looking a little bit weak off this 112. So support turning into resistance. ARM is a strong stock today. I'd love to see the market and other names rolling over before jumping at it. But it is at the level we'd like to see it fail. So once I see some weakness, I'd like to jump in. But why even force that if we can get back into AMD, which is pushing back to VWAP, it looks like. So lower highs on AMD, down 1.5%. It's been nothing but a trend to the downside, just a little bit easier to work back into the short on this name. And not talking about the same names over and again, but Apple can't even pull back at this point. So we got out when it failed 192.5. It's still holding 192.40, 0.7. The strong name. All there was for Apple was just that they're challenging that EU $1.8 billion fine. That's pretty much it. That's all it seems to take here for Apple to get back into the
Wow,
upside.
192.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong here for Apple. I haven't double-checked Meta at any point today. Because if you're looking for other strength in the market, I mean, Meta's at VWAP, but it's Apple that seems to be carrying a lot of these. And of course, I mean, Tesla. I mean, Tesla's still holding up at these highs, though. I have a resistance up here at 179.5. I'm trying to talk myself out of going short Tesla right now.
Yeah, we had short Tesla as our idea, but it got blown up. All right, so right there, we just covered a little bit more of Amazon right now down here. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this position. So let's wait to see. And I did cover Ethereum, which might be a problem. I just saw it bouncing around 32. We take them out at 90s here. Good level. We're long at 65 out here. It looks like it's going to break higher. Honestly, I still have it up. I'm still watching it. It's not really going through 38. So I kind of wanted to be able to go short with it. So obviously this is a mistake as it's going higher, and I'd love to be celebrating this. But I just wanted to get out so that when I punch short, I can take it. We did have to pay for shorts though. So it was like not even a cent a share. So it was very, very cheap to get locates on ETH to the point where I think it probably shouldn't have been pay. But there it is. Nice move now to the upside there for Ethereum and the ETHE name over on OTC markets. But again, like it just made a huge move right here when this didn't really go. It's at 30. Okay, there it goes. So now we got to see. So I had thought that we could stop here at 3,800. Let's now see. I mean, and again, a big, huge congratulations. I mean, I'm long with you. I'm just more sad now that I got out. But so far, so good there. And again, a big one, man. Watch this thing just continue to go. It's ETH. And I might have to check because I'm in the Canadian version of that to see what that's doing. Amazon right now, 181.92. So here we go, still lower. Let's keep going on that one. And the Qs right now trying to go lower as well. We're still waiting for more shares up here, though. Hopefully we get those, but I'm fine with not getting them, man. I'm fine. If this wants to go down, let's tank City right here. I'm bidding 65 for something on that. As Amazon, another dollar. Let's put it on 181 now, just in case there's some sort of psychological level. But there it is right now, psychological level or not. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Your psychology will change if you subscribe to this channel.
And it will change for the good.
You'll feel better.
You will definitely feel better.
Yeah.
You'll feel better about yourself. And you'll feel better about the community helping you out there. I mean, the community just gave us Nikola, right? And that's like 8% to the upside. There was a little bit of news there, but all anyone cares about is the fact that it could squeeze. Local top at 58, so I like this enough for a breakout. Volume's good. It's actually bouncing off VWAP. I don't know if I want to take a VWAP bounce. I might change my mind, but if this takes out 50, I'm going to jump into the long because you can risk 1.5 cents back into VWAP. So I like that setup. Pan W is gonzo. So the dip buy on Pan W is not happening at 298 anytime soon that I wanted, or that 288 level. Looks like it's going to hold on to VWAP. Way too strong. Mara is back under VWAP. It's just not showing the strength. I want to be long over VWAP if I can for a trend up, but it's still putting in lower highs right into this bottom. So unfortunately, it's just not going to be there. AMD doesn't even want to give you VWAP at all. We got out of that short. Still love the fact that it's relatively weak, but that also means that you're not able to get some of these pops back into 164. It's going to jump back on the offer again. Being patient has played. Still haven't taken an L yet, but if you start getting out of the pocket, that's exactly when it can happen. ARM might just be time. I wanted to see the weakness. The market's turning around. It just dipped off that 112 another time. So it's time for me to get involved in ARM. This has been strong, so you got to be careful, but that 112 was the level we liked.
I mean, guys, what are we even talking about? Look at Amazon. We were just short 182. It's at 180.80 right now. Nice downside move on Amazon. Look at the TQs. We just printed low on that one. We got into the 60s. They're right back up to VWAP again. So we'll take multiple outs there as it comes back to the downside as well. So far, so good. And then, yeah. I don't know. So we'll have to adjust that so that this can at least show up. I don't ETHE here as we're just short. So we just shorted this name at 11s and took some out at 01s right there on Ethereum as it's breaking. But again, I think that move was a little high there. Let's just see if it goes down. We're out of 2/3 of this just for a dime right there. I like that banana there, Randy, because we've got one over here as well ready to go after the show. 10:14 now. Get your potassium ASAP with Trader TV Randy and the rest of us. Faraday Future right there. Yesterday, we had some fun with this name in and around $2. But again, 79 million shares, down 27%. What goes up must go down, man. I mean, it might be a cool car, but it's not a cool stock if you've been long over the last little while. If you're long at the basement of a cent or whatever it was, or 5 cents, then great. I don't know why this chart's not loading, but we were up to $3 or $4, I believe. Yeah, 220. I think we got to 4. I'll have to reload this chart. But anyways, Faraday pulling back for those of you asking about that right now. All right, so Amazon, we just talked about that. We actually get that print down there at 181. We did not get that 80 fill. We're waiting there now. And then I said JP Morgan, is probably a buy down there at the 200, at the 50-period moving average. We kind of got there, but not really. That low of the day is 195. You're all the way up to 199 for JP Morgan.
Bye-bye.
So, yeah, there might have been an opportunity to buy that, or there might have not been.
I would have been looking at I liked it a little bit lower on JP Morgan, I'm not going to lie, so I wouldn't have been involved in that one. I just felt like on that news, you were so close to the 50 and there was a kind of a trail level, a bit of a trend level on the daily as well. VWAP not holding on AMD, so we do get the third shot at it. I mean, technically you had multiple shots at 165, but the third shot on a pop, and it's not holding on to VWAP. So we short underneath 164, we'll let it break. If it goes higher into 165, we still like that level. I do have an order to break long on Nikola. If it gets over 57, I'll let you guys know. That does look like a spicy meatball. And so there was news this morning on DJT. I'll have to double check to see what it is. It's down 9% and about to go SSR. Down 9% there. I'll double check to see what the news is, but that's about the flat bottom break here at 44. Check that, it already broke 44 and continuing lower. So DJT getting absolutely smoked. ARM, we just grabbed. We actually had to pay for locates on ARM. They're relatively cheap. They're like 1/8 of 1 cent per share, but here at Real Trading, we did have to pay for some locates. I'm going to get some out in front of 111.20 and then see if that can't pop down into VWAP. Has been a strong stock, relatively speaking, but it's at that big level of 112 here on the 15 minutes. So support into resistance, and then now making a bit of a top here on ARM. Let's go back over to Adair at the desk.
So here's the news here with regards to Trump Media and Technology Group, DJT. They did report earnings, Q1 earnings per share, $3.61 loss per share, revenue of $770,000 versus 1.12 million, bit of a year-over-year drop. The way they address this is basically saying that they're focused on product development rather than quarterly revenue at this stage in the company's development. So bit of a move to the downside. That's the contextualization there for DJT.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so there it is. Nice little downside push there for DJT. And of course, I just saw as well, Trump defense rests case.
Yeah, there it is.
So that's it. So after called 2 witnesses, now they have rested their case. So I guess there's decision. I don't know. I don't want to say imminent. I have no idea what the legal system looks like for that. But yeah, downside right now, DJT. Just watch out. Obviously, we've talked about where this name can go, where it's come from. This used to be DWAC, so it does have that $10 floor when it de-SPAC'd, but at the same time, or as it was a SPAC, but now that it's de-SPAC'd, it's definitely had to move up, man. I mean, that $80 was pretty sweet. Watch out, you're now below this 47, and we've talked about that a couple times on the show as well, breaking through some of these levels. So DJT definitely in trouble, in my opinion, right now. All right, so again, we shorted. I'm just watching Ethereum. And I shorted again. So I'm now short Ether, ETHE, sorry, at 33.18s. So we just got to fill at 07. We took some 11s as well. So let's see now if it holds 3,800. We're short ETHE. We did reloaded a little bit. We're still waiting for those 90s to come in. You'll see a much bigger position when that happens. But for right now, the market might want to go. We're above 18.7. We're above VWAP right now. We're above the 50-period moving average. I don't have the 200 on here. Maybe I'll put it on. I've never really looked at it on the futures, but 18.725, the top there. So that's what we just shorted on the TQs. It almost got to our level, but didn't. So we're still waiting for that. So a good short at 79s is what we just shorted. So a little bit of a pullback would be greatly appreciated there. Yeah, other than that, man, Amazon still doing its dance. We're trying to get lower on this one. And we're just staying in our pocket with what we've been talking about. I know Neil's used that terminology today as well. So I think that's important. Let's wait to see what happens with TQs now, trying to get lower as well. But so far, so good here. It's about to get better with Adara over at the screen.
IWM running into a little bit of resistance here at that 208.50 area, slightly down on the day. Russell 2000. Let's take a look at what some of these small cap names are doing, including FLJ. FLJ Group is the name of the company. This one's interesting. We did have a halt here, and we have a pretty high short float percentage. I was thinking a couple different numbers, 55%, 120%. So not sure of the exact number, but decent short float here at small float for FLJ. We also have BDRX, kind of chopping and turning around here, but up about 74%. After having some positive data for its treatment for FAP scheduled to be presented at this upcoming digestive disease meeting. So nice look there. And last but not least, Metamaterials, MMAT. This one trying to break day's highs, up about 70+% here, saying that their lawyers have concluded that they have grounds to, take action against some parties for market manipulation, more specifically naked short selling. So MMAT on watch here as well, guys.
Okay, MMA.
Well, I'll tell you what's on watch. It's going to be these chip names 100%. If we have any chance of holding on to these highs in the market that NVIDIA has the fault of bringing to the downside, it's going to have to be led by Apple. Apple's still at the high of the day after boom at the open. We did grab $1.25 on that bad boy, but if we can't hold on to this top, we're going southbound. And the thing about the short is every single time you short a chip name at resistance, you make money today. So that's what happened over in ARM. Strong stock got up to 112, easy peasy, shorting it, and then right back into VWAP as we speak. NVIDIA and Amazon news taking it to the downside, and the chip names are responding in kind. But I'm still looking for the promised land on Apple. We got to find a way back into this one. It's been super strong. About the only name I'm liking to the long side that isn't some kind of squeeze name, and you're about to get a dip back into VWAP. There's something to be made, long, shorts, and in between. You just got to find relative strength and weakness. It's always there in these markets. Speaking of relative strength and weakness, NVIDIA is starting to wake up. NVIDIA is starting to wake up, and it just got to VWAP. So I'm in ARM short right now. If NVIDIA takes out 941, I'm punching out of ARM very quickly. Not punching my arm, but I'm punching out of ARM, which just means getting out of the trade. That's old trader talk. Punch out, remove liquidity from the bid or the ask. If it gets back up there, we got to get out. AMD, we're going to reload this one at 165, though. As long as 165 is in the pocket, we're going to take our shot at AMD. It's been a good short. I don't think there's any reason to get away from that level another time here. And for those of you that were just watching that Donald DJT story, it just went 10% down and broke another low. This is free falling at this point. Down through a flat bottom break at 44 even. If it gets to like an even dollar level, I might try to catch a bid because it's short sell restricted, but this is falling like an absolute rock into the gates of hell. Thanks, Adara, for that story.
Yeah, man. I was going to say, Neil coming back with a vengeance, man. We're loving the energy here today. Good job on that one, Neil.
By the way.
We like that. We like that look. So let's keep that going, obviously. And you guys keep it going too, man. Keep the likes, the subscribes, all of that right now. But the market is going higher right now. So I wanted to look at SMH because I haven't really looked at it. I mean, we nailed NVIDIA. NVIDIA yesterday was a great trade. We should probably be looking at it again today. That news sort of got me twisted a bit on it, so we're going to wait to see what's going on with NVIDIA individually. So I would want to look at SMH, but still down that 0.84. Don't know if this is the right thing right here. I mean, I would hope that it would have been closer to the 200 period. Let me zoom in a little bit more on this one. So a nice little battle back here in the market and whatnot. We still didn't get our Qs short, although that came, I guess I have to change this now, 86. I'm still going to wait for 90s. That's where I was. So I'm going to wait to see 90s. Am I at 90s? Yeah, I'm still at 90s. Okay. I'm going to put an offer now at, let's go to 85. Just in case it gets up there. We could be wrong on this short on the market, by the way. I mean, that's for sure. So we'll just wait to see if there is going to be something there. But for now, we're still going to try to trade that. Amazon, kind of barcoding. I mean, we're bidding 85s now. You know what? Let's just bid 96. It seems like we put a 96 bid there. Did we get it? Yes, we did. So we get that 96 fill right there on Amazon. So far, so good there. But it's kind of there it is, 96s again. Now that it's kind of barcoding in and around here, might not be much of a trade. But so far, so good here for Amazon on that short. It's a pretty big one, actually. What's up, Adara?
Great day for some of these healthcare names. We have Eli Lilly making new all-time highs, as well as AstraZeneca, currently up about 2.5% right now, announcing that they're targeting $80 billion in total revenue by 2023, and they're going to achieve that through extending their pipeline. So AZ and nice look to the upside here, guys.
Yeah, good look for them. I just went and paid for locates on DJT just so that I have them.
Well.
But like this just made a big acceleration to the downside. It's now 12%, almost 12% down. I think there's going to be an SSR bounce at some point, no questions asked. But looking back over, if it gets to an even dollar and bounce is fine. Looking back over at this meme stock, I saw some people talking about AMC. And I like the break still on Nikola, no question about it. But the closer we get to $5, it didn't break 5 in the afternoon yesterday. It didn't break 5 at lunchtime on Friday. I think $5 for a break is going to be in play here, just in case we see that kind of strength. NVIDIA is really starting to go. So as I said, like NVIDIA is now at 937, headed back for that 940 level. Right back and bouncing shy of VWAP is going to be ARM. I don't know if I want to let it get to that top. If it gets to the highs and NVIDIA is not turning around, I'm obviously just going to get out, not even let it get to that 112, looking pretty strong in NVIDIA and taking a lot of things up with it, including AMD, which is now bouncing off of VWAP, a little bit of a seed change for them. Apple's still strong. I want VWAP on Apple. I'm just going to get on the bid at 192.
Is Apple still
I'm going to wet the
strong stock.
I'm just going to sit in front of VWAP so I get picked up if this does come back in. But the market's looking strong. I don't want to be long NVIDIA on the news. I'd like to get back into Apple. It just feels like that's the wrong stock to try to take a shot on. Because if NVIDIA fails this break, you'd be right back at those lows. Still think that's a relatively weak name. Mara, which we did want for strength. We took one shot in it at a higher low. Scalped it out. It's right back triple bottom at the lows of the day for Mara. So that's out the window. Do not want to be fighting a weak stock trying to go long.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why we're switching over. Well, not switching over. We've been trading the futures for a while here, but that's why I'm on the futures right now is I'm just trying to trade against here, 18,730 in yesterday's close, basically. It doesn't show it here. This is a NASDAQ stock, but here's the TQs. If we're going to look at where we were yesterday on this stock, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's $64. I wasn't sure the NASDAQ would get green, but it looks like it may want to do exactly that. So we just shorted up here. We've been really calm and cool and collected on this. It's just, look at this. This is stair-stepping that way. I'd much rather it stair-step that way. So we do have some bids. And then this one, again, we're only out of the money right now 5 cents. So not a big deal, but the triple Qs could rip. Right now, above VWAP, above the 50 period, holding 18.7. That's been a little bit of a recipe for disaster for me. You know, holding against certain levels. So we're waiting for that. Obviously, we're going to take a couple more fills if this gets up here, and then that would be that. So we'll wait. I'm going to actually, now that I'm going to change my default, just lower it a little bit there at 90. Doesn't look like the NASDAQ wants to come down. And then our opinion must change because of NVIDIA, I feel like. I just keep hearing Neil talk about it. Still going to the upside. I looked at SMH. It looks like it wants to get up to that 200 period as well. So I would not even come close to shorting this until we get to this 945 area for NVIDIA. I know we're close to that now. But if we get anywhere near there, then this is squashed. So be careful with it right now, the triple Qs. Amazon's still going down. ES is trying to break out, I know. JP Morgan's breaking out. Let me just check on Macy's quickly. Macy's, look at Macy's, wow. So it's funny that we were able to get out of that one and then just tank City into Macy's today, now down 2%. And then Tesla, I guess a strong name, Tesla, because we had shorted that one, only noticing that it ripped back up. So maybe 180. I mean, whoever stood in front of 180 there got rewarded. That's for sure.
But the market looks pretty strong. I don't want to be shorting I just shorted one strong stock. That was ARM. It took out 112. And then you'll see I have Alibaba up because, wow, like the day that we don't want to dip buy Alibaba at the even dollar level, like that's the day that it's the easiest thing. Whoops, and I'm missing yesterday's data. That's fine. Don't need it. Doesn't really matter. This is 86 at the bottom. It wicked 86, held at the open, and then right in here at 10 o'clock, it bounced exactly off of $86.05. Now I want to be long back into VWAP on Alibaba. So the market trying to go up, Baba doing its thing with higher lows. If it breaks out, I want to be long before the breakout on Baba. Always been kind of like a favorite whenever it's trending to the upside. So you put in higher lows on Alibaba, and I like it. For those that are watching that FFIE, it's short sell restricted, and it just did this wick. Usually I'd be long this at $1.30 because massive volume spike at the low of the day to 125, then it just starts holding a higher low. So I'd usually be long this 30 to that higher low at 28, like 3 cents worth of risk, playing to VWAP to make 10 cents. But I just missed this opportunity. I just noticed it now. Worth noting, SSR still doing decent volume, but nowhere near what it was doing before on FFIE. Let's go to Adara for the crypto update.
Can't really talk about crypto this week without mentioning Ethereum. Massive move up for Ether. We had some Bloomberg analysts yesterday on Twitter, including Eric Balkunas, basically saying that they've increased their odds or their views of Ethereum getting approved from 25% to 75%, just based on some chatter they've overheard with regards to the SEC. Also worth noting, we do get those first 2 approval deadlines here for some of these ETFs on Thursday and Friday. So this is very fast approaching. And right now, a lot of positive outlook there for ETH especially. We do have Bitcoin itself. This is the daily chart. And as you can see, we're kind of coming into an area of resistance on the daily, getting near that $72,000 level, and rejecting a little bit here. We had that great pop yesterday in Bitcoin in tandem with what we saw in Ethereum, and nice volume as well. So not at all a bad look for BTC or Ethereum, and their crypto names basically following suit here. Bitcoin up 5%, Ethereum up 24%. Above that $3,800 level, so nice look there. Solana up 1.33%, Ripple up about 7%, Dogecoin up 12+%. Same with Avalanche and Cardano here, up almost 9%, guys.
Ooh, Cardano.
Wow, I didn't even look at that chart. Why isn't my oh, there it is.
Ethereum.
Yeah, holding 50s pretty nicely. Just checking out ADA. This is different because the ETH took out a high and then immediately rejected and looking a little bit weak off of that. But Cardano holding up at the top for a potential secondary run. But I like this Mogul stock, MOGL. It's Mobile Global Esports Inc. This time we actually know the name because I've traded this one before. Where are you, Mogul? Get in there.
Get in there.
Yeah, it's a NASDAQ stock down in New York. Why is it not coming in there? Okay, now all of a sudden I can't load it. Yeah, all of a sudden it's not loading for me. MOGL.
Yeah, that's what it is.
MOGL. All right, well, it was holding $1 and I was going to get long $1, but for some reason the data not coming up in there. We'll go back to it in a quick second. Alibaba's starting to come back into the downside, holding this little consolidation higher. And if we break the top, I might add to this on a top break. It's MGOL. So why was it in my drop down? There you go. There you go. I was hitting enter. On our level 2, you can just drop down and then hit enter. So I was doing that instead of just typing it in fresh. But this has broken the dollar and breaking continuously higher. So I like those dollar level holds. It's a bit of a squeeze play, obviously. So fundamentally, I'm not endorsing anything about longing this stock or anything in the long term. I just like when a stock goes from penny stock to $1. Oh, it's going into a halt. All right. I just went on the bid. If it halts, I'm long. If it doesn't halt, I'm out under 19. And it didn't halt. So the idea being, I wanted to take the halt trade, so I got on the bid. It's going to try and do it again.
MGOL.
I'm going to try the same thing here. All I'm doing is getting on the bid, taking the fill, and if it doesn't halt, I'm just immediately getting out. It looks like it is going into the halt here. I'll try to add.
Do we want to go long? That was a long halt, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a long halt now. The first time, if I had held the first long, then yeah, it would be in the money. But if it doesn't halt, you could be right back down at $1, like pull back
God.
like 20 cents or so. I don't want that to happen. So we get out. I just jumped into that halt. If we open up and fail underneath 120, I get out. If we open up and fail underneath 120 and then go back to $1, I probably try to bounce long off $1. But for now, we are in the halt of MGOL. It's a volatility halt, so in 5 minutes it'll open, or 5 or 10 minutes it'll open back up. Seriously, Nvidia's about to go green. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised.
I mean,
by
the market's ripping here. So we're at TQQ level of stop out soon. I mean, it just. Oh, sorry, that's Uber. We shorted Uber.
what's going on.
The market's starting to go upside. Like Uber, the 200 period, I actually missed it, so we're into it now. I was like, let me find out what we want. Although I was actually looking for longs, and then I looked over at my chart and was like, I was like, oh, well, Uber's at a good level here. So we had written down 65, but obviously on the day, you're not always going to get the exact price that you want right there. So we'll have to wait. We are now short Uber 37s, but it's this TQ position that we're going to lose on, it looks like. Just giving this a couple more pennies as we hit that 64 level, which is what we were talking about watching out for. So yeah, right now we're just hearing obviously AMC popping upside up to $495. So that's going to be a level of concern as well there for AMC, trying to break through 5 at some point. We've sort of looked at that level over the last little while, 5.13, $5. So good little short area there for AMC. I'm just sort of like, meh about this, man. Looks like we're going to get hit on the TQs. And I mean, honestly, all I've been hearing is that NVIDIA. Oh, so we talked about 945 maybe for NVIDIA being a level. So it's right there right now. I'm guessing that story sort of got clarified or whatever, because it doesn't seem like there's that much pain endured at all from NVIDIA today. Down 0.4? You want to talk about a stock that's probably going to blow out earnings. I mean, everybody just came in and bought this thing right back up. So definitely liking that one now for the long on dip buys. So maybe like 938, 940s on a dip buy there. Seems really strong for NVIDIA. Uber just hanging out up here still. So any kind of a dip buy for Uber, 64.20s would be nice. 64.25. Looks like it's trying to go higher here as well. We just need the market to pull back.
So I was just asked if I have anything on Intel. I don't. I mean, Intel, its chart doesn't look that different from most of the chip names, which was pretty weak. So it's down 0.1%. I don't really know what to say other than this looks like, with the market back at the highs, why would I not be shorting this into VWAP is the first thing that comes to my mind there. So I don't actually see any news with them. But then, like, AMD's about to get to 165. NVIDIA's breaking $945, and Intel's underneath VWAP. I just feel that that's telling me short VWAP on Intel, and then any market turn, this is back down at the low of the day. So if it's going to be that simple, then I'd probably just look for I'm just going to short that name if we get a chance. Mara, been looking for VWAP on this name. Oh, Baba couldn't hold VWAP. I just got out. We'll take the L on Alibaba. That'll end up being red. Still, if it holds VWAP again, I might jump back over to that. But what a run back on Mara. Now it just went like 60 cents or 50 cents in one shot all the way up to VWAP, no red candles. If it can start to hold VWAP, this is a big move in the market, and some continuation would be pretty darn nice for something like Mara and some of these crypto names. Apple, weirdly, as the market goes higher, this is now Apple dipping into VWAP. Okay, logic. When the market was weak, Apple was strong. When the market goes to the top, all of a sudden Apple is pulling the view up. But I said I was just going to sit there in front of 129. That's what 192. Like if Apple was at $129, there's some trucks that would have to get backed up for that level.
129.
No, I misspoke. It's at 192. Like you guys know about that. I mean, come on, give me a break. MGOL should be opening in about 30 seconds or so. Wherever it opens, if it goes underneath $1.20, then I'm just going to get out. There's really no obvious levels to work with once it goes this high. Like you're at the big levels on the daily chart, then there's like a gap fill to $1.70. So this is more just play it halt to halt. If it holds 120, there's a lot of room to still go to the upside. But if it doesn't hold, I think a retest of $1 could be in play, and I'd wait for that if we get a chance. It'll be open any second now. AMD's making a run at 165. That was the level we're short all morning long. Well, at least that opening range, and looked like a good one. So Mogul just opened. I'm going to take some out in the 30s if we can, and then see how far that can go. Oh, you kidding me? I just missed. Okay, AMD just already turned.
And Mogul opened, by the way. So MGOL opening lower right now. So that's why I was glad I wasn't really watching it. These stocks are so tough, man. Not even really that many shares available to trade here. Like we were just down at 110 there on MGOL. Now
Oh, it just got me out too. That was hilarious.
Yeah, now 140 ripping there to the upside. Tough one to trade. Well, you were long.
I went long. 124 was the halt. It opened higher at 130.
Yeah.
So I was getting out at 130s. I had my stop underneath 120. I told you guys where my stop was going to be. It broke the 120, is now continuing to go higher. So I had the right idea to go long, but at the end of the day, I don't trade these without a stop because the way I see it, if you don't stop out here, it could be back at $1 where I would have liked the dip buy. Now it's going to halt up at 141. Jacob.
Oh, I tried to get some there on the halt.
Yeah, you know what? If it's going to do this game, then I think I'm going to play dips. Remember the other day on FFIE where all of the dips were better than all of the breaks? That's not true. Well, there was one break that was really good. I'm going to play dips where you can at least get it off a key level. Because if I had played dip instead of the halt, then you could be long in front of $1, and then you don't get stopped out, but B, if it continues to go, risk to reward, you're better off. Jacob, we appreciate the super chat here. FFIE back to $1.50 today, trending back up, it seems. I think that could be a little bit optimistic on FFIE. I was more thinking like it just SSR bounces to get you to VWAP because it's still trending to the downside as far as I can tell. And then it was AMC that looked, oh, never mind. I was about to say AMC looked good for a break at $5. AMC just pulled back. But AMC looks a little bit stronger. You got an upward trend in AMC. You still have a downward trend in FFIE, which I'm not a huge fan of. If the stock is downward trending, it's got to be a pretty big level for me to want the long. But FFIE has a chance. As long as it's above $1, you know it has that chance to run. Let's go over to Adara for Sector Watch.
A lot of these sectors actually pretty mixed right now in this Tuesday morning. Lots of strength in finance. JP Morgan especially trying to make up for some of those losses yesterday during its Investors Day. We have health technology pretty mixed into the downside with the exception of Eli Lilly here making new all-time highs on approval in China for their diabetes treatment. So nice look for LLY. Energy minerals kind of mixed here to positive. Consumer services mixed to positive. Health services, some strength here as well. Producer manufacturing, not a bad look. It is worth noting lots of weakness in transportation led to the downside by UNP. Communications pretty weak here as well. Commercial services, retail trade, we do have some strength in Walmart and Costco, but Amazon, Home Depot, Lowe's, and AutoZone, notably to the downside. Lowe's and AutoZone also have earnings they're reacting to, so these ones especially weak. Utilities, though, pretty strong here, and also a little bit of strength as well in some of these mega cap names within the technology services and electronic technology sector. Apple and Microsoft pretty strong here. A lot of weakness in the rest of these names, guys.
Microsoft pretty strong as well. Well, Apple continues to be strong. Just bouncing off of VWAP nicely at 192. We grabbed 05s. It just went to the quarters. 192 halves been that top and the wall of resistance. The one problem with this move to the upside, well, generally speaking, the market moved to the upside, overnight highs. We just tagged them, and if you reverse off of that, then this bull move is probably going to go. Usually it goes sideways. You get bull move in the morning, and then you go sideways at some point at lunchtime. That could be the issue here at 187.6 on the NASDAQ. The ES is kind of broken a little bit higher, but I would throw some caution into the longs and extension throughout lunch. So scalping out, if we get VWAP again, we'll reload it and then work back over to those highs. What else we got going? Apparently IBM's having a good day. Shout out to you, Solo Cristo. I haven't really looked too much at that. AMC, not really looking like it's going to make that breakout for us at 5, still pulling back into VWAP. And then advanced micro devices, like you have to be so fast. It wicked up there. It got to 164.8. But it was there for like a split second and then right back into VWAP. So it looks like the sellers are still above 164.75. Up there is where I want to be short this name. And pretty much, that's it. NVIDIA has done a really good job of trying to go green. It was green for a split second. I think all bets are off shorting AMD if NVIDIA gets above, what's that opening range high? Oh, no, sorry, that's a pre-market. When the news was announced.
Did it fade off 45?
It's like 948 is where this was trading when you had that Amazon news. If it gets back above 948, I think I get off the offer of AMD in front of 165. There'd be no need to fight the chip names if that happens on NVIDIA.
All right, so our best name today is Amazon. It's not it's kind of gone to, let's Google. I was actually looking at Google here as a possible short up into that level, 177.80. I mean, we've sort of double touched up there, so that could be something. 177.80, we missed it by a little bit. You got to get it now if you want it, but again, if this market pulls back, great. All we've really done is head into those pre-market highs, and we actually punched out of TQQs at 64 when it broke 64.05, but we're back in now against this high. Just we had a wick with a big volume spike there in the futures. So that's what got us out, and then we try to fade out on volume spikes a little bit. So, you know, we'll still be red on the name because that was like, we were short at what, 83s or something like that when it came back up, so it take about 25, 30 cent hit. So this needs to come back in or we're gonna be red on the name, but I still think there's a possibility for that. So we'll take some more out here as it's bouncing around 64, but still like the trade, still think the futures have a move to the downside. We haven't got positive, we almost did. Our stop, I guess, was just in the wrong spot, but we reloaded it, but we already took the L, so just wanna make sure that we talk about that. Mogul, I did not pay for shorts, but it just reopened tank. Not tank. I saw someone in the chat said tank. Reopened up to the upside there on that spike. So boom, boom, a couple halts, and now the halt down at 130. So like, all I can really say is like if you have the appetite for halting and everything like that, then this is going to be it. Because when it opens back up, there's not even that much. It's not like FFIE. Where there's so much liquidity at every level.
MGRX has better liquidity.
Yeah, MGOL is like
No,
super thin. Yeah, no, I know, that one's better, but this one is super, super thin. So just be careful. Like, I don't think you need to use a lot of shares there, but again, to each their own. They resolved circuit breaker downside, stock only up 400%. So there's that. And then, by the way, we talked about this all the time because it's a big stock and it's one of the biggest holdings for me. Microsoft today, almost brand new 52-week highs. So like, I had no idea, and we had talked about this on the recap show, on this show, on all the shows, that why was Microsoft so beat up? I mean, their quarter was one of the best. And they got hit all the way down in. I mean, this name took a 430 down to 390, so about 7-8% haircut as well, only to get right back up to the top and break out again. So watch out for a softy break through 432, I guess. The actual high is 430 and change, but it just bounced off that. So, oh God, now Yellen's speaking. All right. I'm going to put some more on the bid here of the TQs, just in case she says something a little silly. So we'll get some more out here on the triple Qs. My next bid is at 91, so we're hoping for a push back into the 50 and the 200 on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, so there it is right now. Amazon $1. Uber 12 cents and going lower here. So far so good, but we took a lump on Uber already. All right, that's about it for me. I'm gonna get some more out of, I'm gonna get something out on Uber. There we go, we'll take a 40 fill there on Uber as it just fades back a little bit. We took some lumps, but back into Uber short.
So just one thing, this MGRX is halted, but it's actually indicating an open down. It's halted up. $1.12 it was trading at, indicating a 106 open. So that could retest $1. It's on 136 million shares to Mogul's 158 and they're similarly priced. But this has had better liquidity, at least when I've looked at it. And it just means like there's more bid-ask in there. That said, both of these are dollar plays on the reopen. Apple just wicked underneath VWAP here. So I said getting a little bit top heavy on those futures. So underneath VWAP, I want to get out. Holding VWAP, I want to try to jump back in. I like the trend on Apple. We've only been long it, but I do not need this filling in the gap. If it does, I'm going to go wait for the long at 191. Patience, like I said, has been the way to play. So if we regain VWAP, then I have no issues jumping right back into this long, play that trend into the upside as long as it wants to hold. Got the eyeballs on NVIDIA here in case it can, like I feel like NVIDIA is gonna shock some people if it can go green. So this level would be this is 948.5. So that's where NVIDIA was when this Amazon thing kind of really accelerated to the downside. If it takes that top, I think I would just try the punch long. At that point, it would already be green on the day, so it's not a red to green. It's like green after the story would be the best way to put it. If that happens, then we'll jump into a breakout trade on NVIDIA. Until then, I still feel like AMD can be worth it at the 165. Underneath VWAP, relatively weak. We didn't get that last wick up, But if NVIDIA starts to press, I still like to short one more time in AMD. It's all about being able to get it. If you get it, you get it. If we hangs under VWAP, we'll short underneath VWAP. I hate to say this about Mara because I wanted to be long the stock. It's just not a long. Mara has now quadruple bottom, but all off of lower highs. And this is starting to look like it's getting a bit heavy and wants to pull back into that 21. So the breakout was yesterday off of 21. I think we might get to that 21 level, and I'll look short off of VWAP. If we're able to catch a long off 21, I said in the morning that's where I wanted to be on the bid at the open. If it gets there, I'll look for the dip buy on MARA. But until then, it looks like it's going to be a short day for Mara. We only had the one trade. I thought we would be more active in some of the crypto names, but it's hard for Mara to break out or take trend trades to the upside when the stock is trending down. That's why we only have one long in it.
Yeah, the market's trying to hold out at the highs, which is a little bit of a problem now. So we're still flat on the day, basically down 0.11 there on the NASDAQ. I thought it would be much more of a bearish day. We looked at Micron down there at 125. We talked about that possible level for a break. It did do that in the pre-market and went all the way to 122. But at the end of the day, it's a nice run back up for Micron. This is looking like a great short if you can be patient and wait for that 129. But what everybody really is waiting for is what's for lunch. All right.
Pasta.
Yep. Yeah, today is not too bad. It is. You might have had some of these today. Maybe you didn't. But if you didn't have any of these today, then you are going to win for lunch because today's menu is chicken cordon bleu with mushroom rosé sauce, steamed rice, and broccoli. Sounds more like a dinner to me, but there it is right there.
That is definitely dinner food.
That is your
That's a
lunch for today. So, all right, Uber's coming back in a little bit, which is good for us. And Money Talks, also good to see what's up with that USD.
Another more subdued day for the DXY here. We had a little bit of a move up yesterday, but today we're seeing a bit of a doji candle just hanging out around that 104.50, 104.60 area. Lots of Fed speak to talk about, though, this morning. We've already had Feds Barkin, Williams, Bostic, and Waller. Some interesting comments coming from Feds Waller here, saying that inflation expectations could fall after more positive data, and that similarly, the timing of rate cuts for the U.S. bank, like a lot of these other central banks, is going to be depending on data. However, this note, certainly worth noting, Feds Waller saying, quote, I just don't see rate hikes happening. It's kind of a little bit more confirmatory than Fed Chair Powell's comments in the similar vein, saying that he does not think the next move will be a hike. But interesting notes there. Nice look from the Fed. We do have some more Fed's comments coming out today. Fed's bar at 11:45. Then at 7 p.m. we get 3 Fed speakers: Fed's Collins, Mester, and Bostic. No big economic data today, but keep an eye on those Fed speakers, guys.
Yeah, we tweeted that out earlier. Get our watchlist.tradertv.live with all the economic expectations for the day, what the numbers we're looking for, and who speaks and at what times. So you could definitely check that out on Trader TV Live's watch list for free. Go grab that watchlist.tradertv.live. Also, a big shout out to our sponsor, Real Trading, as well. RealTrading.com. Join these guys and us every day. Unfortunately, unavailable in the United States, but I haven't refreshed this in a while. I don't think these numbers change, but 3 billion trades, 50 plus market, 3,000 traders. Go find Real Trading right there, and you could be like Neil right here and trading on what is not a live screen, I do not think.
not even. What's interesting is they wanted me to shoot that. It's like, okay, well, let's go to another desk because it will be like on the actual floor. I'm like, okay, fine, but like it's not my layout.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
At least I put up nicely. Yeah, you gotta have a little bit of fun. You did good. But speaking of real trading, NVIDIA is real and it is spectacular. I mean, you can't seem to hold this stock down. It really does want to go green today. And of course, now that I'm saying this, what's going to happen next is it won't make this breakout. It won't go green. It'll pull back into VWAP because that's what happens when you stare at a stock trying to break out. It doesn't actually break. But with only 7 minutes to go, I feel maybe NVIDIA is just waiting around for the professor and Adara. Like, we're not breaking for you guys. We're going to break for the professor. We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, it goes, it goes. We like it. AMD close to 165 for one last reload. I did get wicked out underneath VWAP on Apple. I am back into it at that 192. So Apple dips into the previous close, We go long off that one. Now we go in long into VWAP in here to see if it can hold on to this. Advanced Micro Devices, I still say is a 165 short, but I need to let it get to 165. It just cannot seem to get right up there. And every time it's gone, we've had the short above 164.8, except for the last time. So my eyeballs are on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA has already broken out and is continuing higher, I might pull the cord on shorting that level and just see what happens at 165. But for now, NVIDIA is holding underneath 948. It's still red on the day, but just barely over for NVIDIA. AMC, we're tracking that $5 potential breakout. It still could happen. Sorry, AMC.
Okay.
Still could happen, but it's a bit of a triple top in here if it does get through $5. So I do like that breakout, but until it gets to that price, I think you just got to be patient. I'd punch in and scalp 80% out in the first 15 cents, and then try to hold the rest for a bigger move. So Apple trying to bounce. If it gets to the quarters, we'll take some out, and then see if we can't get back to the high of the day. Apple, Microsoft looking very, very strong. Oh, we didn't even talk about Tesla. Tesla's at VWAP as well, but not really bouncing all that strongly. Tesla's the other name that's strong. I keep talking about Apple like it's the only thing that's up today. No, Tesla's up a couple of points as well.
So we just kind of like very undercover here, just nailed Micron. It's not, we're only short at 18s here, but we did average it in right now. We were looking for a name that could potentially be weak in the chip space. And I've been talking about Micron all morning. I mean, we started this sort of at 8:30 when it had that move down, and I was kind of like, wow, like what's up with Micron? And there it is, all the way to downside 124. And then it just had a little bit of a jog up. So now we are 20 cents in the money on Micron to the short. So this is a name that we'll watch. We'll see. Hopefully the futures fade, which they're trying to do. And that way your boy can make a little, ooh. What's up with that, Micron? All right. Okay. I'm down. Nice pullback in Micron. Like, what's up with that? That's a good trade right there. That's almost like rifling up the top of my leaderboard there. I was not expecting that. TQ's trying to fade out. I have so many fills here at 64. It's ridiculous. Look at the futures right now, not doing too much. I'm trying to take 15, 20 cents and then pick on poor Micron here, which is, that's strange how low that went. So we'll just punch out some more there. I was not expecting this kind of a move. We actually had decent position on for Micron right there. So I don't know, man. This stop was going to be 20 cents. Like my stop on this is actually 25s. So now you're all the way down. Let's go, Micron. Let's put some more bids at 79, see if we can get out of that one. All right, here we go, man. It's time. It's time. It's Vader time, if anybody remembers. Big Van Vader
big man
coming through. But right now, there goes TQQ. Hopefully, we can get into the downside right now and take some fills in and around the 50-period moving average, as, of course, we're still bouncing around. Micron, very surprising for that trade. So I'm really thankful to have put that one on. That was a little bit of a savior there with only 3 minutes left.
What is it? The timing couldn't be any more hilarious. Like, I put the offer at 89 on Intel. Like, I don't know. Like, we were talking about Intel couldn't get through VWAP, and I've been sitting there waiting. This is the high at 90. I just got filled at 89. So we'll see if this one wants to follow. All I think about here is the market keeps on breaking higher, and the stock won't get over VWAP, so it's relatively weak. It's got a 15-cent range, so we'll scalp some inside of that range. NVIDIA is starting to roll over as well. So all of that strength in NVIDIA.
Let's go Amazon.
And it is continuing to hold underneath that 98 level. AMD's not quite at 165, but if we're already starting to turn, I got to have this one back on the radar. Going to have level 2 up. Once we're above the 3/4 mark, I'm looking for the curl and try and catch that wick top one more time on AMD. I know I said Mara was looking. Oh my goodness, Mara already breaking down. I thought we were going to get load. We're going to get something off of VWAP. It's still going to the downside. I feel like this is a short, at least into 21 even. We had one long trade, but this now looks like a short the pop situation on Mara, continuing to stair-step it in. So all that strength in some of the crypto names, not extending to Mara today. We had one good bounce play. Now it's just a VWAP short as far as I'm concerned. That said, AMD is going to be next here off this 165 as the market is retesting these highs. So let it get up in. Put that wick top in. They're going to try and get it on the reverse. We're already into Intel. Apple's still holding VWAP, so that looks like it's going to be a long, ideally for the rest of the day. And if this market breaks out the top, I think Apple's going to be a hold into the afternoon.
So it is not Vader time, by the way. It went down, we got some more fills there at 64. Then I was like, okay, we're finally starting to break. We got as low as 96 there, or 18,735 or so. Obviously, no break lower. Womp womp. We're still going to wait. My stop is 25, so 64.25, which is basically this kind of high right there. That's 20s. So we'll give it a little bit more. We stopped out early there on the break of 64.05. We probably should have given it that little bit higher, but I don't think I made or lost any more money because we got out and then got back in and actually wound up getting a better price, which would allow me to get some out there. But still, red on TQs for now. If it comes back in, then hopefully a different story. We took a good advantage there. We only have now a little bit less than 20% left of Micron. That came out of nowhere. I was just talking about it and the thing dropped 30 cents. So we'll take a good advantage of that. Some of our outs there in the mid to low 80s. We talked about that, even some 70 fills there on Micron. So that was a good one. Uber's we took some hits there when it crossed, but back into the short, took some outs around the 50 period. Hopefully that will come into play. ETH, 37.70, not really doing too much. Bitcoin's actually going downside. We looked at that at 71.30. And then Tesla, I liked the short early, wrong and got out. I'm just reviewing some of the ideas that we had. Wrong and got out there, but 179.50 definite hold on a little bit of some green volume spikes there. Could have been identified as maybe a turn, but for right now, I think we're pretty chill. We'll wait for those cues to take it up on the upside. Other than that, maybe Microsoft, if you really want a long, because Microsoft's all-time highs is right here, 430. So that could be a great break log. Basically, that wick high, you need to take that out. If you do that, 430.50, then I think you go long here on Sir Softy.
Sir, when you're that strong, you deserve the sir. That's a heck of a lot better than the other reason to give people the sir, which I'm not a big fan of. Let's go back over to, I was on Tellurian here because I just had to remind myself. I put down on my iPad after last week discussing whether I was going to get into a swing on Tellurian.
Yeah.
I didn't do it, but I'm making a decision today because it's actually down 8%. I just wanted to see if there was a reason for it. But I know I'd said that last week, and I was like, maybe I'm going to get into this thing. I have not, but I am trying to make a decision. Intel just bounced off of VWAP. When I say bounced off of VWAP, back, wicked underneath. I'm getting some out in the bid in the low 80s, and then we're going to take some out at the low of the day. Still some strength over in Apple, but it's past 11 o'clock. We're going to get our salad for lunch at some point and then maybe enjoy some chicken cordon bleu. That's me trying to say it properly.
I like it, bro.
I probably won't get any actual
Rosé sauce?
I'm not a big rosé sauce fan.
I like rosé, but on chicken cordon bleu,
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I'm sure the Professor Nadera will have some chicken dinner winners, and maybe an NVIDIA break finally happens for them on Learn to Trade. Go get them.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif. And we're going to actually do the roll call today because I kind of forgot yesterday, so it's all good. So we're going to wait for everyone to come on in from the other stream. We already have Big Kyle Burdett in the chat letting everybody know what he's looking at. He's looking at Tesla. He's looking at the SPY as well as SoFi. I think he sent me a chart on that. So we'll look at that in a second. Shout out to two Pamps, Darwin, Alex, Enzo. We got Easy Trader, Mateus Lane, Miss A, Mr. Long Shorts, and Solo Cristo. Market Snipers in the house, as well as Sebastian Pitchbull, Max, 2 New York Cents, baby. Big Bob Dub, Ken Wicken, TH. We got the Piper. We got Naps as well. Aaron and Joanna Brewster, Day Trader Cut, and James Dell all making it in today. Lionel Martinez. I was about to say Lionel Messi. You really got me close there. Joe Finero, Raul Elon, and the Skips 8. All in the house. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine Tuesday? Bless you.
Bless you, Neil. I am well. How are you? I do, big day in these markets today. Obviously, a lot of stuff running. We made all-time highs on some stuff. Microsoft's moving as well. Anything you're looking at before we get going?
Yeah, I'm looking at two old pals. One of them is going to be NVIDIA. I already took a filled short here, but you know what? I'm happy I had the impetus to take it. I want to talk about it, and I managed it okay. So I think that's sometimes what matters. I've been obsessed with 948. Sean can tell you I was gapping about 948 last night in the market recap. Then, we closed yesterday at 948. I've been liking this level since last week, mind you, 948.50. Neil mentioned as well earlier that drop we had, 948.50.
No way.
NVIDIA loves 948. So I see us fail to get to 948, and I say, Dara, try your short. Try your short. Took a short, and NVIDIA was like, see ya. Popped above 949. I said goodbye. So risk a little bit. You have to risk to reward. Now, look, now we're failing. So I should have, in retrospect, it's like, how do you do that trade better? You don't short at the second it gets near at 948, although I did wait a couple times. I should have waited to see that failed break up, like us try to get it and fail below. So timing there was an issue. I'm not saying I'm not getting back in it. You know what I mean?
I like it.
The other one I'm looking at is, I refer to two old pals, so everyone I think knows where I'm going here, or maybe you don't. You mentioned names making new all-time highs. One of them's Eli Lilly. I was talking to you about this look. I live this look. I like that we have some levels here. I actually wrote down levels. It's not a sticky note, but it's my own little list of levels I like. And Eli Lilly, I have a couple here, not in any direction, just levels that I will be looking at the chart for. 815, 810. So just to show 815, 810, 807.50, 805. Those are going to be my levels. 805 actually right now in confluence with VWAP. So not a bad look. I want to be, obviously I can't trade NVIDIA and Eli Lilly at the same time because they are both big old monsters, but they're ones that I'm going to be looking at.
I love how the sticky note kind of, well, it's not sticky note, but your levels. I like that. Sounds good. All right, guys, here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at XPEV. It had a big move up, and there is one hell of a tug and war happening between buyers and sellers at said $9 level. I'm long 9. It doesn't say it on the position board, but I am long. Once I wet my beak or get stopped out, it will update. But there is a pre-market level for XPEV that I liked at this level. So it wasn't just the 50 period on the 5. It wasn't just the whole dollar level, but it was the top end of the consolidation range in the pre. I'm talking about said area top over here, 894 at and 899 here at the top. So I said, okay, I'm seeing a whole bunch of bottoming tail candles come through 9. Let me get in, come what may. I put my out below 890. We'll see exactly. So I'll have to give it some room. I'll look for a possible VWAP retracement. That's a little ambitious, but we're going to stick with that kind of thinking. That is obviously if I don't get stopped out. So 946s, 940, depending on where VWAP is at the time. It is a dynamic indicator, right? So it's not going to just stay stagnant. It could come down as the price action remains below it. So you have to be alive to that. So your profit taker can't be, if you're aiming for a VWAP profit target, you got to make sure that you're adjusting it as a VWAP adjusts. So I'm long at 904, I believe. We're printing 903s right now. The idea here is to maintain 9. If 9 goes, that's the end of the trade for me. I'll get to a whole bunch of these different small cap gappers because there are plenty are running today. Trust me, no shortage of small cappers to talk about today, but we do have a lesson that we got to get to. So let's get to that. We're talking about the measured move all week long. Yesterday, we introduced the concept of the measured move so that we could get more nuanced with the lessons and the trades that we can make, derivatives of the measured move. So let's get right to it. This lesson dives into using true range and average true range. Believe it or not, they're different. True range TR and average true range ATR to identify intraday trends, helping you navigate the dynamic world of short-term trading. So let's get right to it. Understanding true range, let's just talk about what this is right away. So imagine a stock bouncing between high and low prices throughout the day. The true range, TR for short, goes beyond the simple difference between these two, the high and the low, and actually captures the market's overall movement. Here's how to calculate it. For your current high, essentially this is the standard price range. It's your current high minus your current low. And then you're going to have the absolute value, of the current high minus the previous close. I know we get a little mathematical here, but you can always screenshot this and have a look through it later. So the absolute value of the current high minus the previous close, and last but not least, you're going to calculate the absolute value of the previous close minus the current low. I know a whole bunch of different numbers there, but I'm sure if you use it enough, it'll just become second nature. So your true range equals the highest value among these three calculations. So once you do these three different calculations, the true range will equal the highest value among these three different results. It considers not only your daily high and low, but also how the price moves relative to the previous day's close, providing you a more comprehensive picture. So that's, you know, it in a nutshell. I know it gets a little bit more nuanced, but we're gonna get to that in a little bit. So this is a graphic showing how to calculate essentially the average true range. So if my 1, 2, 3 steps were not good enough, you can always screenshot this and have a look at it graphically. I think this actually displays it a little bit better. All right, so average true range. Now we have a grasp on true range. We've all heard average true range. A lot of people use this for so many different reasons, to play stops, to analyze volatility, this, that, and the other. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about it, introduce a concept to you. So introducing average true range is a snapshot, right? But trends happen to emerge over time. This is where ATR, average true range, comes in. It's a technical indicator that smooths out volatility by averaging the true range over a chosen period. Typically, it's 14 days. So if you ever load up a software platform and you want ATR, the default setting typically will be 14. So to repeat, it's a technical indicator that smooths out the volatility by averaging the true range that we just talked about over X amount of time, typically 14 days. Here's a gist. So ATR equals the average of the previous period's true range values. So if you take true range for day 1, 2, 3, 4, you're basically averaging all those different values for the 14 days, and that gives you your ATR. That's a mathematical calculation, just to understand that. And this is slightly blurry. I apologize about this, but this is an ATR graphic, which with obviously labels and explanations over here, looking at the price action relative to ATR and looking for divergences there. So using ATR and TR, how do we do it? Okay, for intraday trades specifically. So higher TR, let's talk about what they mean first. So a higher TR, a rising true range indicates obviously increased volatility. This could be a signal for a trend that's beginning or strengthening trend depending on the context. You have to look at it contextually. A lower true range, so a falling TR, suggests decreasing volatility, which could indicate a trend's end or a potential beginning of a consolidation period. So the end of a trend or the beginning of a consolidation period. And using your average true range as a filter is actually quite helpful here. So don't jump into every trade, every wiggle. Use ATR to gauge the normal price movement for that stock, right? We've talked about this in the past. If the price makes a significant move exceeding a multiple of the ATR, for example, like say twice the ATR or 3 times the ATR, something that is outsized, not regular for that particular name, it'll suggest a stronger trend compared to a move within the ATR's range, which could just be noise. So what you're looking for here is something in the multiple of the regular ATR for that particular name. But go back and have a look historically. Is it something that it normally does? Does that name have a habit of doing 2 or 3 times ATR? If it does, then you may have to look at it a little bit differently. And remember, guys, TR and ATR are market volatility measures, not direction indicators. So they're not telling you whether to go long or short. They're telling you if the name you're looking at today is quite volatile. They help assess the strength of the trend, but they don't predict the direction. They help assess the strength, but don't predict direction. So it's incumbent upon you to know whether to go long or short based upon price action. And you can combine true range with average true range for an analysis with other technical indicators like moving averages or price patterns for a more comprehensive understanding of the trend, guys. And practice makes perfect, especially with this type of trade where it gets a little bit more nuanced. Look at the historical charts and identify how true range and average true range evolved during those established trends. And then apply this knowledge to live intraday charts. Observe, for example, how true range behaves and uses average true range as a filter to identify potential entry and exit points based on those trend based on the trend strength, Adara.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that lesson. Also,
problem.
guys, I apologize for the blurry graphic. That was
All
me.
good.
I liked the graphic, and I was trying to find a way to make it not blurry, and the graphic was like, this is who I am. Like, okay. I saw you pumped your fist there, though.
Yeah, we just wet our beak on some XPEV. Yeah, it was a 9-hold. I mean, I really did believe in the 9-hold. It was doing the wick shimmy at 9. And guys, I'm sorry. I've been told that, sometimes when I say these terms, people are like, oh. They're not sure about what I mean by the wick shimmy, so it's incumbent upon me to explain what I mean there. See how this is doing bottoming tail candles through a key technical area? So here, there's confluence between the 50 period, which I respect on the $5 and $9 area, okay? So it's the whole dollar area with the 50. In addition to that, we did have that top end of the range in the pre, right at 9. Couldn't break the pre. Couldn't break the $9 level in the pre, but come 9:30 and we skyrocket right through. We come back down off that 10.5 touch and we come back into 9. I'm looking to defend 9. Went my beak at 15s. Let's see if this holds up. It's coming back down now into my entry. So definitely showing you that the shorts are interested in pushing XPEV down. We know that these Chinese EV ADRs have been having a tough go of it lately, especially Li Auto.
Yeah, especially Li Auto. I said to Sharif, I'm like, how do you think Li Auto's going to feel that you're trading this XPEG now? But no, jokes aside, great trade there on EXP. That was not English. XPEV. There's all the letters wrong there. Good times. Also, thank you to Dragon for pointing out this meta to me. This one's kind of rangy. The thing I don't love about it is the slightly lower highs, and it looks like we're breaking below that previous base of 466.80. I think there could be something here if the spread, and actually the spread's pretty chill in this one today. Like right now, 13 pennies. It was just 6 pennies a second ago, which for meta is actually kind of awesome. So thank you very much, Dragon, for putting that one out to me. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Thank you so much to David Alpheus for the $1.99. I think this is British pound super chat. Tips on the uses of each time frame and top down. So I mean, in terms of time frames for charts, it's going to depend on your personal preference. I think sometimes, and you always want to look at multiple time frames. So sometimes, look at daily. Sometimes you want to get a general sense of trend and levels. So I'll just use meta because it's open. Bless you. So you look at the daily on Meta, you could see, hey, we actually do have some interesting support. That's actually Meta ended up being a great example. Thank you, Meta. This 480 support and resistance, for example, that you can see on the daily chart that you wouldn't necessarily see on the intraday chart of Meta because it's not a level that's going to show up in the intraday. You know what I mean? So that's, I think, one thing to keep an eye on here that's interesting that you could look at on the daily. Then let's say, well, what if I want to look at the hourly candle on Meta? Well, then you can kind of get a sense of general trends too, right, on a wider term. So we've been in a bit of a downtrend in Meta in the last few days, something you can see in the hourly. Trade, and then, of course, on in the 5 minute, you can just kind of see different stuff. So I think one thing as well is different traders are going to trade off different tables. I know, Sharif, you like the 1 minute. I like the 5 minute. Obi likes the 15 minute. So you're going to have different time frames that you prefer to trade off of. But I would always say this is something I need to get better at as well, looking at different time frames.
I like multiple time frames.
That's true too. Yeah.
I like the 1 and the 5.
Okay, so
the weasel my way in.
Put you in a box.
Yeah, so the side charts are all 5, and then the trading, the white ones are all 1s. I know. I kind of like to keep it fresh, keep it diversified. I see you, Rohit. I see you, Brad Gober. You guys want me to go over the small cap gappers, so I'm going to do that because I'm excited about the small cap gappers too. All right, there's a whole lot going on. A couple in triple digit land. It goes by the ticker MG. I can read, I promise. MGOL, big move up today for this monster. 391% in the good. It's doing the wick shimmy. Right now, these bottoming tail candles trying to hold up at the 10 at $1.15-ish. It's touched the 20 once here. On my 5 minute time frame, it came into it super quick. It didn't even make it into the $1 area. It came into 103, 1 penny above the 20, but it kind of looks like it may be doing around a top. I don't know. I'm going to stay away from this for the moment. There is a trade to be had here at the $1 area. I feel it's cleared 1 by enough distance to say, okay, I'll use 1 as a level of support to defend. It looks like maybe it's going to be the 20 or the 10 featuring here because the closing prints all above the 10 on the 5 minute and the wicks, the deepest of which has come into the 20 on the 5 minute. So all eyes on MGOL up big, almost 400%, having done 201 million shares on the day. Geez Louise, keep your eye on this one. This one could definitely get going. MGRX, no slouch either. This one started its life well in the heart of penny stock world. Right there at 25 pennies was the closing print from yesterday. Alas, this headline came in at 8:30, and this went up big boy, right into that 8 penny area. Then we descend right back in to about almost 40 pennies there. So we give up basically half the move, and that was the end of that. Inverse head and shoulders, it looks like, and quaboom went the dynamite into the high day 112. It's below $1 right now, trying to do the dance here with the 10 or the 20. Above VWAP though, VWAP is at 73 pennies on MGRX. I didn't give you the deets on this, and that's my bad. So give me a second here to load it up. I don't know where the hell these things keep going. MGRX, all right, let's find out. MGRX. I'm trying to load up the details for you guys. All right, $20 million market cap. I already mentioned it did 168 million shares on the day, 15 million share float. So kind of small, especially for a stock that was 25 pennies about a couple hours ago. So good look there. Keep your eyes out on that. XBEV already made that whole thing clear. Not going to belabor that anymore. BDRX, this one, another decent one here. I think this is a holdout from a couple of days ago, but getting a real nice move today. This one started moving at like 4:20 a.m. and has been making higher highs and higher lows, highest of which is 296. Well above VWAP now, but one thing I can make a quick observation about this, the range per candle on BDRX is quite wide. That usually lends itself to getting wicked out on a stop out. So you're gonna have to be quite strategic with where you place your stops. Looks like a deep retracement came into that 50 period area with a hold up at 2. So BDRX also on watch. And last but not least, MMAT. The deets on this one, I'll give it to you in a second. It's below VWAP right now. This one really started running in the aftermarket yesterday. We're still below the aftermarket high yesterday at 460. But MMAT, $22 million cap, 34 million shares traded on the day, and the float, 5.4 million shares. So definitely on the smaller side, but below VWAP right now, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, thank you for going over that one for sure. In that, and that's a great beak. What are there, just hanging out there?
Yeah, it's just hanging.
Just like hi, good job, Sharif. It's congratulating you.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, you know what? I saw Anurag here asking us to look at a review on Tesla. I just took a failed Tesla short, which I can talk about briefly. I just tried to short that 179. It was a bit of resistance earlier, and I was watching the future went down a little bit. So I said, hey, Tesla might go down a little bit here. And Tesla laughed in my face. It's all good. It went exactly as planned. So I have to be really proud of the risk management on it. You know what I mean? Even if I'm not proud of the trade. So I had a successful NVIDIA trade that I literally have forgotten to go over, which I'm not going to get at right this second. But yeah, to answer your question, Anurag, let's look at the daily. I know you were looking at a swing here until the 200 level. Yeah, here's my thing on Tesla is I think some of the main resistance, I don't know why it's not showing me the whole chart. I know 205 has been a level of resistance here on TSLA, but right now I think we're kind of a little bit top and churn. We've kind of been in that 170, 180 area, and I would say that 180, I think we kind of need a catalyst to break above that potentially, just based on what we're seeing on the daily chart. Also, we do have a lot of hubbub in with regards to what's going on with that pay package, right? So I think until we get some of that stuff sorted out, it might be a little difficult for Tesla. I would just say, yeah, in terms of levels, of course, we did a nice move up earnings, but we gave back some of that. Right now, we're literally just kind of chopping and churning around here, around this 180, 170. So I'm going to be honest, a little bit harder to give levels beyond that 205 resistance, going back a little bit. Also, if anyone else wants to look at tickers, definitely put in the chat, say hi, let us know.
Oh, yeah.
Because we love getting to see what everybody else is looking at here. Tesla, don't reject now, come on. But also, thank you so much to the only 4.0. I like that casual, like academic humble brag. I love that. 199 super chat. Good beak wetting spot here on FFIE or not?
Okay.
So I am not. I know you've traded this name in the past, so you might have a better look at the future of Faraday.
You're great with levels too, so I think you can give a very
okay. Yeah, I would say sorry, this was a couple minutes ago, but I think that 150 to me that's clearly an area of resistance, and it was also an area of support in the pre. So I would say 150. I would say thank you Faraday, and definitely get the beak a little bit drenched here. Not that we have kind of continued to climb back after that 10-20 moves, so we've continued to steadily climb higher. But I do think there is a bit of support at 150, or sorry, a bit of resistance here at 150. So that would definitely, I think, be an area of interest there, just based on what we're seeing on the 5-minute. I'll take a look at the daily on Faraday as well. Yeah, I was going to probably not giving you a lot of levels here, just because this one it does move like a small cap, so it's a little bit harder to read on the daily. But I do like, let's switch to the 3-minute as well, see what I'm getting. Yeah, 3-minute, I still do like the 150 level. However, I mean, we do have a little bit of a bounce at 145, so that could be worth noting as well. But yeah, I don't think peak wedding is a bad idea, just given how strong that resistance has been. Also, I want to quickly talk about my NVIDIA trade earlier. So I'm still down in the day because of my first NVIDIA trade, which is entirely my own fault, and that Tesla move, which I'm still happy I took. But NVIDIA, I want to talk about this. So I was waxing poetic with the 948.50. Then I got involved too early this first time. I didn't even wait to see it try 948.50. I said 948. Yeah, that was a mistake. The second time, I watched us get to 949, watched us get to 948.50. We reject. I was like, okay, Adara, this is your point of entry. Tried to get 948.50. NVIDIA said no. I said, you know what? Okay, I'll give you 948s. I'll risk into 948.50. I wanted minimum 947s. That's exactly what I got. So very happy with this trade. Still down on the day and down on this name. But again, this is the type of trading I need to be doing where I'm kind of having, I was willing to take all the way into 946. We struggled with 947, so I said, Adara, say au revoir to NVIDIA, say goodbye, and get out of Dodge. So that's what I did with NVDA. Still looking at Lilly, which is seeing an interesting chop and turn around VWAP. And again, I know I used to trade Lilly kind of flagrantly, especially in the sim, but I've not traded it since going live. It has a great catalyst with that China GLP-1 approval. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on.
All right, I got into the dead one, Apple, for a 10-period retracement. I am very cognizant of the fact that it's setting up for a possible double top. I'm going to risk 10 pennies for that 192.25. I was looking for a 10-period hold here on a lighter retracement. We did a 20-period retracement here, or you can make the argument it was a VWAP. So I was looking for a shallower retracement at the 10. It comes, it doesn't. We'll get stopped out through the break of the $0.25, and then I'll be looking for a 192 possible hold up here, which is the whole dollar level, obviously, but it is also the volume weighted average price. Apple having a hell of the day. It looks like that share buyback program's been put on overdrive over there in, where are they? Cupialto? Where are they? Cupertino. Get it together, Sharif.
I like you married Palo Alto and Cupertino. I like it.
Sorry. Yeah. My brain is all over the place. Anyway, looking for a pop here on AAPL, looking into that $0.50 level on Apple there. I want to remind you guys that we have an entirely new segment between 2 and 2:20. So typically what ends up happening is Brendo and I get up at the big desk, the big kahunas sit to our right over here, and we go through the same rundown that we do between 9 to 9:30, right? So that's all over. Now you guys are gonna control what we talk about from 2 to 2:20. You'll be able to vote for your favorite ticker, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Apple. I just got stopped at Apple, speaking of that. Whether it's Google, whatever you guys want, you'll be able to do it super easy. All you got to do is hit exclamation point, write in the word join, space, put the $sign and the ticker that you want. I'll show you how it is in a second. You'll be able to vote every day between 1 to 150 for the stocks that you want us to talk about between 2 to 220. So you guys are now in control of that. I just want to let you know, and we'll be talking more about that as the show goes on. Just to remind you, it was met well with over, I think, like 1,200 votes yesterday. So that was pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, not a bad look there. Apple on the way down here, Ram, breaking into the 20 period. I'm going to see, first of all, does it hold up at the 20 period on the 5, which is right where we are right now, or does it want a deeper retracement into that 192? Again, I'm very cognizant of the possible double top that it put at 192 2/3. That's where Neil wet his beak on some profit. Shout out to him. Great trade for Neil there. I'm going to be looking at how to weasel my way in again.
Yeah, we are certainly lots of weaseling there. I did myself weasel a little bit into to Tesla. I've noticed that it's kind of been moving inverse with the future. So when you have a little bit of the future, the Qs. So I've noticed when you have a pop up in the Qs, you have a pop down in Tesla.
Yeah.
You have a pop down in the Qs, you have a pop up in Tesla. Which is why I initially tried to go short when I saw that move down in the Qs, and then I realized, hey, Dara, you have to do the opposite. Case in point, right now the Qs are breaking lower and Tesla's trying to break above 179. So I'm just gonna be playing this throughout the day. I know this isn't really the type of trade I do, but I mean, I love scalping, so why not? If I see that pop up in the Qs, I'm shorting Tesla. If I see a pop down in the Qs, I'm going long Tesla. I think it could just be crazy enough to work. Also, speaking of EVs, I want to say a thank you to our lovely sponsors here at VinFast. Attention, electric vehicle enthusiasts. VinFast has teamed up with automotive giant Bosch to give you access to a massive network of 700,000 charging points across 30 European countries. That's right, with this partnership, you can now embark on epic European road trips with confidence, knowing you'll always have a charging station nearby. The VinFast app and in-car system will make locating, charging, and paying at Bosch's vast network a breeze. Plus, you'll stay ahead with the latest charging tech and top-notch customer support. Get ready to conquer Europe and your VinFast EV like never before. So thank you so much, VinFast. Much appreciated there. But yeah, so if I trade Tesla, it will be pretty VinFast. There will be in and out. It will be scalps. And yes, is it kind of maybe weird to take trades based on the inverse of the future? Sure, but you got to do what the markets give you. And right now, the markets are giving me some bizarre counter trend Tesla trade. I don't know. It's happening, and all I have to do is just take advantage of it. So that's what I'm trying to do.
I like it.
Oh, you're in 2 trades right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm still holding that XPEF trade. That's done nothing for a while. I'm going to leave it. Ponzi Fonzie. Yeah, you're a joker, bro. I like Pons. He's good vibes. I'm like, guys, don't vote until 1 to 150. What does Pons do? He starts voting. I know you heard me, Ponzi. Guy. Anyway, back in that Apple trade, I'm going to look to add at 192.05. So I'm just going to hold on to this. That's what I'm going to do there. So Elon, would XPEV look downtrend like a bear flag, or do you believe $9 support? Good question, actually, Pons. It could be a bear flag, absolutely, because yeah, that's what it is. A big down move and a sideways thing, or we could start getting that kind of rounded bottom that the NOS boss talks about. We'll find out, we'll find out, Elon. So we'll see if we get that $9 break and hold below, or we start curling back up. It looks like the volume has really taken a nosedive here. We were doing about 4 million shares at the top there per 5-minute candle. Now we're down to about 500,000. So we'll keep eyes on XPEV. Hard to figure out exactly what this is going to do, especially since it's rounding out here. But I'm going to pack my patience with this name. So that's the look on both of those. I did get back into Apple because I put in a hammer candle at the 20. I could have had a better price, but that's all right. Let's see what else everybody's talking about. People are talking about the Zon, Amazon. All right, Amazon, please. That's very polite. Says Yaz. Let's have a look at the Amazon for him. This could be also a bear flag, Yaz. This is what they kind of, big down move, and then a sideways consolidation with a clear bottom there at 181, maybe 183/4, thereabouts. Yeah, look, this is selling off because of the delay, I guess, in picking up the H100s. I guess they want the Blackwell chips. Maybe works better for what they have planned there. In any event, kind of an interesting time to want to announce that the day before NVIDIA's earnings. So I found that a little peculiar and a little eyebrow raising. I don't have a trade on this one other than to say that a possible range is being established right now on Amazon with 182 to the high side and generally 181 to the low side, but you do get these wicks above 182 and below 181. So make sure if you're going to play that range, you are keeping, you are aware of that range, and you're going to play the, you're going to place your stops in the appropriate area. So another bottoming tail candle came in here on the dead one Apple as it comes into that 20 period, and it seems like there's a bit of a tug and war happening right now between buyers and sellers at set 20 period. We're 1 penny out of the money at the moment, but I do like the fact that these candles are showing that buyers are trying to push them up. Whether or not they win at those levels and it starts curling, an entirely different story. So I'm going to pack my patience on Apple, see what we get, maybe something at that $50 area or something there.
Yeah, I am trying to see what we get in NVIDIA. I went long because I know I was like 948.50, 948.50, I love that 948.50 level as resistance. So when it flipped to support, like look at these little bounces. I said, Adara, come on, man, come on. So I got long. I'm gonna get out here. We could break above 950s, but that's really not my type of trade. Or if it is my type of trade, it would not be my type of trade in NVIDIA, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to take this type of breakout on NVIDIA, especially when my successful trades on this are usually just from scalping. Got a little bit lower here. I'll get out at 949s. I'll be pleased as punch. I was risking into that 948 area, so it's a little bit disappointing. Hopefully, I don't end up paper handing this because I would be displeased as punch. I want to see us bounce off that 948.50. That was my level of entry. It is a level that I found really fascinating, but I don't want us to flip this back from support back into resistance because, I mean, who wants that? Not me. But yeah, so I should have maybe gotten out of this a little bit earlier, but you know, we did what we could, and I didn't have a reason to leave yet, which is why I didn't. And with this spread in NVIDIA, it's something you have to be cognizant of. Also, I've kind of given up my weird counter trend Tesla versus Qs play for now, because Tesla's decided it actually wants to be friends with the Qs now. It's like it heard me say that, and it's like, oh, you want me to keep doing that? No, I'm good. So I'm like, you know what? Okay, Tesla, that's fine. I'm going to be focusing on your Mag 7 cousin NVIDIA because I like what's happening here way more anyway. So we're going to keep seeing this bounce. If I get 50 cents of this, I'll be pleased as punch. It's NVIDIA. Sometimes you have to scalp, take your profits. And I'm also really proud of myself for not giving up after that first questionable trade that I had in this. Is because I think for me, like I don't view my subsequent trades on this as revenge trades, because that first trade was, I mean, yeah, it was really questionable. I should have waited. The point of entry was but A, the idea was not incorrect, and B, like I got out of it accordingly. I feel like usually I'm more prone to revenge trades when I manage it really badly. You know what I mean? Because having ideas is one thing. You have to execute the ideas you have. Of course, the ideas could be better, right? But it's like, for me, as long as you get out of it mostly unscathed, you know, you're like Jason Bourne hopping out of the vehicle, or I don't know, Vin Diesel or whatever, then I feel like things are, I usually feel a little bit better. That's my own personal thing, and I've talked about this a lot. I think revenge trading really is going to depend on the person. I don't like what we're doing here, though, on NVDA, so I might have to scalp this out flat just because I don't think so. I think maybe we're getting a change in the tides, to quote the guy next to me, Sharif. Yeah, we got out of this. I just didn't like how we were waffling at that 948 on the book, so I got out. And it is what it is. Took a couple pennies, so please as punch. Also, thank you so much to Kyle Burdett, suggesting a very unusual ticker here. Oh, here's $2 super chat. Join $TACHE. Join Stash. So thank you very much.
He told me my mustache was looking powerful today.
I like
So
that.
I was appreciative of his comments.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's a compliment. I think he's like pro Stash over here. Shout out to Kyle Burdett, always with the funny super chats. Big Kyle. Are you making any big trades?
Not big, Adara, but you know, we'll do what we can. A few pennies in the money on said Apple trade, but I do like the hammer candles, the bottoming tail candles that they're putting in on 5-minute chart right now. So packing my patience, looking to wet my beak on the break of 40s. The other trade that just popped up, not surprised that there was no follow through. That's the second time XPEV has done that, where it's left $9 by some margin. I think it popped up into 16s. I saw everybody getting excited in the chat that it was kind of curling back up. Alas, it comes right back down to play that same range, a few pennies below 9, maybe 10 or 15 above 9. I don't know if that may be foreshadowing anything, not making any suggestions, but just, you know, giving you some food for thought there. Keep your eye out on this name. I'm going to continue to hold the remaining amount that I have left. I'd ideally like maybe a VWAP touch, but I think that may be a little ambitious at this level here. If I can get something maybe in the 30s, I think that would be really good. Go Apple, go. Right back into the, on the curl, goes Apple into 192, low 40s. I'm looking for something around the $0.50. We'll see here. This is what I'm looking at, and this is what got me right back into the trade after getting stopped out on Apple. I tried a 10-period retracement. The market said too shallow. So I went 20, the market said just right. So we'll see if we start curling up here. These are the two candles that I'm kind of emphasizing. The fact that they dipped down into the 20, buyer said, nuh-uh, we want it a little bit higher today, and then they pushed it back. We'll see if we can get something around, again, the 50 penny area. If ideally, I'd like high a day, but, you know, yeah, it's tougher to do. Big Kyle Burdett was pointing out to me that the Meta was on the way down. And so I just pointed out to him that there was possible support at generally that 465 area owing to the IB low there, right at 465. Where'd it go into? Got to 465.12, I think. 465.11. We're at 465.02 right now, trying to maintain that 465 level. We've already printed lower, but it's a $400 name, so you know you're going to get prints below the whole dollar. 464.80 at the moment is LOD on META. To go green, we got to get up right into that 469er area in order to reestablish Greensville on Meta. So I'm going to be watching Meta. I'm looking, you know, call me crazy, but I'm looking for a possible curl back up here, Big Kyle, especially if we can maybe get this candle a little hammerish or bottoming tailish, showing us that the buyers are stepping in here. I'll be looking maybe for something back into 466, ideally, maybe even 466.5. That is if the long is in play, but if the short's in play, that's fine. The soft one has just moved up into high of days again. Microsoft 430.5 HOD there, Katina man. Great look there for Softy on the day, holding the 10 period like a dang glove. That magnetic effect that the one that Knob always talks about, really in full display right now on Softy, as this one's got no desire whatsoever to print anything lower. New high day as I speak right now, 430.70, 75. It's continuing to pump here. Someone's buying up a storm on Microsoft. Here comes 431. Here is 431 on the soft one. Great. What is going on with Softy? This thing's uninterrupted. 1.4% now. I'm looking for anything here newer on Microsoft. NVIDIA, what the hell is this? Here it is. NVIDIA, what is this? It completes pricing power circuitry. This is just coming in right now. I don't know if this is Microsoft related, but Microsoft got one hell of a pump on this. Did NVIDIA do anything right now?
Yeah, unfortunately it bumped a little bit.
It bumped, yeah. Well, there's a headline that just came out here on the video. So for whatever reason, the soft one started going as well. I'm not really sure what to make of that. Almost 432. Look at this candle here on Microsoft from 429.75 to 431.75. in 1 minute candle. This is the biggest candle that's printed on the day, Greensville. So good look here for Softy while we cover that live for you guys. Apple right back down into the 20 period here after moving up into 44s. Decision time. Have to see if I'm going to get out of this trade.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, you initially had the long, then I didn't like what I was seeing on the book. Turns out, actually, had we not had that pump, I think that trade would have probably worked out. So got back in the short here. I'm just hoping we stay below this not hopium. I'm looking for a move below that, staying below that 949.50s. And I say that because we had to move back above 949's 50s, which is why I got out. And then we kind of came right back down. So I said, you know what? I think that could have just been a news-related pump. Initially, though, the short would have worked had I just set my orders properly, which I didn't. I wasn't prepared, and with the spread in NVIDIA, you really do have to stay ready to get ready, or otherwise NVIDIA is going to laugh in your face. And that's what happened to me. I'm just going to have to get back out of this. So risk about 50 pennies, what have you. Slightly down on the name, slightly down on the day, but I've really been trying to hone in on my trading. You know what? I don't regret any of these trades. I regret maybe a little bit the management on that short, because I could have taken my 50 pennies instead of just getting a little bit chopped up by the spread. But you know what? As much as this is such a cliche, it is what it is. And of course, would I like to be profitable? Oh, sure. But you also don't have profit if you don't trade anything either. And it's, you have to figure out what type of trader you are. For me, as much as, sometimes I'll take losses on these, I find I am the most successful when I do trade my mega cap. So I'm just going to keep working on that. And I still like my levels I like, and we're going to see what happens. Because, you got to be optimistic too. AMC, lots of mentions here. Lots of people want to AMC what's happening in AMC. So, okay, this is a nice look.
Hey.
Ooh, I think roundy bottom. I don't know if I'd say roundy bottom. I would say massive VWAP bounce is what I would say for AMC, as the guy to my right sometimes calls it. Look at this VWAP bounce here at that 473-esque. Nice pop-up. Higher highs, higher lows, basically since, actually going back to about 10 a.m. we started seeing this. So that's a really great look. Gorgeous look. Then also, another meme-ish name, Jacob Fletcher. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. FFIE, volume is down significantly. Are people holding as it is about to pop? The Reddit volume is huge. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit harder to tell. Like, if things are about to happen, right? I was mentioning, yeah, like I said, this 150 area could be spicy. Someone earlier was saying, like, would this be a profit-taking area? And again, we don't give advice, just our takes on the chart. But I said that 150 could be a bit of an area of resistance, especially if you look at how it was kind of support in the pre, right? I think it could pop, but I think also it could just be some rotation out of some of these quote-unquote memeier names. You know what I mean? Like your AMCs, your GMEs. We can't really say what for sure it's going to do, right? I mean, I see what you mean. We could be kind of consolidating here at that area for a pop-up, but I don't want to make any predictions. I will say that the area we're at, this 150, is really interesting, especially with that VWAP bounce and generally higher lows. But, you know, just because people talking about Reddit doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see that impact come on the chart. Again, you know, I'm sure I'll say this and then we'll have that move, but you know what? Just looking at what I'm seeing right now. Also, NVIDIA, you really just came back down, huh? Good times. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Apple. It's coming into VWAP here, so I've got an order out at 192.05 to get long. It's not making the dip down, so my frugality, is that a word?
I think so.
Okay, good. We're going to go with it. Is getting the better of me again because I was sitting right at VWAP. Well, maybe I'll get printed because it's still coming down. So 192, I'm looking to defend the whole dollar level as well as the volume weighted average price. Again, I see the double top possibly here at 192 and 2/3. We'll have to see if that's a legit double top or whether it's just a, you know, intraday market noise. So at 05s right now on the bid, it's got a cross for me to get filled. I'm seeing 6s on the ask, 5 on the bid. There we go. We got filled. So now is a make or break time. So how does this play out? I'm going to give this about 10 pennies worth of range. Maybe a little bit more than that. So we'll go 191. We'll sit at like the low 90s or something like that, and we'll look to get out if it continues to print to the downside. So long Apple looking for a 192 VWAP defend at those levels. Topping till candles though coming in on softy after it got that big day midday move there into 431.75. I'm still not really seeing a headline on softy. My assumption is, for whatever reason, it just moved with that NVIDIA. Oh, here it is. Now this makes more sense. NVIDIA Corp expands collaboration with Microsoft to help developers build, deploy AI applications faster. Okay, that makes more sense. We did get an NVIDIA headline midday there, but it was moving with softy, so I didn't really understand that. That makes everything a little bit clearer now. So we'll keep eyes on softy. Obviously, some topping till candles coming in. 431 3/4 hasn't been able to break 432, but these are just 2 candles, so don't put too much stock into that. Let's keep an eye on the price action. I'll be looking for something good there. Let's put a profit taker over here on the dead one. We'll see what we get there. What else we got? What are you guys looking at? AMC. Everyone's yelling about AMC, so we're going to have to oblige everybody. Let's go over to AMC and see what's good. Okay, so topping till candle through 5 into 512-ish, 511-ish, and right back into 5 now. Do we hold the whole dollar level or do we get some bamboozlement? I want to keep an eye on this 494, 495 area. We crested out there before coming back into that 480 at VWAP and then breaking it eventually. So look for previous areas of resistance to act as support. We'll see. Nice move up right now on AMC. Let's see if it can hold 5. I think that will be the move here if it can hold 5 and continue to pump. Otherwise, I don't know. We might get a Christmas tree retracement. What do they call that? What does that Randy call that? Christmas tree retracement. Yeah. So we'll see. AMC moving, guys, up 4%. This one had a good day yesterday, especially into the close. So look for possibly day number 2. I had friends messaging me about GME and AMC, and I never really know what to tell them. Because I don't want to sound like a suit, because I'm not, and I don't want to have them punch and then lose money, and then me feel bad.
Yeah, that's
You know what I mean? Like,
you can't really win.
No,
Yeah,
right?
really
It's a little bit of a tough one there, but I said to him, like, look, hey man, you know, do your thing, but you know, there may be a bigger money that doesn't like your position. All right, doing well here on the dead one, 10 pennies in the money. It does hold VWAP. Let's see if we can get something into the $0.25 a day.
Yeah, I just tried another thing with NVIDIA. I think we keep flipping on me, and I think now it is a short, and I went against my instinct to go short because I burned on the last 2 shorts. And so again, I want to shout out, I think it was Big Rob in the chat yesterday, not a couple days ago, saying that, you know, like instincts, once you've learned enough, it's really about instincts. And I just don't trust mine enough. And that's like not great. And I need to work on that. And the other thing I want to work on too, and in case you're wondering, like, Adara, why are you beating this dead horse here in NVIDIA? It's because I know my levels are working. I know the ideas are right. I know the issue is execution. How do you improve execution if not by trying to execute? Do you know what I mean? Sorry for the intense inflection, but it's how I feel. So it's like, if your issue is execution, just try to execute better. Do you know what I mean? I think, and maybe that's like kind of a cliche platitude or a truism or what have you, but I do think that there is, to be redundant here, a little bit of truth to that, because it's like, if your issue is how you're executing the trades, think about what's wrong with your execution. I know what's wrong with my execution. I'm not trusting myself enough, and also I'm not setting my profit takers the second I get in. That's what burned me on at least 2 of these, because with the spread in NVIDIA, you've got to be ready to get out NVIDIA. So that's my issue, and I'm going to stop waxing poetic about this, but I just want to say that I think it's important to reflect on why things are going wrong. And with that in mind, NVIDIA, I see you. I'm going to take your 948 short, but I'm not going to rush into you. So that's why I'm trying to say that. Joanna Brewster agreeing with me that it's turning short, and I say that because shout out to Joanna Brewster. I know you're always trading those chips, so hopefully you're getting some chips with the dip or chips with the rip. Either direction, shout out to you. But yeah, this NVIDIA, to me, resistant, like this 948, I've been yapping about this forever because it keeps being a level. But earlier today, that's where we got that big catalyst with regards to Amazon. For the record, Financial Times saying that Amazon is delaying their orders till we get the new NVIDIA chip. So big move down here at 948. Then we come back and we see a little bit of a bounce at 948. And now we're rejecting. So I think, to me, it is a little bit of a flippity level, so I want to take that short. Also, Tesla back to doing the opposite of what the futures do, so that could be a thing, but keep in mind, we're still bouncing off VWAP and T to the S to the L to the A, so I definitely want to keep an eye on that. Big, bold action execution, says Diggle Boy with this emoji, so shout out to him. You've got to trade. You definitely got to trade strong and keep lifting those weights, and that's why I say I want to work on execution because you really can't improve your execution unless you're executing. What else is everyone looking at? Let us know in the chat. AMD says, Herbie, I like your name. Let's take a look at AMD.
Pushback. She did the pushback.
That VWAP bounce is pretty nice. That's my thing. I do the pushback in the chair. But yeah, so to be clear, slightly lower highs here and kind of a roundy top. VWAP bounce isn't bad. I'd be more tempted to take this short and then just get out at VWAP because we do have that general curl down. Massive resistance. Putting the massive resistance in AMD here for that M. But we keep resisting at 164.75. That will be a level I will be looking out for. And yeah, NVIDIA, I think I might come back over and hang out with you and see if I can get that execution right, because that's what matters.
Sorry, I'm just typing.
Yeah,
all right, no, I'm done. Yes, Microsoft's going, guys. Microsoft is absolutely flying. It's 432.5 now. It's up 1 2/3. I see it. It's an NVIDIA headline, baby. There is going to be a collaboration between NVIDIA and Microsoft. The market loves it. It's eating it up. Microsoft right now, Ram is at day's highs. It's almost at 433, 432.73. It's been uninterrupted. To the high side here on the back of that news. I see it. It's kind of hard for me to trade it using my system without just punching in willy-nilly. I need a retracement of sorts. If it comes into 430, or not even just 430, at least a 10 period, maybe 431. It's getting so extended away from the 10 period. The 10 period's hanging out at 431, the 5. This thing's almost at 433 now. Jeez Louise, this thing is going. Softy, very strong on the back of that AI news with NVDA. Is this all-time highs?
Microsoft?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, this is all-time highs. Softy at the current level. ATH, baby. All-time highs is Softy at the moment. What a recovery from that earnings. I don't want to even call it an earnings miss because it really wasn't a miss. When we dipped down to 390, that feels like a long time ago. Sorry for the charts. Those are pivot points there that are distorting the charts. I do apologize about that. We'll get back into the 5-minute look here. All right. Before I talk about FFIE, because that's going as well, I did finish my trade there on AAPL. I'm really proud of this trade because I did get bottom wick here, and I did look to take it out at the $0.25. I got filled on both, so I am happy with this Apple trade. And I did stop out previously I stopped out for the remaining balance for a little bit of a loss, but we wet our beak nicely on the initial pump there. So AAPL holding that 192 volume weighted average price, but it's slower to curl up this time than it was last time. So keep your eye on Apple. It's obviously been strong lately. If you'll recall, there is a $150 billion share buyback program that this company is going to institute. You know, when they buy, how much they buy, and, you know, at what price. Obviously, a little bit of a mystery. They don't telegraph that. But just know that that's the biggest share buyback program in the history of share buyback programs. Elizabeth Warren must be livid. That's all I know, because she hates share buyback programs.
Oh, yeah.
So keep your eye on said Apple. Now, let's go to FFIE, because that one is in a big move up. This is the daily on FFIE. We're below 2 at the moment. Let's go to the 5. Let's view it from the lens of the 5 first. Okay, so we're back above the volume weighted average price, which is hanging out at $1.43. To go green on the day, we got to get above 180. So reclaim the 200. We've reclaimed VWAP. We really just need that 180-ish level in order to get green. That was also a bit of an area top yesterday. At least it was in the afternoon. So that $1.80 featured once, twice, yes, and OB thrice at that 180 level yesterday. That came in at around that was like 545 or so when we topped out there last. It ended up going a little bit higher than that in the final minutes there of trading at 745 or so, but that's on lighter volume. So FFIE, fantastic look. Let's keep an eye out on this one. If it breaks 180, I'm definitely going to want to know about it. So here we go. We're attaching the alert, and we're going to be made known if FFIE goes to green today, there.
Yeah, we had a bit of a move down there in the futures. Thank you so much, Neil, for putting that in the chat. I've been having some issue. I'm going to see if I can reload my Benzinga Pro, because I was having a little bit of a struggle with that earlier today. But basically, thank you, Neil, for putting this in the chat. Fed's bar. We still need to finish the job on inflation. Need to sit tight for longer than we previously thought. Interest rate risk will continue. So we had Waller earlier today being like, I don't think a cut or a hike's going to be happening. And then Barr's like, yeah, actually, we're still going to be, waiting to see here. But yeah,
is that why we got that dip on the future?
Yeah, that's why we got that little dip. We recovered actually pretty nicely.
Yeah.
But you know what is funny? In my brain, I was like, Adara, the only trades you should be taking during Fed speak are shorts. I can't say I intentionally did that with this NVIDIA, but I'm really proud of what I did here, and I want to talk about it. So I think part of the thing, like I said, my biggest issue with these NVIDIA trades has not been the ideas. The ideas have been generally solid. The issue has been the execution. What was the issue with the execution? I wasn't placing my orders immediately. And in a spreading name like NVIDIA, that spells trouble. So basically, then it was like, well, Dara, why are you doing that? I realized it was because I was being greedy. I wanted to see if we could go any lower. Don't do that, Adara. Don't be greedy. Don't be the Ariana Grande song or the Tate McRae song. Just do what you have to do. And so that's why with NVIDIA, I specifically chose this level I really liked, 946.80s-ish, because look where we had that resistance and that support. I said 946.80s, get your $1.20, get out, risk to 948.50s. Really proud of how I executed this trade, but I'm more proud, not of the execution, but that I realized what the issue was. The issue wasn't with my ideas, because I tend to be very hard on myself. The approach to the trade was fine, but it wasn't how I was executing the trade. That's obviously a huge piece. That's what you're actually doing in the trade. And that was the part that was the issue. So proud that I solved the problem. Hopefully I can continue to kind of build and grow from this, because that would definitely make me pretty happy here. Tesla, if you dip as the futures pop, which I think you might do, that could be definitely of interest to me. Yeah, 1320 Wolf, there's certainly been a lot of Fed speak as of late. I want to take a look at a lot of Fed speakers sending things to the downside.
Down.
Kashkari used to be king Fed for sending things to the downside, but now Mester's like, oh, what about me? Mester sent the market down twice, once on Thursday, and then last week we got that move down. Yesterday we got that move down from Mester in the afternoon as well.
We did.
Yeah, so Mester, don't mess with Mester.
Loretta.
Yeah,
you can
Loretta.
Turn it around.
Yeah, turning the market, Loretta. But somebody sure shakes red hair, so it's pretty fun too.
She does.
But AMZN says Rivian Millionaire. Which I love that name. We do have these higher lows. I totally agree with you. That stair set up. I think we can, much like FFIE, I think we have kind of a clear resistance area. I think FFIE is a little bit clearer. Amazon's going to be kind of in between that 181, 80 and 182 area, but I do like the fact that we're bouncing off VWAP. We have these higher highs. AMZN could be delivering an express trip long, but I'm not sure yet. We got to wait and get a little bit more confluence.
I like it. Mara's on the way down. I see you guys talking about that. It's making lower lows and lower highs. It is a bit of a downward channel. If the platform will allow me, because Mara takes a hot minute to load on this chart. Oh, nice. Okay, made me look bad. Here's what I'm talking about, guys. This is nice. This is real nice here. If you're looking for, I don't want to say a calm trade, because the second I say that, this thing's going to pop or drop, right? But the point is to see that this is making a downward channel with, I don't want to say predictably lower highs and lower lows, but right now it seems as if it's predictable. But this is always in hindsight, so it may not stick to this range. It looks like here, to the high side, the 20 period on the 5, the 20 period exponential is acting as a good level of resistance. You'll see that here, the solid yellow line on my chart. Every crest that it's come into has sold off at the 20, with the worst or the biggest breach coming here at 940 to be expected, because that's the most volatile time of the day. And then here at the 10 o'clocks, you only get, you know, little wicks through the 20, and then even smaller here and even smaller here. So I'll be interested to short MARA at around 21 2/3. It's at 21 1/4 now. If it makes its way back into that level near the 20 period on the 5, I will be looking to get short on said name. Marathon Digital up big yesterday. I don't know, it was like 20 some odd % last time I looked. Down on the day though, to go green has got to get above 22 1/3. Interesting look for Marathon Digital right here. So we'll keep eyes on that. I also have a dip trade to defend the 10 period on the 5 on Microsoft, because that's what I'll be looking for. I need a retracement in order to get into this name. This name is so strong on the back of that NVIDIA catalyst that dropped midday. So I'm looking for a 431 1/3, 431 1/2 retracement. It's at 432 and change at the moment, so that may not come in. So keeping an eye on that. I see you, Big Kyle. What's its name? Meta made a nicer low through that 465. So Big Kyle was calling out Meta at day's lows at 465 and change. It's now made a low day of 463 3/4. So Meta continues to head lower. It did the dance here a little bit at 465. Then the selling really came in. No catalyst here that I can see to justify this down move on META. But we'll keep eyes on that. Tesla, 180 incoming. Here it is, 179.87. Here is the 180. Big move up there through that 178.90, right into 179.90. So a dollar move in that 5-minute candle. And now we are knocking on that 180 level. But this has been a recycled level as of late. Like, let's not, get too excited. We broke it on the 15th. We got into 181 the 5th. But on the 17th, so on Friday, we did make our way into 180 and couldn't get through it, but now we have new high day on Tesla, 180.08. Let's see if that 180 level can hold. We've only a couple of pennies above it here. It's continuing to go. Here comes 180 1/4 on TSLA. No reason why this is running. Let me just check that real quick. We're almost 3% in the green on the day. I'm looking real quick to here to see if there's anything. Oh, PepsiCo to expand its EV fleet in California with Tesla semis and Ford vans. The market likes that, baby. And Tesla coming into 181. This thing is moving 180 2/3 now. How many Tesla trucks are they going to order? In April, it was reported that Pepsi was using only 36 of the 100 trucks ordered. Okay, yada, yada, yada. How many are they going to order? 50. They're going to order 50 Class 8 Tesla semi-trucks and 75 Ford E-Transit electric vans at its facilities. This is Pepsi that's making this purchase, and that's had Tesla absolutely pop up midday there in kind of shades of softy about 10 minutes ago. On the way to 181, go Tesla, go. That is resistance level 2 there on pivots on Tesla. Now 3 1/3% in the money. 181 is about to break, guys. 180.97 HOD. Wowzers, this is a very exciting day. We just watched Softy go, now we're watching Tesla go. Who said there's no moves on the midday, Adara?
I don't know who those people are, but they certainly aren't here today. No, I'm joking.
No.
They'll still be here today. But these days, this has been such a move. NVIDIA, I wanted that 947.50 short, but I'm going to have to wait because it's like Adara. You could not just be staring at one name all day. I mean, you could, but you got a show to do. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I am proud of myself that I figured out the issue with my execution on these trades, because I think sometimes, of course, knowing's only the first step. You have to fix the problem. But happy with that trade I took, and you just have to keep learning and growing. And I think part of that is through action. Again, Big Rob in the chat yesterday saying that intuition is a huge thing to learn, and I think I kind of am starting to figure that out. So. Take it one day at a time. American Truther, thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. Barnes and Nobles, BNED, BNED. 36 million shares short in the last 3 days. Float is 63 mil, 18 million market cap. It could go GME mode. They're the founders of GameStop. I don't know any details on this. And unfortunately, like I said, I'm having some issues with my Benzinga. But basically, this BNED, let's take a look. Yeah, up 38% right now. Just got a really nice volume spike, breaking up that top, off the top of that 37.5. That's a nice look for BNED. I like this bounce here, 28 cents off that strong pre-market resistance. Okay, let's take a look at that daily chart. Let's see, let's see what we've got in the books here for Barnes & Noble, pun very intended. 104, okay. I have things I like, so I'm just saying okay, because I'm trying to, get into the groove here. I think we're going to come into some resistance. Okay. We've had lower highs, and I know, to be clear, I know a lot of these meme moves are not going to be based on technicals, but I still like to look at technicals, because why not? We've had lower highs here. We've also had a bit of a double top at that 225 area. I think both of those are certainly worth noting. Since this January 17th, 2024, lower high, lower high, lower high. We're trying to break that trend right now, which I think is nice, but I think in terms of resistance areas, let's break above that 50-ish area. Look at that support here. We're trying to crack above that. That'd be nice. Then this support resistance flippity flop at 75 cents. That could get really spicy. And of course, as well, are on that $1 area, not just because it's a $1 area, but look at that support resistance flip flop. To me, that's a nice look. Thank you so much, American Truther. We'll have to see if there's any truth in BNED becoming a short squeeze, but I think right now, today, certainly a nice look, and thank you very much for bringing that one to our attention. Yeah, Tesla, nice look there. I'm still trying to trade my NVDA at some point, but if anyone else is looking at any things, we would love to see what you guys are looking. Ike Anderson kind of like making a great general point. Watch your short squeezes this week and next week. And also Kyle Burdett bringing up a name that I know we were looking a little bit last week. Shout out to big Kyle Burdett. SoFi finally lost 710. I know this is one that you do look at, Kyle. Also remembered earlier too, Kyle was saying in the chat, he loves Loretta Mester. Yeah, I wonder why she sends the market to the downside. So I'm sure you and you're Kashkari fan too, right? But no, all jokes aside, this is a great look. Look at this kind of chop. I mean, you can't really say it's a flat bottom break because it's very barcodey, but you do have these lower highs at 711 before we break that 710 area. Shout out to 711. As a Winnipegger, I have to. But great volume move to the downside. Kyle Burdett, shout out to you. As Sharif always says to me, hope you print.
Yes, absolutely. Wetting my beak there on a softy trade, but it's coming down below my entry now. I'm looking for a 10-period hold here on MSFT. I could have flattened out break even on the rest, but I had a dip trade set up. So I said to myself, look, it didn't even make it into the 10-period quite yet. The 10 period's hanging out at 431. Leave the little bit that you have and allow your dip trade to get filled. That was the original trade that you wanted. This is what I'm looking at right here on Softy, guys. The green line is the 10 period. We still haven't made it down there. I front ran it because I felt like it was going to go without me, and I ended up printing on it. But that, let's call a spade, a little bit lucky because it came back down after that. So I was able to take some profits and right back into the level without getting me filled. Come on, bruh.
Also, we do have Neil coming up there for his lesson of the day. So sorry to interrupt you there.
Because I don't even have my thing and I didn't even realize.
That's why I was just cutting in. But hopefully that Microsoft and Apple will give Sharif two Meg 7 fills there, mega cap. But yeah, we're going to switch over and see what's happening with Neil and his lesson of the day.
See ya.
Hey everybody, welcome. Another lesson of the day here for you. And we had a couple of pre-market news stories. Both of them in the chip space. I want to go over hey, What happens when you drop news into a vacuum and the stock starts moving, maybe starts moving the entire market, maybe it starts moving an entire sector? How can you react to it? What's your best course of action? A lot of times when you're doing your pre-market prep or your overnight prep, you'll have directional bias potentially already embedded. You'll have key price levels that you already like. And all of that's important because you do want to make sure that you have an idea and a rough trading plan for your day. What happens when not earnings, but just a random piece of news drops in the pre-market before the open and you have to adjust on the fly? Well, first things first, don't necessarily ignore said piece of news. But there are some sort of things to look for that can aid you in your trading. First off, did the news actually move the stock? And did it move it significantly? And if the answer is yes, then it qualifies. If news comes out in the pre-market and it doesn't move the stock, then who cares? You can just throw it out the window and don't even worry about it. Go back with your trade plan. Maybe have it in the back of your mind, but don't overanalyze something if it doesn't actually move the market, if it doesn't actually move the stock. So 2 pieces of news, 1 Micron, and then 1 over on NVIDIA. So Micron essentially basically increasing their CapEx projections on the year from like $7.5 to $8 billion. And at the end of the day, more spending in this environment seen as a negative thing. The first thing to note is you did have a significant drop off on Micron, which was flat when the news hit and dropped a good $4 almost right away. It broke through previous days' morning support. And so it was significant. There was decent enough volume through. And at this point, you have so much time to the open because this is now just after 8 o'clock, like 8:15. You have so much time until the stock opens up that you want to pay attention to how it trades going into the open. Because one thing you have to remember is, even though it's lighter volume, in some kind of a vacuum of liquidity, big levels can start to show themselves because there's not a lot of liquidity out there. So if some big levels show themselves, you want to pay attention to them. And then on top of that, you are waiting for the open to see where the real volume is going to come in. Okay, so yes, they've sold it off here, but what does this look like when all of the volume comes at the open and those can react to the news? Do they buy it up? Do they sell it off? Don't overreact by jumping into lows at that open. You do want it to settle down. So first things you can see, there's not a lot of levels to work off of. Previous day's bottom would be 1. Now, if it had not held this on a small bounce, either you throw it out the window, but the previous day's bottom does hold as resistance right away at about 8:30. So about 15 minutes after the news comes out, you get this nice higher low at a previous key level. So when the stock opens up, you can start to look as that as a bit of a resistance level. So if you were favoring short, instead of don't sell it at the bottom, let's see what happens at the open, because they buy it right back up, but look where it starts resisting. Right underneath that previous level. So you let it get there if you want to join. Take your shots underneath that price. Once it's breaking out above, it just does not even stop. And notice, this is pretty clean, right up to the top of the gap, where it finds resistance again. So that's when the news came out in the previous close. And then right back into that bottom and that key level, which ends up being VWAP as well. So the note here would be, if it shows you a key level with any confluence, wait for that level to trade off of. If you're looking to join the trend to the short, you don't need to be jumping in at that bottom unless it shows you lower highs or a trend. At the end of the day, most of the liquidity is going to come in the open market, not the pre-market. So you want to respect some levels in the pre-market, but not just assume that it has to continue following in that direction. And that goes double for something like an NVIDIA, which, by the way, also reports this week. Very similar story. Bad news in the morning, depending on how we want to look at it. Just about 9:15 or a little closer to 9:10. You had a story about Amazon pushing back some of their orders, which was seen as a negative. NVIDIA drops $15. But much like Amazon, you'll see yesterday's resistance level, support level, turn into early resistance. But this happens right at the open. The difference being, when it gets to yesterday's bottom, it also starts holding that as well. If you look at the actual reaction here on NVIDIA, you see underneath yesterday's low, At the open, wick under, immediately bought back up. Wick under, immediately bought back up. Wick under, immediately back up. It gets pretty clear if you just look at that opening trend. Hey, yeah, that's bad news, but they're buying this up. Clearly, with the way these wicks are forming down, it'll go like $2-3 underneath 935 and then be instantly back to the upside. So it's showing you a bit of a bullish reaction to those prices. And once it gets past the next level, remember that 940, there's your support level turning into resistance. Once it breaks that and consolidates above, off to the races. I can't stress this enough. This is a perfect example, both of these, why just because news hits to the downside, it doesn't mean you're going to trend all day. Look for actual confirmation of weakness. If this was going to short back into 940, you'd be seeing lower highs somewhere in here. Either you're going to fail or you're going to fail back under 940. You're going to have sellers underneath 935. One of those things is going to come to fruition. When it doesn't, respect the fact that at the open, despite the pre-market negative news, the buyers were winning and showing you that they were winning pretty much the entire morning. The other thing to keep in mind, whenever you're trading something like this, it can move other names within the sector. This is a perfect opportunity when you see something like an NVIDIA get negative news to start tracking some other names. There's a relative strength, there's a relative weakness. When you're seeing that level get put in down at 940 on NVIDIA, my first thought was, hey, what's going on with AMD? Is it relatively weak? Now, it was holding weak. Only now is it starting to break out, but you can find yourself some great opportunities if the buyers are starting to win in stock X that had news, while stock Y, which is weak on sympathy, might show continuation. Or it could be the opposite. I mean, maybe NVIDIA continues to trend down and you find something strong about AMD and higher lows, and you might like that even more than you did before. The biggest lesson here is do not overreact in the pre-market to news that is dropped and then trades on lower volume. Allow key levels to show themselves. Allow the opening range on real volume to give you an indication of what the market wants to do with that news. Too many times people get trapped at the highs or trapped at the lows, and it's a horrible place to start your day. There's nothing wrong with news throwing you a curveball and then you just step back, reassess your plan, allow it to trade a little bit, and then jump into the fray when you have a little bit more confidence. So that's your lesson of the day. Sometimes you don't want to overreact to big news. Allow the stock to trade at the open, and then take your shot. Good luck in trading, as always. NVIDIA probably to the moon.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Excellent, awesome, and amazing. As always, Neil Roberts, baby. Every day, a little bit before noon or around noon, Neil drops his lesson of the day, so make sure to catch that. All right, as Neil was dropping hot lines, I did get stopped out of a softy long over here. So we wet our beak on some profits over here, tried to add at the 431 defend, which was the 10 period. Alas, was not having it. I do have this dip trade set up a little bit below the $0.50 here. And the reason is I'm looking to defend, number one, the 20. Number two, there is a crest there, which shows some price action resistance around this area that we did that print right at 1035 before coming back into the 10 period. So I may get missed. It doesn't look like it's coming right back down now, but if it starts curling back up, I can chase it and get obviously a worse price. But I want to see if this trend on softy holds up. If it comes to the 20, I'm a buyer there. The order is already in place. The other thing that I could possibly do here is wait for this current 5-minute candle to make a new high. So that would be the break and hold above 431.25. If it does that, then we can get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, while it's curling up after the 4 straight red candles to the downside after touching 433 HOD. HOD and ATH, baby, all-time highs for Microsoft on the day. I'm going to be looking again long some way, somehow. We want to play this name and see if we can get something. But I know that you are looking at something else, and so I want to throw it to you so we can talk about that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in Tesla, and I'm aware we're near high of days. I went short. Pourquoi? You might be asking, why would you do this? Yeah, I'm asking myself a little bit. No, I'm joking. I am confident in this trade. I wouldn't have taken it if I wasn't. But I also want to recognize the sheer eyebrow raisingness of this trade, because I do get it. I got short though because I noticed, as Sharif pointed out, we did have that topping tail candle. Also, I've noticed Tesla and the futures kind of having a little funky relationship. Futures push to high of day and Tesla drops a little bit. And every time we get to 182, and you just saw it here on the book, every time we get to that 182.10, Tesla has a little panic attack and goes to the downside. And I'm like, Tesla, I don't want you to be too scared. If you don't want to go above 182.10, that's okay. You can go to the downside. I'm all good with that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm aware of the risk of this position. It's very small, but again, I'm trying to practice taking stuff for reasons I like on levels I like. Is this a range trade? No, I'm trying to switch it up a little bit. You know what I mean? You can't do the same thing every day. But I'm still trying to trade based off of levels and based on, especially lately, I've been noticing how things move in tandem with the future. I keep saying the future now, because, no to Sharif. But as the Qs pop higher, Tesla gets a little bit lower. So I said, if I'm seeing this relationship, and keep in mind it's not always the case, then that's something I definitely want to play off of. I'm aware this is a catalyst move as well. I just want to point out, I know the DAC is very much stacked against me, but you have to have your confidence working for you, because the market is going to work against you. Everyone else is going to work against you.
Yep.
You have to work for you, and you have to have your levels work for you. And when they don't, you have to get out. So if we keep projecting off 182.10, I'm going to be out. If we keep bouncing off 181.70, I might have to get out there. But the plan is to get out at 50s. I set this area. I'm not moving this area. I keep giving into greed in my live trades and trying to stay lower than 82. It's Dara, you're a scalper. Do your scalp, and get out of here. Say goodbye. So we're going to have to get out at 60s here. I don't think we're going to break any lower, and that's fine by me. You have to, again, got to do what you got to do, got to be comfortable, got to be patient. NVIDIA on the way. Oh, that's MVDA, which is not a ticker. NVDA, Bryce pointing out NVIDIA. Yeah, it's a great look here, pushing up above. I second I saw us decisively above that 184, it went for 184. Wow, I'm sounding like I'm talking about Tesla. 148. I was like, yeah, no, I think or 948. I was like, NVIDIA's on the way up. Let's see what we do here at that 954 area. That could be certainly an interesting area for NVIDIA around that pre-market high. But NVIDIA it looks like it's continuing to go up, and I think it will be, of course, one to watch heading into its earnings report tomorrow. Let's see what Jensen Huang and co are giving everybody there. How are you looking?
Good. Not in anything. I'm looking at Microsoft right now because I'm looking at what it's doing. It's holding this 431 area, but it's really not catching a bid in the way that you would really want to see. So I'm unsure what to do at this level. It looks a little bit weak here. It looks like maybe this 1 minute, this 5 minute candle that went green is it kind of a dead cat bounce? I don't know, but the trend is strong. It's up 1 1/3. We caught a headline, this, that, and the other. We printed all-time highs. So I want to see if it can break through that 431 1/4 to make a 5 minute candle to make a new high. Otherwise, I really don't know. I already have the order there to defend that 430 1/3, which is where the 20 period is hanging out on the 5 minute. It's not making its way down there. It looks like, this could be a hold at 431, or we could quadunk off this level. We still haven't made another 5 minute candle to make a new high. We're still ensconced within the price action of the previous candle. So I'm going to continue to watch that. And I'm unsure what to do at this level. So I'm going to just leave it be. Martin Starry? Message for Sean. You watching the game? Question mark. Goal! Canada versus Czechia, 1-1. So we restart here. Let's go. I don't think he's watching because I'm pretty sure he's trading. He's right next to me and he's got his hands on his keyboard. So pretty much, yeah, the answer is no, but he heard me read it out. So now he's surprised. Thank you, Martin, for, what is kroners? Are those kroners?
I think that's Czech. I don't know. I know
is it kroners?
Norway and Sweden I know are kroners. I don't know what Czech is.
Yeah, okay, let's find out. So,
it could be a kroner. I think you are right about it being a kroner.
Let's find out what their currency is. Czech Republic currency. There we go. It is koruna. Koruna. It's K-O-R-U-N-A. Koruna.
Oh.
Awesome. So yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for that. Sean has heard the message. So yeah, go Canada. I'm not gonna, yeah. You know exactly how it is. Long softy at this level. Adara looking for that move back up on this name. Come what may, baby. Where are we long? Exactly because the position board is covered up. We're long at 26s. We're printing 33s right now. If we can make it up into that $0.50 level, that would be interesting. Let's keep an eye out on softy with that catalyst from NVIDIA. NVIDIA popping up. It actually, funny enough, it actually sold off a little bit on the news and then popped right back up. So 952.87 HOD on NVDA. The catalyst with Microsoft is they're going to help Microsoft with their AI and some hardware stuff. We saw the Surface tablet yesterday released some cool new features on that bad boy. It's being called the MacBook killer, apparently. And you're going to be able to go back to different time periods while you were working on the computer. So say I was working at 9:30 this morning on something, I can actually scroll back into that, which I find to be super, super cool there. So in softy, we'll see exactly what we get here there.
Yeah, I'm just setting up a short in Apple because, oh my gosh, I was like, oh, I like that rejection over here. Yeah, it turns out it's VWAP because I weirdly don't have VWAP on my side charts, which is probably fixed, but realizing when I pulled this up and realized we were rejecting at VWAP, I was like, don't mind if I do. So just got involved, trying to add to this position. I want to add at 192.10. There's going to be a planned DCA. I would look at this bounce around 191.80. This is where we're going to be getting out. I'm risking this little wick that we had here, this kind of bounce at 192.17s. If we break above that, that's where I'll be getting out. I'm aware this position is kind of an odd little scattershot look. Didn't really prepare for it, but I do really like what I'm seeing. Microsoft looks great as well. I hope you print. Also, thank you so much to Martin Sterry for a second super chat here. Haha. In the time it took to send this super chat, Canada scored. Smiley face. Yeah,
Go Canada, baby.
Go Canada. Thank you so much, Martin Sterry, for your support. 50 Czech Corona super chat, which I love that. A couple people asking about Coinbase here, so let's take a look at Coin and see what the basis is for Coin. Let's see if we can give our 2 cents on Coin. Okay, I like this look. So people asking Coin to 300. I think right now, Coin is doing something a little bit bamboozling, to borrow Sharifism.
Oh.
We're kind of nudging our little head, like you know how the cat nudges your head to get like a pet. That's what you know what I'm talking about though. That's what Coinbase is doing at
Yeah.
It's like, trying to get close there. However, we do have that potential VWAP rejection also kind of near that previous area we rejected off around 26s. But also we do have that pretty bullish wick to the downside. This could actually go either way. I don't know which way we'll end up resolving, but I think it is worth noting too, we did have our nice little bounce, a bit of a roundy bottom here, 1105. We start seeing higher highs, higher lows. So I think this could resolve either way. I think it's worth noting that we do have that VWAP rejection and confluence with that 226 rejection earlier. Let's take a look at the daily on Coinbase. I know a lot of these Bitcoin names will kind of run in tandem with Bitcoin, but that doesn't mean they can't have technicals. Ooh. Okay, 235. That to me looks like an area of resistance for Coinbase. Look how many times we've tried to get above it and we've failed. We have broken above that previous support resistance flip-flop here. It's not perfect, it's kind of around that 221. So I guess 221 did do things for Coinbase because it did kind of push above it, which I think is a nice look. Then I think our next resistance level is going to be that 260, 275. We're going to get into 283. I think first you have to break, though, you have to take it one step at a time. I think if we break above that, 235-ish area, then I think we could maybe see a little bit of a flip. Also, I want to talk about Tesla because I mentioned it in the chat, but I didn't mention it on the show. I'm really proud of myself for this because this was, like I said, I've really been trying to build intuition. And for some reason, my intuition told me to take Tesla short at high of day on a catalyst. But I want to clarify, we didn't jump into it too much. I did wait for us to test that area above 182 and fail, right? So I had a little bit of waiting. And I wanted to get out 181.60s because initially I wanted 181.50s, but we stalled a little bit. So got out there. If we keep ranging, I'll keep taking this short. But basically, I think sometimes you also have to listen to yourself and not what you're worried other people will think. I knew I was like, people are going to think I'm like cuckoo for taking this trade. But it's like, it's not about other people's opinions. It's about how you feel in the trade. And I honestly wasn't even that stressed in this trade, which for me is kind of a milestone. As if you're comfortable in the trade, if you have your own personal reasons for taking the trade, that set up, you got to do what you got to do. So I want to talk about that TSLA. Yeah, proud of what happened there. Apple, let's keep taking that crack to the downside. MacBook killer, you say, said someone in the chat, and also
yeah, I'm
that
personally
Microsoft-
not calling it
No,
that.
I know you're saying,
But some other people who were reviewing it yesterday, tech reviewers, The Verge, were also calling it that yesterday. So you can go have a look at it, make your own opinion, but I think, again, somebody mentioned there in the chat, I'm not sure who it was, it really is the ecosystem with Apple, but that's not the only reason. They have excellent hardware, let's be honest. Let's get to the lesson du jour. We are talking about the measured move all week. Today, we get a little bit more nuance. We talk about true range and average true range and how to use them within the measured move tactics. So this lesson dives in, as I just prefaced, true range and average true range to identify intraday trends, helping you navigate the dynamic world of short-term trading. So let's get right to it. So true range is kind of like a mathematical concept, so just bear with me here while we give you the foundation for this, and then we'll go on to talk about the actual trade. So imagine a stock is bouncing between high and low prices throughout the day. The true range goes beyond the simple difference between these two and captures the market's overall momentum. Here's how to calculate it. First and foremost, your first figure, the current high minus the current low. This will give you the standard price range, okay? Current high minus current low. You're only going to take one of these numbers, so don't feel like you have to add them up or combine them. Or the absolute value of the current high minus the previous low. Or the absolute value of the previous close minus the current low. So what you're going to do with one of these numbers, not all three, the true range will equal the highest value among these three calculations. So whatever the highest of these monsters is, you're going to take as your TR, your true range. And the TR, it considers not only just the daily high and low, but also how the price moves relative to the previous day's close, providing a more comprehensive picture. And that's why you have previous close over here versus previous close over here. You're combining those with the current day's price action kind of to encapsulate that whole thing. So that's how you calculate true range. This features later. Now, this is a visual representation of how to do that. It's a lot more, visually pleasing than the 1, 2, 3 that I just put out. So if you want to use this, you're more than welcome to screenshot away. So average true range. Now we talked about TR. Now how about ATR? So the TR is just a snapshot, right? But trends happen to emerge over time. So you don't want to look at TR because TR only looks at 1 day at a time. But trends don't just happen over the span of 1 day. As I said, they emerge over time. So this is where ATR comes in, the average true range. It's a technical indicator that smooths out the volatility by averaging the true range values over a chosen period. The default period for ATR is 14 days. So if you have a charting program like I do on any one of your programs there, and you go into ATR, you're going to see typically the default value in there is 14. So over a period of 14 trading days, right? So just the gist of it is ATR equals the average of the previous period's TR values. And the previous periods are going to be 14 typically. So you'll take the high of the numbers that I gave you previously, and then you'll add them up together and then divide by 14 or whatever you've chosen as your default range for ATR. And here is kind of a bit of a blurry picture here with ATR relative to price action. So using TR and ATR for intraday trends. So the higher TR, so a rising true range, is indicating increasing volatility. This could be a signal that the trend is beginning or it's strengthening, depending really on the context. So if there was no trend prior to that, you could view it as at the beginning of the trend. If the trend was already in play and the TR starts going up, you can look at it as the trend is catching a bid, getting some strength there. Lower TR, though, a little bit different. A falling TR suggests decreasing volatility. This could indicate a trend's end or the potential of a consolidation period forming. So two different looks there. It doesn't mean that it's going to become a downtrend. No. So falling TR within a trend means that the trend could be coming to an end or a new period of consolidation. Just looking at Mara here, guys, because Mara's catching a bit of a bounce. I'm trying to see if it's still within the range. It seems like it's breaking out of the range, so I'll have a look at that after. And ATR is a filter, so using average true range as your filter, right? So don't jump into every quick trade. Use ATR to gauge the normal price movement for that stock. So if the price makes a significant move exceeding a multiple of the ATR, for example, twice the ATR, it's suggesting to you a stronger trend compared with a move, or sorry, compared to a move within the ATR range, which is could just be noise. So what it's telling you here is if you're using ATR, don't just look to see if it's trading within one standard deviation of its ATR. Look for several different multiples of that to see, okay, this is an outsized day for this name. And that's kind of how you're going to gauge that. Sorry about that. And remember, guys, a couple of pointers here. True range and average true range are volatility measures, not direction indicators. They help assess the strength of a trend, not predict its direction. So it doesn't really look at if it's bearish or bullish. It tells you about volatility and strength of the momentum. It's incumbent upon you, though, to figure out exactly what the direction is. And for better results, combine true range and average true range analysis with other technical indicators like moving averages or price patterns for a more comprehensive understanding, understanding of the trend. I think this would be really helpful with moving averages, because we just finished saying that true range and average true range don't show you trend direction, but that's what we know moving averages are great for, because they're pointing up or down or sideways. So you can always gauge the momentum on the short-term momentum, the medium-term momentum, the long-term momentum, all using moving averages, depending on which one you're using. If you're using the 10, the 20, the 50, or the 200, all is different depending on what time frame you're trading off. So use moving averages to help gauge the trend, and then ATR to help gauge the momentum and the strength of the trend. And don't forget that practice absolutely makes perfect. Look at historical charts on how to identify true range and average true range and see how they've evolved during those established trends, and apply this knowledge to live intraday charts. Try to take what you've learned from that and apply it intraday. Observe how true range behaves and use ATR as a filter to identify potential entry and exit points based on trend strength. Adira.
Sharif, thank you so much for that lesson of the day. And again, I do apologize for the blurriness of that chart.
All good.
Yeah, well, just, to the people. Oh. But yeah, I think ATR is something really interesting. I didn't even realize there was a difference between ATR and true range. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Average, well, yeah, think about it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there's a whole other type of range that we don't talk about, which is range per candle, which is Sharif's measurement that I actually think is another volatility measurement, which you can just use as an example in Tesla. If you look at this chart, you can tell when the volatility really kicks in Tesla. And it's when we got these big old candles. So I just want to shout out, Sharif's ATR, or not ATR, range per candle, because I think that is actually, it can give you a sense of how bamboozling are we in each candle. And a lot of these small caps I know have them. So speaking of Tesla, I did try to go long. I didn't give up all the gains from that other trade. Happy I took it. And also really happy with how I exited. I got out around 70s because I want to see what we did at 70s. We get out, I get out, we drop, and I want to clarify as well, a lot of my scalps lately have been based on what I'm seeing on the book, and that's helped me tremendously. Because what you see in the book can show you change of sentiment. If what I used to see as support, especially in these kind of rangier names, flips to resistance, then I'm like, okay, I don't want to be here anymore. You know what I mean? So you got to do what you got to do. I waited to see that 182.10 break to get long, because I know I've been talking about that 182.10 on Tesla on the book. Literally one time we jumped above it, then came back, dropped 10 cents. I don't know what it is with that level. We can't break it. Looks like I didn't get my breakout yet. My entry point wasn't great either. I mean, come on, 180, 195s. We could do better than that, Adira. I'm not trying to beat myself up, just trying to encourage myself. Keep going, keep bouncing. If we keep bouncing up this 181, 60s-ish, there could be a level for me. I still think we'll break up. I just missed the opportunity, and it's actually kind of ironic that the short here ended up working better than the long at high of day, but charts don't really care about your feelings. They don't care about patterns. They only care about what they want to do. NVIDIA, if you bounce off your 950, I'll probably take this. I know I said I had no levels on this right now, but I still like that 950 area. Like I said, though, I'm much more obsessed with the 948.50, and I found I've been able to trade that a little bit better. So I got over to Apple because it bounced. Yeah, just boring. Didn't work out. But you know what? As Obi says, where's the next trade? And right now, I don't have an answer to that question, but I do know I'm still looking. Eli Lilly, oddly enough, in a range and with a catalyst. So I might, don't know if I necessarily want to because I'm a little hesitant to trade this one live. But if I like levels, I think I kind of owe it myself to try. So we're going to see what happens.
All right. I'm looking to defend 430 on the soft one. Microsoft calling me crazy, but I'm cruising for a bruising here because I am now negative on the name. But I don't know. Just obsessed with it. I don't know what it is. I'm long. I'm looking to go long. Excuse me. 430.05 to defend the $10 level. A couple of pennies away, I guess, from getting triggered. Triggered ordered, not triggered upset. Over here, we're printing 12s. I'm looking to get long at 05s. We'll see exactly what we get there. I want to mention something that Big Adam DeLuce says. Yeah, he's also big Kyle. I would suggest looking at the level on the ATR to provide you with an indication. When ATR is low, would mean less inclination of higher highs, and a high at ATR would mean we are exhausted. Thank you very much, Adam, for that. Big Adam DeLuce dropping hot lines midday. Yeah, so now long softy there. I'm going to send it to you so I can put in my orders.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate Mr. Long Shorts apparently killing that Tesla range trade. Shout out to you. I'm slightly negative on it, pretty flat. Looking for some new opportunities on this. Yeah, honestly, I've only traded 3 names today because I'm trying to limit the amount of names on my blotter. We've had like 8 or 10 recently, which is like, that's excessive. That's way too many things to look at. Like, how can I even manage that? So I'm trying to limit the amount of names I'm trading. Right now, just Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple. Negative on all 3, but I've had positive trades on 2 of those names. The being Tesla and NVIDIA, Apple. That Apple was it was a wash. Like, you know how you wash an apple.
An eye on that. I'm looking for a 430 defend. That's the end all be all of this trade. Where am I long? I'm long at 05. So good look here. Nice 20 penny winner there on the soft one. So it does hold up those levels, and now we're nicely in the money. Okay, so I'm gonna let this one go. Bit of a hammer candle coming in here, but don't want to put too much stock into one measly 5-minute candle. We're going to continue to watch, see if we can get a nice move back up. Already wet my beak on some profits, so nothing more to do here. Brad Oldman. Check out BRLS. I see it, my man. It is #1 now on my scanner, up 126%. This is the kind of thing that gets you a spot on the coveted side chart, baby.
Oh.
I know, Dara. It's
I'm very proud of it.
BRLS, I love it, right? We're talking about stocks like we know them.
Yeah.
It's good times, good times.
When you look at a chart long enough,
yeah,
you don't know that chart, Sharif. You tell me you don't know it.
Well, BRLS, her and I, them and I are getting acquainted at the moment, but because we just met. But here it is, nice dip into the volume weighted average price. As I was just saying, oh, I moved it. Sorry, 875. Good look there, Brad. 1075 touch, but it moved $2 like it was nobody's business. It did halt down. Let's flip to the 1 minute to have a better look at said halt. If it'll load, that would just be aces, baby. But alas, it is not loading, so we're going to have to wait a little bit here on BRLS. Forget about waiting. I can just bring up the chart from up here, which is already loaded. So, yeah, here's a look on BRLS, halted at the 967 area. Now we're just a smidge above $9. So keep your eye on that 875 level. We did get a nice hold off the volume-weighted average price, but, you know, this one has trouble staying open, Brad, and that, you know, bit of a turnoff. It's halted, right? Or it's not halted. It's just doing lesser volume now. The volume is really dropping off here on BRLS. Is a smidge above 2 at 9, dancing with 9 right now. What is the spread on this thing? It looks awfully spready. Yeah, 9 pennies on a $9 name. That's not really what you want to see there. I'll keep eyes on it. It's a good look on the day. Definitely got into the side chart here. So if it can stop halting and get its wits about it, definitely we will be interested in that. There's some other small cap gappers too that we can talk about. But now softy, 35 pennies in the money, looking for a $0.50 move here on the soft one. I'm looking for that 430.50, and that's about 1 penny away. Let's go, soft one. We're at 47s, and that's going to be the end of the trade for me. Happy with this trade. I did get cut up on softy. Let me tell you guys if I'm positive or negative on it. I'm still negatore on the soft one. So we'll look to get out of some trouble there. Microsoft holding at this particular area, 430. Good look here, maybe even more to the high side of there.
Congrats to you. I would like to congratulate you on that. So I guess we're going to have to find out if you and BRLS go on like another coffee date or something after you guys just for a second. Yeah, we'll just see if, I know you said get your wits about her, but we'll say wicks about because it's
Oh, wow. Yeah, I should have known that. That was a little on the nose. That's my mistake for not knowing that. Wicks and wits. Come on, Sharif. You've been sitting next to this girl long enough. You should know that.
I was happy with that. But yeah, so basically what I'm noticing too, and I want to shout out Kyle Burdett and Sean, and amongst other people, you know, as well. But basically just like what I've noticed is when you notice the key, when you're looking at the cues while trading, so not all, but some of these Mag 7 names, it can really help you. So if I'm seeing the cues get a little bit of a bounce, especially off of this area of resistance previously, and I mean, it's not perfect, but kind of around that, like 454, 65. And I notice NVIDIA is doing that. NVIDIA actually probably would have been the play here and not Google. But I've been looking at Google all day. I like the short, didn't take it just because it wasn't really a trade that I had a great level on in terms of where I'd take profit. Now I'm going long. You might be like, Adara, you're going long on Google below VWAP, below the 90 MA. Eyebrow raise? Huh? But no, you know why I like it? A, we're bouncing off that pre-market level, or I guess actually kind of where we top and turned around open, which I like even better. And B, we're doing that at the same time as the Qs are bouncing. If we break below 90s, I'm out. We keep getting to 94 and then bouncing. I think the thing is, though, too, is I'd rather get cut up on a trade that I tried that I liked than not take anything when I liked it. You know what I mean? My biggest issue is taking trades I don't feel 100% confident in. I need to stop doing that. But today I've been pretty good about that. Still, like I said, still down on all my names, but you know, I think you just got to be honest and you figure out what works. And I think today I feel like I made a little bit of a breakthrough realizing the issue with NVIDIA wasn't my levels, it wasn't my ideas, it was the execution. And then when we fixed that, we had a $1.20 winner, right? So I think that's a huge thing. I think don't be too hard on yourself. Recognize what's not working, but then say to yourself, how will I make this better? Because I think if you beat yourself up, which is what I've kind of been doing over my trading the last week, I'm not going to lie, you don't learn anything from beating yourself up. All you learn is I've cascaded myself, I've been hard on myself, and then you take that negativity. What you need to do is you need to turn that negativity into positivity. You need to find some way to motivate yourself from your L's and turn those into M's. Shout out, of course, to 21 Savage. So let's see what Google's doing. It's still bouncing. I would like minimum 177.20, 177.15s around VWAP, risking about 10 pennies here. So I feel comfortable with that. But Google, if you'd like to jump up, I'd like you a lot more.
Can I show you this, Adara?
Oh my gosh.
So I can't believe they closed this gap. Well, let's not say the gap got closed.
Yeah.
It didn't get closed yet. But this is what I'm seeing right here. Who else is noticing this?
I like that.
This is interesting.
And it's curling now.
Exactly. So look, I'm not saying that there's going to be a hold up here at 315, 316, 315 and a half or whatever, but this was kind of the low yesterday on Pandub before the epic Huadunk. No, there was more epic Huadunks. Just look at the February report. That was a real Huadunk. This one was like a soft Huadunk because we're almost filling the whole thing. Like, I mean, I'm really surprised by this Panda. I was watching this yesterday in the aftermarket. I'm like, oh, not again. I have to suffer through this again because I've been through 2 earnings reports with this monster. And so the other one, we got into the 260s. I charted this for you guys yesterday. It was a little bit of a relief to see that we were getting bought up yesterday in the aftermarket. We were dancing with like 300, almost 298 after printing the lows there, 291. It did hold 290. But when I started looking at the daily, I'm like, this doesn't look that bad. Like yes, this is a bearish engulfing candle because yesterday's price ensconces all of today. I get that. But the uptrend is still intact off that 264 hold. So we really haven't broke that. What I'll be concerned about to see, is this just some like, quick positioning because we got a quick dip in it? Or, you know, it's hard to know. It's hard to know with PanW. There was something yesterday in the report that I didn't like. Brendo mentioned it this morning. I want to mention it again. It's basically the propensity of these companies to not want to use one cybersecurity company in the fear that they get compromised, their security software gets compromised, and then that company that's using PanW also gets compromised. So what they're doing is they're a little bit with Zscaler, a little bit with PanW, a little bit with CRM or whoever, CrowdStrike. And so what ends up happening there is you're distributing your money, the money that you've allotted for cybersecurity amongst 4 or 5 names. So, I mean, at the end of it, if everybody's doing that, then the same amount of money reaches everybody, but it doesn't end up working that way. So there is some concern on my part about that kind of trend within the cybersecurity industry, for you to not want to rely solely on one company, but on multiple ones. I think that, you know, obviously has an effect on earnings of some kind. I'm unsure what to make of it. It's a tidbit that I just got yesterday. Maybe we'll run it by Alfred, see what he thinks.
Let's see what Alfred has to say on the, call him on the red bat phone.
Oh, I told him about PNW. He's like, it's too expensive. It's too expensive. I'm like, all right, bro. Everything's too expensive for you unless it's like trading at 3 or 4 times PE. Like the dude's unbelievable.
Like, you talk about frugality. I feel like that might be a word that Alfred.
Oh, he is. I told you. He's like, I'm cheap. It's my brand. That's what he said. I'm not putting words in his mouth. Truer words were never spoken, Alfred.
I do love the honesty and the self-awareness to say that it's your brand.
He is.
Yeah, sure.
He said it. MGOL getting a bit of a bounce here. Adara off the volume-weighted average price. This was the multiple halter today to the high side, $1.49. HOD, we just reclaimed a buck off that 85 penny, bounce on the volume-weighted average price. Now we're knocking the door of $1.10. Keep your eye on this level. This was the last crest over here that we couldn't break through. $1.13, $1.14 was where we held up. So this is a nice bounce off VWAP, but we need higher highs, and that comes in through that $1.14. MGOL up 365%, $17.5 million market cap, 6.3 million share float. Good look for them today.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about NVIDIA for a second, but right now how I'm trying to play this potential bounce of some of these semis as we get the futures trying to hold up here. I want to take this stock sell. I like this kind of range. Stock sell is one I've been trading recently, and to me, there are a couple levels written in the stars, or rather written in the chart. I do like that we had this little support area in the pre-market around that 47.88s. We kind of get it around 47.90s. So this is a level I think I can kind of play off of. If we break below 88s, that's when I'm going to have to say bye. 88s, 85s, I'm going to have to say goodbye. I like how well we're holding up right now, especially in confluence with the 90 MA. In terms of where I'll be taking profit, I'm going to be looking to take some out at 48.10s. I took enough shares that, you know, I think part of scalping too that I don't do very much is if you like the trade, you have to take it with a few more shares. Right? So this is not a massive position. It's not even the largest position I've taken all day, but it is a position that makes me feel happy enough that you can kind of get out, you can kind of finagle, you can figure it out how you need to figure it out, right? So I will be looking for 48.10s. I may see a piece of the dream at 48.20s because I like the confluence of that wick up here and that high in the pre-market. But sometimes when I save pieces for the dreams, it just, you know, it ends up being a nightmare. To quote Beyonce, it could be sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare. And I feel like for me, it's almost always the latter. But you can't get caught up in your head, right? Each experience of trading is always going to be different. So you got to see what it gives you. So let's hopefully don't get socked in the face and sock sell. But I like that look. Also, NVIDIA. Joanna Brewster pointing out in the chat, NVIDIA drop. However, I was watching this book as we fell. NVIDIA 948.50. Again, becoming a level of support. Maybe it's just like all these traders like me just watching this book like crazy and noticing this level, and that's why we keep bouncing here. But I didn't want to take that long right away because I was like, Adara, I think this would just be ridiculous. You keep talking about the power of execution. And then NVIDIA was like, oh, but actually, like, I'm going to bounce. So you could have done it anyway. And I'm like, okay. But no, all jokes aside, I do think that NVIDIA 948.50 has been a massive level. Case in point, this is slightly lower than 948, but case in point. Yesterday we closed 947.80, so that 948, 948.50 continues to be a level. If we bounce again, I might be interested, but right now I'm trying to play this through sock sell, so I don't want to get too lost in the sauce or too lost in the socks. In this analogy. But I do like this look. Let's kind of see what happens. What is everyone else looking at? Put it in the chat. Let us know. In just about 10 minutes, you'll be able to take a look at. You're going to be able to put your tickers that you want in the chat in about 10 minutes. Just fair warning, if you have any tickers you want Sharif to point at in the big screen, do a Vanna White moment. If you have any specific tickers that you want Sharif to look at in 10 minutes, you can start putting those in the chat. And we're going to explain all that, but just a fair warning. Also, yeah, Joanna Brewster saying, look out for that sock sell. It does dangerous kangaroo moves unexpectedly. Laughing emojis. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love trading sock sell, but man, you have to be very careful. You get out of this thing, and then it's like, oh, why'd you leave? And it does what you want it to do. So I'm very cognizant of that. Shout out to you, Joanna Brewster. Trading a lot of chips in there as well, so I'm sure you certainly feel my AMD or my NVIDIA and sock sell pain and emotions. overall today. Thank you, Kyle Burnett, for pointing out the Tesla short. I actually did print on the short. Ironically, where I messed up was trying to go long on that. So that was my issue. It's funnily enough, trying to take that long. That's where things went wrong. The short, yeah, it worked out well. And let's see what we do if we bounce. I don't know if it'll go long Tesla. But yeah, please just punch with the short. And thank you, Kyle Burnett. And also, thank you, Sharif.
Very nice. That's a hell of a looker right there. Eh?
It's a nice little
Yeah. Guys, this is how you're going to enter it. So it's super easy. The join is the triggering whatever prompt, and then you're going to put $, and you're going to put the ticker that you like. Not yet, though, guys. In 9 minutes, from 1 p.m. to 1:50, you got 50 whole minutes to have your say, but this is the beautiful part about it. You get to choose what we talk about, not us, and we keep it live, right? Because the stuff that was running in the morning may or may not be running in the afternoon, so you guys get your say. Neil's gonna drop hotlines about it. Sean's gonna drop hotlines about it. We're gonna have a back and forth little analysis there, so make sure you're participating in this every day, 1 to 1:50 p.m. That's the prompt you enter there in the chat. So can't wait to see what we get today. Yesterday we had Tesla as numero uno, right? So kind of not surprised there. We'll see, baby. Join for dinner, please. Hey, Charlie, you send me that invite. You never know. I'm just up. It depends on what you're cooking, right? If you're gonna have seafood, be there. I feel really bad for Red Lobster.
Oh, you know I do.
I know you do too. I know you do too.
I'm heartbroken.
But yeah, digressing a little bit. Let's have a Magic Mike. Not yet, my man. Not yet. 1 to 150. Hold up for 8 more minutes. You'll be able to do this. All right. Tesla seems to be interesting here. Let's have a look at what the Cybertruck is doing, Ram, as it comes into that 180.5. Now curling back into 181. One measly doji there. You don't want to base too much on one measly doji. Tesla started running there midday. This area right here, 1155, into that 182. As a result of Pepsi releasing, they're going to buy more of these Tesla semis. So we'll keep eyes on that. And now breaking back through 181. Well, the reason I pointed this out is because we got a deeper retracement possibly into the 20 period here. You know how I feel about the 20 period and trending stocks. And Tesla did feature with the 20 earlier when it did pull back. Right here, you can see all these prints north of that 20 period EMA on the 5-minute look. So right now we're dancing with 181. Let's see how that one resolves. The one that I really feel that I got bamboozled on, I printed on it. I'm still negative on the day, but the trade here at 430 did not hold up on Softy. So this was interesting because, you know, this was a clear area of resistance earlier on Microsoft. So I did want to see some hold up here at 430. None is coming forward. So, you know, you don't always get what you want with this, but this is one that I would definitely would have, you know, bet on being a higher probability hold at 430. You get that nice move up on Softy, the association with NVIDIA, this, that, and the other, all-time highs. I guess maybe because we printed all-time highs that there's going to be some profit taking, I guess. So Softy on the way down into possibly VWAP. VWAP hanging out at 429 and a quarter there. The one that's been doing interesting things is Amazon. So this was awfully weak off the jump. I mean, it was weak right from the get-go, right at 8 a.m. It started heading down. It was quite consolidated before that. Then we found a base at exactly 180.75. And since we printed that 180 3/4, it has been a series of higher lows and higher highs. So a bit of an upward channel. You could make the argument that this is very bear flaggish, or you know, because of the down move and then the compression, or not the compression pattern, but the it's you know, it doesn't matter if it's going back up, that sort of upward channel here. Let's see exactly what we get. We're at 182 right now, topping tail candles coming through support level 1 on pivots through the $0.25, but nothing really closing above there. So Amazon interesting on the day, but less inclined to go long on this one. All right, so keep eyes on that. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers, see what they're up to. We were just yapping about MGOL. It's still above $1, but having trouble. Topped out there at $1.30 13 or so. Yeah, some of these small cap gappers are really giving back everything. BRLS included below VWAP right now. How's FLJ doing? Also below VWAP. Yeah, so some of these ones are really giving up the ghost here and are not really tradable under my system at the moment for small cap gappers. So we'll have to stick to some of these large caps there.
Yeah, this Tesla, I know it's probably kind of a weird look to go long here. I like that we had a little bit of the support. And mostly, I like that the futures took a bit of a nosedive and Tesla was like, okay, cool, I'll move up. So that's why I wanted to go long. That, honestly, all my successful Tesla trades today have been based on that. I have just been using that impetus. Like, the futures drop, Tesla goes higher. Now it's doing it again, but I had to get out as we got kind of into 75s. I didn't want that. A little bit of bamboozlement. I am down on every name today, 0 for 5. I'm going to be really, really honest. But that doesn't mean we haven't had winning trades or trades that I'm proud of. Because I love that Tesla short I took. I'm very proud of that. Very proud of a handful of these shorts at NVIDIA. Had a couple dollar club winners. But really, it's just, I think sometimes about perseverance, because you're not going to have a winning trade every day or every trade. But I think I learn a lot more from the losing trades, and it's just about extrapolating, like, why did the winning trades work? And so when Tesla, weirdly, it was doing this weird counter trend thing with the futures. Didn't end up work out. Where's the next move? We also do have a fabulous super chat here from, every super chat's fabulous. I just like that word. Francisco Infante, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. AMD long, question mark? So yeah, okay. So the semis have been really chop and turn. By the way, I ended up getting out of that short a little bit earlier, or that long on Soxal a little bit earlier than expected. Lost about 5 pennies just because I didn't like what we were doing, and it ended up being the right call. But what I only bring that up to say we've had this kind of weird chop and turn action, especially in AMD, NVIDIA, and Soxal. And I've also noticed AMD, we keep seeing that resistance around 165.60s. Look at this. We had the pre-market area support. We get to there and the AMD, that level today, and AMD is like, I don't really want that smoke. I'd rather not, thank you. I'm just going to keep going to the downside. We had a great pop-off VWAP, mind you. This is a gorgeous look. Then we just had lower highs, lower low since then. The one thing I will say, I can't even really say lower low because we have a kind of interesting area around this 165. Pre-market bounce. A little bit of a chop and churn at 12 p.m. Look where we're bouncing. I think if 160, 165 takes off, and as I say that, we dip a little bit, and if we get a higher high, this could be a nice look here for AMD. But right now, Francisco, I have to say the lower high and that resistance at 165.60, I don't really love. Again, not advice, just my look at the chart. Also, yeah, Apple, I was in this trade earlier, and I think I maybe mentioned it one other time. Apple, there'll be times where I like to look at it, and then I remember that it's Apple, and it's not any really fun to be in. I have to say, it's kind of a demoralizing trade to be a part of, because you like the look, and then it's just
I thought you were
taking its
joking.
time.
My bad.
No, I don't even mean, I was kind of joking.
Okay.
When I say demoralizing, I don't mean like actually depressing. It's just, you kind of lose all energy.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, it's like a decaf tea or a decaf coffee. You really want to be trading, and then Apple's like 1 penny, 1 penny, 1 penny, 2 pennies. 1 penny. So it's just, yeah, I mean, it's not the most fun name to trade. It's okay. I love the laughter, you know. I mean, I'm making all these jokes, so no problem with that. But just happy that you enjoy the puns. But yeah, no, in this case, when I say demoralizing, I just mean really it's kind of boring.
I made a fat finger on Meta. I got long 180.82, and then I took out the entire position at 181. That was a mistake. That was supposed to be a beak wetter, and I was supposed to hold the remaining amount for a curl up if we got a curl up through 181. So a little annoyed there. I don't think I'm going to put my same order down there again. I don't know if you're thinking about 181 curl up, why wouldn't you put the order down there again? I mean, what's changed? And there it goes. Do wit. Neil's, yeah. Exactly. I just thought it through. I know. He's telling me to do that too. I'm going to do it. 180.82 is where I had my entry, so we're going to go right back into that entry again on the Cybertruck. But I want to mention, oh, here we go. It's going to come into my entry super quick, so I do have to manage this if it does trigger, because stressla be stressla. Right?
Oh, I do.
But I want to mention what Big Kyle said about the Amazon bear flag there that I pointed out. He said that look what he wrote. An upward channel after a down move is one of my favorite type of bear flags, and I just got triggered on Tesla, and it is coming down into the 50, into the 50 penny area. So I'm going to send it to you while I put my stops.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get into NVIDIA, but I'm not even in NVIDIA right now. Right now, I'm just watching it being like, I'm sad I missed that. But just look at this level. This 946 was another level I think I wrote on my mini. No, I didn't. I wrote 945s. But it's not my sticky note. It's my Google Doc of areas I like. And so I like this area because support, flip to resistance. That's also why I got out of the short here when I did take that NVIDIA short. I'm definitely going to miss this opportunity, but it's all good. I liked it because we did have that pop, that failure to break above the 9 EMA, and critically, we failed to break above the 9 EMA. Actually, after working into that 948.50, I just keep yapping about the 948.50 area of resistance. The point where 948.50 is probably tired of me talking about it. It's like Adira, let me leave. There are other levels in NVIDIA, okay? Like, you don't need to keep yapping about me. But no, I mean, as long as the level continues to exist, yap, I will. So sorry, 948.50 at NVIDIA, but you are still valid to me. That pop and rejection is a great look. I canceled my order because I didn't like that massive move back up into 947s. But if we keep having it, I might have to continue this short. I definitely don't think NVIDIA is a long here, even though we did have that bounce off support. I think this could be a flip situation, but I also do not want to crowd into the name. I don't want to go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the rivers. The rivers you used to. But yeah, so I want to just look at that. Also, someone was saying yesterday in the market recap chat, like, oh, I want to hear Dara sing. And I tagged him and I was like, I sing like all the time on How to Trade. So check that out. I don't know if you're here, but yeah, we sing a lot.
Okay, so Fabian and Ramin, they alternate coming in the morning. Go Tesla! Yes, there we go. Nice.
Yes,
yes, they alternate coming earlier in the morning. 1 week Ram, 1 week Fabian, the Chilean nightmare. And when Ram comes in on Friday, she plays music. I've never in my life seen Adara so happy at the big desk. She's like dancing right in the watch list. Ram's playing. They're chiming back and forth about like different artists, yapping a little bit of that, yapping a little bit of this. So I can definitely vouch for that. Ram, is it sunny over there? Oh, my bad. It's not. Have a look.
This morning I said, I like your sunglasses. She said, I didn't even realize I was wearing them.
Is it sunny over there, Ram?
She just likes the shades.
I have no idea why this. She's in the darkest area in the whole room, and she's wearing sunglasses. I don't really understand why, but that's okay.
Living her best life, Ruth.
Yeah, if I live my best life by teasing her. All right, good move up here by TSLA. The blanket I already understand, Ram, because they have to blare the air conditioning in here because of the computers. They got to keep everything cool. That makes sense. The sunglasses, though, Ram, I don't really understand. It's really dark where you're sitting. So it's all good there. It's bright.
There's a lot of screens. There are a lot of screens.
Yeah, all right. Sunny in here, says Big Rob. Shout out to you. Full Tilt Banana says you're hung over, Ram. True or false? Hearsay, she says. Go. Full Tilt Banana has that down pat. Shout out to him. I love it. But yeah, this nice move up here on TSLA after that quick 20 period, wham, bam, thank you, 20 period, and I'm breaking through 181. Nice move there, already flattened out through the break of 10s, but a good move here. Nice, I like to see these hammer candles off a key area of technical support. That is the 20 period. Again, I'm going to mention this. I love when these trending stocks come into the 20 period at the deeper retracements. If you catch them, while they're on the way up, if you're trading on the 5-minute chart, there's obviously going to be a high and a low on the 5-minute candle. Typically, what I notice is that the trend will hold up. The low of the 5-minute candle will be at the 10. When you really start printing red 5-minute candles on a trending stock, they seem to come in to the 20, and that's what I've been basing a lot of these trades on lately, trending stocks, not things that are moving sideways and consolidative. All right, shout out to Big Kyle Burdett there because he did call that upward channel after a big down move as one of his favorite bear flags, and more accurate he could not be on this occasion as it does break down now through that channel. The question is, Big Kyle, do we get a hold up at this 180-150 at the volume weighted average price? This could be a nice little scalp area, right? VWAP, interesting area here on AMZN. It's having a tough day today, down 1.1%. They're delaying the purchase of the H100s today. You think that'd be a bad catalyst for an NVIDIA, but NVIDIA's up on the day, even though, albeit by almost nothing, while Amazon down on the day. So the market not liking that for Amazon there. Let's go ahead and pull up AMZN and have a look at what we're doing here. So let's check out the book. 2-penny spread at the moment, nice at VWAP. This is an interesting area here. If you put in an order at the $0.50, where would you have to give it for you to be wrong? I'd have to give it to at least a quarter buck. So I'm going to send it to you here, Dare.
Yeah, it's so funny. You said NVIDIA's up today, and then NVIDIA jumped like 20 pennies. It's still, though, failing my area, which is, you're going to be really shocked, I know, but it's 948.50. If we break above 948.50, I'm out. Bye-bye. I swear, you know, I remember Sundar Pichai, that Google AI that was saying, oh, yeah, now you can use AI to search how many times you've said a thing. If you use AI to search how many times I've said 948.50 over the last week, I'm sure it'd be an obscene, gross amount. But if that level's going to keep popping up, who am I to ignore it? Yeah, so we're going to probably have to get out of this. I want to see, I think we're going to be breaking above my level on this, but basically still happy I took the trade. Initially rejected, didn't get out of it fast enough. Story of my life. But I wanted 947s. We got into 947, I think 18's the lowest on the buy side, 50's the lowest on the sell side. But you know what, I can't be upset because I tried it, and now NVIDIA's like, well, now that Adara's gone, I could just continue to the downside. I'm like, okay, whatever. But no, yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, obviously, I'm not happy that I'm like down on the day. This has not been the trading of my life. However, I've noticed my only like positive week while trading was my first week. And even then I was pretty much flat. I took no risk. And the trades were like, they weren't anything special, right? I was trading P&L. Now, obviously, I would rather be up on the day, of course, you know, everyone would be. But I think that I'm learning more from taking these swings that I believe in and failing than I was from taking like these little tiny baby bites in my first week. So I don't know if that means anything, but to me it does. And to me, I just think you have to like continue to push, continue to grind. I'm not going to learn anything from complacency. So you could say definitely a lot of questionable things about the trading recently, but it has not been complacent. And I think that is certainly, I think, something that I am okay with and proud of. Tesla, I get out of the long, then Tesla's like, oh yeah, long, that's what I want to do to the upside. So, if we were, okay, Tesla, I see you. Okay, that was really creepy, like out of a horror movie. I'm so sorry, guys.
That's exactly what I felt there. But I didn't say anything. I let you say that, but I like it.
You and I are usually on the same page.
Yeah.
But yeah,
100%.
if we reject 66s in a non-horror movie way, I will hunt this one down, take it to the downside, and get my victory. Make slasher sounds here. But yeah, how are you
Slasher
doing?
sounds like it. I'm in Amazon right now. Call me crazy. I'm looking for that VWAP hold. Thanks, Ram. I'm looking for a VWAP hold and a move back into like a $0.75, something around there. We'll see what we get. Apple at an interesting area as well. What just happened? Why is everything moving so super quick here? Oh, wow. Tesla just tanked. Well, not tanked, but a big drop there on Tesla through the break of the 2/3 of a dollar. Dropped right into that $0.25, even further, actually. Tried to defend that $1 area. We'll see. So I'm long at this area on the Zon Amazon. This is the precipice for the long at the moment. I'm looking for at least a scalp off the VWAP. We'll see if we get something here. I'm waiting up at 70s for the first print. Comes, it comes, doesn't. Too bad. Apple, interesting area here. Last time we made it up into the $0.25, we tanked. Well, we didn't tank, but we definitely retraced. So interesting local support here at the 192.25. Did break above that quarter, got to 26s, but right down into the low 20s we go. Keep your eye out on this level. You know, Apple had a nice move up initially, but that double top kind of put the kibosh on the trend to the high side. Now we've been very consolidative, a little 190, a little 192.25. So a bit of a range right now on AAPL. We'll see if this one can break up on higher volume again, maybe in the more liquid time of day. The other trade, I had a softy trade at the 20 period. We took a quick scalp on that, but look at this. This seems to be the better level here. The volume weighted average price feature is here, you know, at least for the longs, better than the 20 period did. 429 1/3. Now it's knocking the door of 430, but you just got the cross here between the 10 and the 20, so I don't want to put too much into that. If anything, it starts to look consolidative, right? I mean, just because we got the cross of the 10 with the 20 doesn't mean, you know, that we're going to start heading back down. This is a lower time frame cross, right? if anything, it could show you that there's a downtrend or consolidation, because you're going to have all these fake crossovers with moving, especially the lower moving averages like the 10, the 20, when you have periods of consolidation a little bit above, a little bit below. So a bit of a interesting look there right now on Softy. Nice bounce off VWAP, but we'll see exactly what we get. Let's flip some of these small cap gappers, see if any of them are running. No, it really is kind of, they're dying off at the moment. Let me just make sure that my scanner is up to speed. Say that again.
Barnes & Noble still.
What's the ticker? BNED. Thank you. Let's take off MMBNED. Barnes & Noble, says Neil. Decent look. Yes, this is nice. Okay, so now we have a trend here on a small cap gapper. Now, it held up nicely. Key area of technical support. Look at that crest over here, and now on the drop back down, you hold it. I love that about these small cap gappers. So 57 and a third pennies right there acts as a level of support, and it also happened to be the 10 period. So good pump up there on BNED. Barnes & Noble. I can't believe this is a penny stock, but I can't, as I say that, I'm not really that surprised because Amazon eats everybody's lunch, right? At least, remember like how many indigos and chapters we had in this country now?
So
how many do we have? Like one per, I don't know, city, like locality in the city? One downtown,
We just
maybe
got a
one in
new
Toronto?
one in the well.
Oh, okay.
So now we have a couple downtown.
Stand corrected. We have two because there's one right here, right?
Yeah, so there's like
Bam,
three
Blur.
then, because there's the Polo Park one.
Oh,
Or not
okay.
sorry, that was a Winnipeg Mall. I am tired. The Eaton Center. Oh
All
my
right.
God, I'm tired.
Well, I didn't get it that wrong then. But hey, she's back. I wear my sunglasses
Glasses
at
in the
night.
dark.
In the dark, yeah. Ram, you didn't tell me you had that camera back. I thought that was. It's not back? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, no problem there. All right, still in this Amazon long at 181.60, looking for a hold up at the volume weighted average price.
Hey, you know what? I'm tired when I just dropped the name of a Winnipeg Mall there. Also, the irony is the Winnipeg Mall I named doesn't even have an Indigo.
No?
No, it really doesn't. That was made it even more ironic.
Even more.
I meant to say Eaton Center, because Eaton Center is in downtown Toronto, and it does have an Indigo. But instead, I pulled out the name of a Winnipeg Mall, so it's all good. Yeah, Tesla, I joked in the chat that Tesla had that big move down because it was scared of me after I made that really creepy comment about, it was like, I was like, I want that level, and the Tesla was like, I don't want her near that. So it dropped. No, all jokes aside, we did have that nice move down. Then we kind of became a bit of a long. I tried to get involved in this at 181.05s. Tesla got to 181.06s and then bounced. So it's all good. You can't chase, though. That's the biggest thing I'm learning is that, obviously, like it'd be better. Sometimes you just have to be faster. And I mean, oh my gosh, NVIDIA. Mamma mia. Here we go again, rejecting at 948.50. So, I mean, all songs aside, I do continue to like this level.
Bro.
And I mean,
Adara kills it, bro.
but I do want that. I want that short. So that's what I'm going to get. Again, this is why I've been focusing only on 5 names today. And even for that, really, I've only been focusing on NVIDIA and Tesla. And that's, I mean, again, the accuracy isn't perfect. I want to work in the execution, but the levels have been not bad. So I think that's one little feather in the cap. Hopefully we can have as many feathers as Robinhood, the animated fox, soon. But speaking of Robinhood, I know some other people in the chat were looking at this, including Ike Anderson. Robinhood, kind of interesting. I want to see what we do here at that 2065. That was a little bit of an area we chopped and turned around earlier. If we bounce, that could be a nice look. Definitely some resistance at 2110. Look at that pre-market chop and churn. I guess it's not even pre-market. It's like right after the open chop and churn. And that nice little wicking candle. At which one?
Ethereum. Ethereum just had a big drop, says Neil. Big drop. Off 38, 37, now 37, 33, so about 150 bucks.
Oh, wow, that's a big drop. How do you pull up ETH on
I have it on my platform. Yes, go Amazon.
Amazon.
Here is the look, guys. I'm going to show you the Ethereum chart. This is the 1 minute, so let's get out of that and go to the 5. This is the actual coin itself, guys. Clear level of resistance for whatever reason at 38, 37. Okay, so let's say 38 and a third. Okay, how many tops there, you ask? Almost 4. This one didn't quite make it up there. This one came to 38.20, but just you could tell there is definite resistance around 3,800 bucks, even though you get these breaks by as high as $37. So interesting look here on Ethereum. up still 8.7% after a monster move yesterday. So really nothing to sneeze at here on Ethereum, but just to let you guys know to keep your eye on crypto. So I did print on the scalp there at 70s, 180, 170 on Amazon, but it's coming right back down. So it looks like the VWAP hold on AMZN might be short-lived as we are, it's been a down day on Microsoft, no question about it, 1.1 in the red. But the whole point of this was a quick scalp on the VWAP bounce. We'll see if this one can continue higher. I don't think it can. I think this is probably a bit of a tougher today on the Zon, even though we've done quite well lately on Amazon. So keep an eye on that. And nothing else. But we are a quarter past. Should we?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know you're trading, so if you do your thing,
yeah.
And we'll start when you're done.
Okay, perfect. I'm just gonna get out of this NVIDIA
Take your time,
so that I can focus fully on the lesson. But yeah, I know I've been kind of beating a dead horse, so to speak, with this trade. But it's like if I still like the level, I think I kind of owe it to myself to trade the level. So that's what I've been doing. I'll basically just be trying to get out of this so I can focus on the lesson du jour.
Let me just do this first before you go.
Okay, perfect then. Yeah.
All right, guys. Look, we have a brand new segment. I mentioned it yesterday. I'm going to mention it again. Between 2 to 2:20. Before, I'd get up on the big desk with Brendo and the big kahunas. We talk about the morning runners. Now it's an entirely different setup. Now you guys control what we talk about from 2 to 2:20. It's super easy, Ram. All you got to do is hit ! join, space, $, and the ticker that you want. Yesterday, Tesla was the #1 requested name. Have your say in what we cover. Go ahead, join now. Put that in the chat. Big Kyle. I love Big Kyle. Shout out to Big Kyle. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Go ahead, put it in the chat. We definitely want to be able to cover the names that you guys are interested in. So go have your say right now. Otherwise, you won't get what you want, Adara.
Yeah, and I mean, someone was asking, like, what does that mean when you put the ticker? What do you talk about? From what I understood yesterday, it's going to be mostly just price action, what's happening in the chart. Are there any particular levels? What did we do all day? Did we do, what maybe people thought we were doing? So I think that'll be certainly very key as well. I am, we're just going to punch out of this NVIDIA, and then we're going to be getting to the lesson of the day. Please just punch. Took about 15 pennies. I'm really just happy that I went at it with the viciousness, because that's what you need in these markets. I always talk about the markets moving with the viciousness. But then in response, maybe you have to move with the viciousness. When I say you, I mean traders. Also, congrats to Sharif on the Amazon, because I heard a PAMP. But right now, we're going to talk about identifying intraday trends with true range and ATR. Sorry for the lateness there. I did not even realize the time. These markets, time flies when you're having a great time. These markets are so active. So let's talk about basically diving into this true range versus average true range to get a better sense of intraday trends and to help you navigate the dynamic world of short-term trading. So imagine for true range, imagine you've got like this stock bounce between high and low prices throughout the day, ping pong, ping pong. The true range is going to go beyond the simple difference between these two and capture the overall movement in the market. So how are you going to calculate it? One way is you can just do the current high minus the current low. It's going to be the standard price range. Then you're going to do the absolute value of the current high minus the previous low or previous close. Then you're going to look at the absolute value of the previous close minus the current low. So the true range is going to be the highest value among those three calculations, considering not just the daily high and low, but also the price moves relative to the previous day's close and providing a more comprehensive picture. So here's one example, and I like this because it actually kind of visualizes. It shows you a couple different methods that you can calculate this. So take a screenshot if you need to. Shout out to Sharif for pointing that out. But yeah, I think this is kind of certainly an interesting thing to look at here, this true range visualization. But how do you look at average true range? So TR is going to be a bit more of a snapshot, but trends emerge over time. This is where ATR comes in, because it's going to be a technical indicator that smooths out the volatility by averaging the true range values over a chosen period. Usually it's going to be about 14 days, so 2 weeks. It'll give you more of a sense, not just what the true range was each day, but what's the average? What did this kind of generally average out to be? So basically, to really simplify it, average true range is going to be the average of the previous period's true range values. So if you have 14 days, what was the TR for each of those 14 days? That's going to give you your ATR. So here's sort of, it's kind of blurry, but it shows you that you have an increase in ATR when you have a big jump or a drop in the price. Because when you have movement in the prices, you're going to see a bit of a difference in your average true range. If you have small price bars, the ATR is going to be a little bit low. But when you have these bigger price bars, it shows that you have higher ATR. So kind of, again, to go back to Sharif's range per candle, kind of an interesting analysis there. Now, what about using true range and average true range for intraday trends? How do you do that? Of course, that's what we want to talk about, given that we do intraday trading on this here show. Well, higher true range is going to be looking at increasing volatility if you have a steady increase in your true range, which could also signal a trend's beginning or a strengthening trend, but it is going to depend on the context, as everything does in this exciting world of markets. Oops. What about lower true range? Well, if you have a falling true range, that could suggest a decrease in volatility, indicating that a trend is coming to an end, or we got a potential consolidation period, mayhaps. ATR also a filter. How do you use it that way? Well, if you have a price making significant move exceeding average ATR, then this would suggest necessarily a stronger trend, because you do not want to jump into every price wiggle. You want to jump into price movement. You want to jump into a decisive price action. And so ATR can help you gauge the normal price, because if you see that significant move exceeding a multiple of the ATR, so for example, twice the ATR, 3x the ATR, that could suggest a stronger trend, and that's how you can filter out all that white noise, because the market loves white noise. But also some things to remember here. True range and ATR are volatility measures, are not going to be indicating the direction. So that's why we always talk about confluence. Maybe you want to pair your ATR and TR analysis with something that you're seeing in, what are your moving averages doing? Sharif suggested this, and I really like that because it shows you direction. Are we tilting up? Are we tilting down? Yeah. Are we doing so with, how's the true range when we're doing that? So I think that's certainly of note. Also, again, I just kind of repeated myself there, but look at true range and ATR analysis with other technical indicators to get a better understanding of the trend and what we're doing. And of course, practice makes perfect. They say that of everything. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. How do you get to be a better trader? Trade a lot. No, I'm joking. Practice. That's what it is, right? So you want to look at historical charts and identify how ATR and true range have evolved during established trends, and apply this knowledge to live intraday charts. So look at how, if you're seeing hey, how is this true range behaving, and how can you use ATR to look at a filter to block out all the white noise and find the perfect music in the market and find the entries you really, really want. And bonus tip as well, a lot of trading platforms are going to have built-in true range and ATR indicators. You can use them to your advantage. You know what else you can use to your advantage? $join space $, whatever ticker you want. So you can see Sharif,
Bang.
Our very own Vanna White for the afternoon, looking at these charts from 2 p.m. to 2:20.
I don't want to be Vanna White.
Was it?
It's all good. I don't want to be Vanna.
But instead of can I buy a vowel, it's can I buy a ticker?
I want to be Pat Sajak.
Okay, we'll be Pat Sajak. Sharif being the Pat Sajak of the afternoon show, 2 to 2:20. He's going to give you those tickers, but we're not going to have any tickers unless you guys put them in there.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for the response there.
Yes, I'm just going to show you guys real quick. This is the format that you have to put it in, otherwise it doesn't trigger, guys. Join and then the ticker that you want. A lot of requests today for Meta I'm seeing there in the chat, so we'll definitely be talking about META. It looks like here if the numbers hold out. So, all right, let's get to the trade that I'm in. Currently short Softy here at 430. The idea was a 20-period rejection. There was a lot of strength on Softy earlier. It did bounce off VWAP. We've been having trouble breaking through 430 here for the better part of 1 o'clock. We've been having trouble. I put my beak wetter in the low 80s there. See if we get triggered. My out is going to be on the break of the mid-teens. So Softy dancing with 430 at the moment. Likely be some bamboozlement. Hopefully I don't get bamboozled. Hopefully I print on it. We'll see exactly here. But it was a 20-period retracement off of a VWAP bounce here on Microsoft. Good catalyst for this name today. They are teaming up with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA will help them accelerate some of their AI development. At least that's what the headline said. Softy got a nice bounce at around 11:15, 11:30 off that, and that's why we're up 1% and change on the day. But we did descend quite nicely there off that 433, 432.97 technically high a day, all the way down into the volume weighted average price at 429 1/3. Now we're struggling. It looks like at the moment to reclaim those levels, but it looks like we are back at 430. So A little bit above, a little bit below. There's a bit of a tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers at said $10 level, 430 that is. That's a $10 level, I mean. So we'll see exactly what we get there, but I'm short and looking to take this down a little bit further, hopefully a rejection off that $10 level. All right, we're awfully close to getting printed here, but you know, there has been a buyer at the low 80s for the last few minutes that I've been in this trade, so we're gonna have to pack our patience, and right back up it goes, unsurprised there. What else is moving here? Tesla, some topping tail candles, possibly coming in to that 180-150. We had a nice trade off this on the 20 period. Now it's kind of consolidated a little bit. 180.75 looks like to the downside, maybe 180-150 to the top side. So Tesla sideways action here after it also got a good catalyst midday. It looks like Pepsi is going to be buying more of the semis. The EV semis that they're making, 50 more than planned, apparently. They're also going to be buying Ford. Funny enough, though, when we looked at Ford on the back end news, it started selling off. I don't mean to laugh. I just, you know, you expect good news to be good news for Ford. But alas, at least it wasn't. What is Ford doing right now? Let's have a look. It's down 1/3% on the day. It's done nothing. It has exactly a 17 penny range. 12.20 to the high side, 12.03 to the downside. So not much going on in the world of Ford at the day there, Dare.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ford not doing much. I was like, oh, Tesla. You had all these like failed wicks above this into that area that I was obsessed with, that weird area, did the weird horror movie Voice for accidentally, that 180, 160. I was like, okay, we're rejecting. I get involved, and then Tesla's like, oh, what do you mean I'm rejecting? And gave me that side eye and bounce. So yeah, I was gonna see what we did above 30s. We got above 30s. It is, you know, it is very easy to get discouraged by these here markets, but that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to learn. I'm here to grow. And if you get discouraged, that's how the markets win. No, I'm joking, but you do have to stay positive. This has not been my best day. This is like probably my second worst day, honestly, ever. But I'm not necessarily unhappy with the trades I took. You know, it is what it is. I will say the one I'm really disappointed in myself in, this NVIDIA, this most recent trade. So I got initially, I was short, right? Then we did the lesson, got out, took about 15 pennies, please this punch. Then I flipped long because I noticed we were bouncing off that area like that 948.50. Turns out that actually would have been the level, but NVIDIA shook me out. We dropped $1. I said, Darren, you got to get out, right? So I'm not trading this anymore today. I just really cannot, my little heart cannot take it. No, I'm joking. I just don't want to risk it anymore right now. But you know what? You have to try. And sometimes there will be those moves that happen. Like remember last week when I was super upset because that Fed Mester move happened and we had that big move down in the market. And then again, we had a big move down in the market and I was in a long. And I was like, I was all bummed out. And Sharif was like, you know what, Dara, like that's not your fault. Like you can't control that, right? Yeah, and that's what happens in this market. I actually think, you know, maybe, and the thing is too, is I still like the level. I wanted to go long because I didn't want to take a revenge short because I, you know, left my other short earlier and I did like long, but it's like, you can't keep second guessing things for infinity and beyond. Shout out to Buzz Lightyear. You really can't do that. You have to eventually just be like, it happened, make peace with it. Some trades are hard to make peace with others, especially because I've been in an unfortunate losing streak that I am not pleased as punch about. But you know what? You just have to reflect. You have to figure out why things went wrong. And you just got to go brush that dirt off your shoulders. Shout out to Jay-Z. And just keep going. As hard as that can be sometimes, because these markets love to trip you up.
Yeah, I flipped long on Softy. Already wet my beak on Softy. So I took another L there on the soft one as it stopped me out, but I was able to flip long, take a nice little profit taker there. Now we're going to look for a 430 defend. As it did break above that level, I was looking for a whole dollar level reject. You didn't get the rejection. You got the break. Now it's above the 10. It's above the 20 on the 5. It's looking to curl into that $0.50 MSFT. Good headline today. It sold off basically all of midday there, started selling off at 11:50, and we didn't reach the bottom till about 1 o'clock. So about an hour and change worth of selling there on MSFT. So we'll keep eyes on that as the market is curling back into highs, and that's what probably prompted me to get pushed out of that Softy short. 18,757 right now. For the market to go green, it's got to get a little bit higher and print above 6.2. So I think we were in Greensville on the market for maybe about 15 minutes, and then we went red again. This level, this 17. come on, bro. 18.7 and 2/3. That 6.3 area has featured as a real level of resistance earlier in the pre at 345. Then again at 710 for whatever reason. Then held up here at 1130. Got broken at 1125. But look how quickly we went right down below that again. So looking to curl right back into that level. A bit of a range on the market here, to be honest, essentially from 10:30 till now. You can see the low end, 18.738, the high end, 18.762, with the exception of this one area over here. So it's been interesting on the market. I haven't seen it this consolidative in quite some time. So good look. We'll see if we can continue to the high side here on the market. But Softy coming down now after taking a little bit piece out now. So a few pennies out of the money at this level.
Hopefully Microsoft has a nice hard move to the upside. Yeah.
Go back up.
Rise up, Microsoft.
Boo.
Rise up. Sharif's booing
down.
you. Microsoft, do you want that? I don't think you want that. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm trying to be really careful because like I said, very down in the day. Not much left here to risk, to be honest with you. And you know what? I'm really just, it is what it is. That NVIDIA, I think, now probably was a short, and I think me going long was some kind of weird, I don't even know what it was, but it doesn't matter what it was. It happened. And all you can do is reflect and move on. And, you know, we were mentioning ranges. I think I agree. There's certainly some ranges in these here markets. You know what else is ranging? IWM a little bit. There's kind of two bases here. One of them is going to be that 208 area. The second going to be 208.10-ish. Then we have that move back above into 208.30. I don't think I'm going to do any trading today. Like I said, very down on the day. I'm not shut down, but I do not want to get shut down. So I'm kind of trying to avoid anything else right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take the fact that I'm not shut down as like a victory. And again, not unhappy with any of the trades I made. Just, you know, you have to reflect, you have to learn. So if there's anything people want to look at, I would love to see what we're looking at here because I want to see what people want to look at. I know Sharif's going to do his Pat Sajak at the big screen.
Yes, perfect.
There. So, but yeah, if you have any of the triggers you want to look at now, let me know.
Yes, make sure, I know, I'm sorry for everybody who's heard this a million times, but we have a new segment, guys, so, and we always have new people joining in, so I'm going to do it one more time. I do apologize. That time slot between 2 to 2:20 is now an entirely different segment. We're going to basically put it in the viewer's hands. Whatever tickers you want discussed, go ahead, type that in, hit exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and put in the ticker that you want. The top 4 or 5 tickers every day between 1 p.m. and 1:50, you're going to be able to vote for your favorite tickers. Those are the tickers that we're going to cover between 2 and 2:20. You're going to have the big kahunas give you their levels on them and give you all the technicals and their views. So make sure you're participating in that every day so that you can get what you want on the show. We definitely want to put it in your hands, guys, because you are the viewers, and that's why we're here. So long Softy at 430.12, looking for that 430 hold. My out's at 92. I'm going to really be tight with this one. It's going to have to hold that 430 area. Otherwise, I want no smoke. But all I see is what's happening on my side charts over here. And the Cybertruck just printed days high. So 182.53 on TSLA, holds the 20 like a dang glove, breaks above this 182.25 top that we put in earlier on when we got that news headline, now breaking into the $0.50. Keep your eye out on TSLA. It's having a fantastic day, up 420%.
Wow.
Yeah, 400, sorry. Yeah, bro, I'm losing it, Neil. 4.2%.
I think we might be up 420% over now.
Clearly, something's going on with me. Anyway, I just got stuffed out of Softy there as it did come down and break the whole dollar level again. So I may have to stop trading this now because I'm down on it, quite frankly. Yes, down on it. Had some decent trades on it, but it's got my number today, so I think I'm going to leave this one alone.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to you and Microsoft. Definitely doing better than I did today. Like I said, that was my face with this trade today. It was a bit of a, you know, kind of dicey moment.
Everyone's like, what?
Yeah, no, I think the thing is, what I want to take less loss, but I think sometimes you do have to take a couple more losses until you get more comfortable. It's all good. Like I said, not shut down, but to avoid being shut down, unless I see something that screams at me, trade this, I'm not getting involved in anything. Barnes & Noble, mentioned by Ike Anderson. Shout out to American Truther as well for a super chat in this one earlier. I love this kind of resistance support flippity flop here around that 58 cent level. You don't always get this in these penny stocks, but this is something I've learned from Sharif in terms of trading the small caps, what you're looking for is above VWAP, or at least what Sharif looks for is above VWAP and above the pre-market high. Yeah, our pre-market high was like minuscule, so definitely beat that. We're above VWAP, and that gorgeous support resistance flip at 58 cents is, in a word, gorgeous. So shout out to Barnes & Noble. Definitely some pages being flipped here in this book to the upside. Nice look there. ARM was also getting mentioned by a couple of people, so let's take a look at ARM. ARM, says Sharif. Oh, yeah, the longs are certainly saying ARM to the upside. Oh, okay, okay. So it's not a perfect double top, but earlier we had resistance around that 130. Yeah, and as I say double top, ARM's like, what do you mean double top? I'm going to punch you in the face. Use my arm to punch you in the face. I'm going to keep going to the upside. So I'm like, okay, ARM. Live. It's okay. But ARM having a little bit of resistance here. We have had these higher highs and higher lows since having that. Oh, and so many great support resistance flips today. With a little bit of chop and churn here, a bit of resistance at that 112 2/3. Then we come and bounce off that 112 2/3. So I think that's a really nice look. There are some levels here in ARM. Then ARM actually also gives us a flat top break, in case there weren't enough chart patterns in this one. We get a mini flat top break here at 1322, higher high, shoot to the upside, 1, 2, 3 green candles to the upside. What a great look. This ARM is kind of a masterclass in charting and technical patterns. What a great look here. AMD, I saw a couple mentions as well, so I will look at this. AMD really chopping and churning. I think it was Francisco Infante saying, could this one go long? I said, I would probably like a higher high. And AMD has unfortunately not given us that. However, we have continued to bounce at that 165 level. So nice look for AMD. Yeah, you guys let me know if there's anything else you want to take a look at throughout the day, because I'm not doing any more trading. And as I say, AMD 165 support, AMD is like, what are you talking about? And drops that support. But what are you talking about, Sharif, on Microsoft? Oh.
I'm back in Microsoft. I can't help it. Yeah, I like the 430 hold here. I'm just going to have to give it a little bit more room. I mean, it keeps putting in higher lows off that VWAP bounce, so that's a look. But we keep coming into the break-even level on the future, which kind of, I think, pushes this up. And you're getting Tesla pumping, Apple's pumping here. You're not much else, to be honest. Well, Amazon's coming off VWAP as well, but Softy's just giving me problems, man. I don't know why I keep going after this name, but that's what I'm doing. So we're going to have to put this in here. Let me just make sure to see what I've got. Yeah, so then we're going to have to go like that. Oh, boy, I love these keys. Okay, so we're going to have to go like this yeah. And then we're going to go like, okay, I'm going to have to send it to you.
Yep. Send it to me. I still have nothing. I'm still looking at NVIDIA. We do still have that chop and churn around the 949. Like I said, that long probably would have worked had I not gotten chopped up to the downside. But you know what that's what happens in the markets. You just recognize it happened. You're like, hey, market, you chop me up. Tomorrow, I'm going to come with you with the viciousness. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry about you. I have to put my my order. Okay, so Tesla now breaking through 183. Good look there for the Cybertruck. On the Pepsi news, breaking through that level, 183.17. Now the high day on Tesla. Apple also got into that 192.40. Mid 40s is trying to break through that $0.50. We've definitely had trouble closing above the $0.50 today at 192. You'll see all these wicks here. The closing prints all at or lower than the $0.50. So that gives you an idea that there may be selling in and around there. It's been rejecting off support level. Is that one? Yeah, resistance level one, pardon me, at that 192.63. But it is at local highs here with a possible double bottom that put in at 180, 190, 180-ish. But that was a lot earlier. Really has found its footing since that time. Goggles as well. Google really getting going here, breaking through VWAP after printing 176.75, now 177.20. There is a bit of a resistance level, though, at 177 1/3. Look at that long consolidation range that we put in the morning before that big drop there and to make a new low. So I'd be looking possibly for resistance around 177 1/3, maybe into that 177 1/2. It is a bit of a range spread there on Google. The market is now green. We broke through yesterday's closing print at 18,762. It is now 18,767. 771 is the high of the day. We printed that midday at around 12:15, so we'll continue to see if we can make our way up here on the market. Lots of stuff printing to the high side. Tesla at high a day. Apple, we talked about coming closer to that $0.50. Amazon really has found its footing here at VWAP. So should have held on to that VWAP dip long because it was, it looked like the right thing to do here. 181.50 seems to be the local low here on AMZN as it curls into that 182 and a quarter, a couple of pennies off that. Keep your eye out on this level here. This has been kind of the level we haven't been able to break through since essentially the IB low this morning. So good look there. Go softy, you punk. There we go. We're going to wet our beak here on some Microsoft profits. Nice breakthrough into the 40 penny area. Softy really aggravated me today. I really had the right idea and terrible execution on Softy today, but that's just the name of the game. Let's see what we can get here. If we can get a break of the $0.50 right back down into a third. I'm looking for this area here on the soft one. This was an interesting area earlier on. It didn't actually hold up at this area, but this is the level, 430 and a half right there. That was the topping tail candle. I was looking for this area here to hold up because of this area, and it didn't do that. So it made its way all the way down into VWAP. So that's what, yeah, sometimes you just don't have the right read on names. And today I feel like I could have traded Softy a bit better, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see if we can do a little bit better on it right now. Mara moving sideways, gearing up for a push, says Reckless Rick 9. I love that name. Reckless Rick. You must be, are you an aggressive trader?
I was going to say, it sounds like WWE name. Lucas Rick in the ring.
Hey, I like that. I like your voices there. That's usually my thing. I like it. But here it is, Adara. This is Mara right here, and it was a downward channel basically all day. And then that kind of ended. So the downward channel became a sideways channel. But I got to tell you, Reckless, it does seem like it's rejecting off the 200 here on the one. Because different areas, every time it ascends into the 200, it's doing a bit of a rejection. On the other side of the coin, Reckless, is that these higher lows are in play here. Ever since we troughed out at 21.12, it's been successively higher lows. So interesting compression here with the 200 on the one acting as resistance, but this lower trend line here giving it the boost. Unsure of how to play this, to be honest with you today. Patty, any look there on Mara that you want to share? It's still in the chop zone. So when you see green, take it. It says Big Patty Ice. Big Patty Ice always keeps his eye on Mara. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, kind of story of trading, right? When it goes green, just take it. I totally agree with that. That's what I had to do with this NVDL. I know I said, I'm not trading anymore today. Like, my heart hurts. No. I said if I saw something I like, I still think I owe it to myself to take it. I like that NVIDIA pushed into 950, but I did not want to take it on NVIDIA because of, me making some decisions earlier. So I said, Adara, I tried to take it on NVDL. Took about 6 pennies, or 8, sorry, I'm going to give myself more credit. I took 8 pennies. No, sorry, 6, still 6. It wasn't a trade of anyone's life, no. No, it wasn't, but I needed to take it because I needed to prove it's like if you like a level, just get involved. And I really appreciate what you said about Microsoft and execution, because that was the same thing I felt with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
I had the levels right. I just couldn't execute them for the life of me. And then my last trade I had on it, it just had that kind of flush to the downside, recovered right after. So the markets are bamboozling, but you have to have faith in your own ideas.
Agree.
It's about conviction. It's about confidence, which we don't have, but someone to our right who's going to be on in 17 minutes has in spades. It's the confidence, having your confidence, your levels that you like. And I think the trades that have done the best have just been the trades where it's been like, okay, these levels work out, and I'm committed to them, and I like them, and so why am I not getting involved? That's why I took and again, I am getting this excited about a 6 penny trade on NVIDIA, or NVDL, sorry, but it's like, you just gotta feel good when things work out. You have to have confidence in what you want. Tesla has confidence and a little bit of taking a breath. It's like, guys, I ran so long. Okay, let me breathe. Let me have a little breath. I just broke a high of day in like 2 5-minute, pretty intense candles. Like, let me have a rest. I'm like, okay, Tesla. It's hard to say where this will rest. Support and resistance would tell us it might take a pause at 182.20, but we didn't really get that far down. Like if you think of where we had our three big candles up in this first move, then we took this little pause at 180.50. That was like about a 70 penny move, right? Or 50. So it's really hard to tell exactly where we'll pause. I would say just watch the book, watch where we're kind of seeing that consolidation, that chop and churn. Something's happening around 80s, and I feel like Tesla in 80s, and I mean that when I say that 179 80s were kind of spicy, 182 80s were kind of spicy, so that 80 level could be interesting for us for TSLA. I would say see what we're seeing in the book, see what you're seeing in the chart. If you have any confluence that little breath Tesla's doing is done, maybe you want to take the marathon to the upside. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart and the book. But how is Microsoft treating you?
Good, good. We're at the $0.50, but this is the level that we were talking about, Adara, because we had a technical level of resistance there in the earlier trading day. It was around 1035. We got into 430.5, and then we dropped all the way down to 428 2/3. So let's see, we're at 49s right now. Can we get that decided break and hold above the $0.50? We were up there, but there's obviously a seller. I've been watching the tape. We keep getting pushed down. We danced near it. We're at it right now. We're printing above it. 55s, 57s, go softy go. We want, I don't know, let's go 431.25. Maybe I'm being too greedy. I'm going to let this go. It's not a big piece that I'm holding, so I'm just going to let it go on MSFT. Guys, I hate to belabor the point, but I want to do it again. Make sure you're joining us every day. New segment 2 to 220. Go ahead in the chat, type exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker that you want the big kahunas to discuss. Neil's back today, baby. We'll be talking about these names between 2 to 220. It's about 4 or 5 names. You guys get to choose them. Number 1, 2, 3, or 4, and 5. We'll get to all of them, hopefully. And we're going to talk about technicals. We're going to talk about the look, the trade. Even if they didn't trade it, we'll be talking about it. Go and have your say right now in the chat. New segment powered by Trader TV Live viewers. All right, that move above 50 showing you that there is definitely a seller at 50. We get into that 62s and right below 50 we go. So we're going to try and pack our patience here to see if the MSFT can curl a little bit off that VWAP dip. Now, the market was doing things, and by things, I mean that it did go green on the day. And by market, I'm talking about the NQ. June contract, the futures, 18,771. We come right up to 69s, but this area has been the area that we've been having trouble with all day. I went so far as to say we were quite consolidative here between 18.7 1/3 and 18.7 2/3. We're still kind of within that range, to be honest with you. Nothing's really changed. This is the closing print yesterday on the market. We've had trouble breaking and holding above this level all day. Unsurprising. It seems like it is a bit of a sideways day today on the market. There have been outsized movers, like, for example, Apple's up nicely, Microsoft's up nicely. How can we forget the Cybertruck? It was up over 5% at a point, 183.52 HOD. I personally, okay, let's talk a little Tesla here. So Tesla's getting a bit of a breather. Now, if I was to look technically at a level that I like that 182 mid-teens, maybe for a 182 defend. We had a top there. Look at that top. All these topping tail candles through the break of 182 telling you that there was definitely a seller on the other side of 182, but then we take that level. So are we going to use that level now as support? So I'm going to be watching here to see if Tesla gives up the ghost a little bit, drops into the lower 182s. I could definitely be persuaded to get long on said Cybertruck. We'll see exactly what Tesla does, but great look for them today on the Pepsi news. They'll be buying more semis, baby. I still haven't seen one in the wild. Have you?
Me neither.
No, neither have I. I think they're more like probably down south. I don't think there's any here. I don't know if there's any here, but I just don't assume. I haven't even seen a Cybertruck in the wild yet.
No, me neither. But I will have to say, I want to see how the Pepsi Tesla trucks drive, because I've noticed Tesla drivers are very aggressive drivers.
Huh.
I've noticed that. Literally, like, as someone who's a pedestrian, I walk everywhere, right?
That's a good
The
observation.
other day, I see someone, I'm like, what kind of car is that? It's a big blue Tesla.
Oh.
Great look, really beautiful car. Oh, yeah. So Ramin has some thoughts on Tesla drivers, and they kind of align with what I said.
Yeah.
So
we can't say Ram's thoughts out loud,
but
though,
shout
but
out to
you
Ramin.
guys get it.
Ramin's, well, we can't say them out loud because they're trademarked, and so we don't want to get sued. So shout out to Ramin there. Also, shout out to this amazing GME level. A lot of people here mentioning GME low, including, I believe, Anton in the chat. But look at this. We had this support resistance fight with VWAP earlier, right? Then we dropped to the downside with the viciousness. We fall below that support around that 2030. And no, GME hasn't really been above VWAP all day. Like every time we get to VWAP, the game stops. And then we go to the downside. Then we have a little bit of a pause here, 21. And then 21 could not do something for GME. So it fell to the downside. We see that chop and trade around 2020s. Then we're roaring back to the upside. Into 2080, we have that bounce, then we come back up, and look where we end up rejecting again. That's right, our old pal VWAP, but now it's in confluence with that previous level of rejection at 2030s, or 2130s. I think if we break above there, it could be pretty swift, but I think this topping tail candle not giving me a lot of confidence, and the VWAP and 2130 rejection giving me a lot of confluence that this rejection may continue. Let's look at PanW as well, because we've seen a couple mentions of that. Sharif pointed out just a beautiful level on this, which was we got to that.
Unreal, this thing.
Yeah, look, we get to that level, we fill that whole gap, and then we kind of reject a little bit. We're still down on the day.
Adair, I was going to sell this last night, man, in the mid 290s.
Well, that would have been a pan-L.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy you waited. Yeah. So in all seriousness, I know I pun, but in all seriousness, I know you were pretty upset about PanW.
Yeah, like I was like, oh my God, I have to deal with this other earnings report that I have to suffer through again, this, that, and the other. But I can't believe it closed the gap that dang quickly. Wow, we're back to yesterday's opening print, essentially, on Panda. All right, my Microsoft trade be over. We took that nicely for a 50 penny winner there through the break of 430 and 2/3. I'm still red on Microsoft. That's how poorly my execution was on it today, despite the fact I feel I still had the right ideas. We'll do better, though. Hopefully every day will improve a little bit here. So MSFT, nice VWAP bounce up 1 1/5. About 9 minutes left on the show. What are you guys looking at in the chat? VWIS, says Ike Anderson. Let's have a look at that. Sounds like it might be a small cap gapper. VWIS. VWIS, yeah. And then he says CRKN. All right, well, what's cracking up to? Crown. It's Crown. I know. No, this is still selling off. This is not longable in my estimation. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, you can't. I just don't think this is. You can take it as a long unless it gets above the volume-weighted average price at 15 pennies. That's my rule. That's not a hard and fast rule. So I'll forego that. Everyone's talking about GME. You had a quick look there at GameStop, as it's also back at VWAP. So we've been seeing this a little bit more. I remember we saw this a little bit on Friday, where it was making its way into the volume-weighted average prices. Definitely had trouble with VWAP all along the line as of late, ever since that big boy move that it put in. So we'll continue to watch GameStop here at 21 1/4, definitely finding a little bit of resistance, some topping till prints coming in through that 21 1/4 VWAP area. So GameStop could be on watch for the afternoon. If it gets parabolic and holds above VWAP here, something could happen. So if you're into that, absolutely. Tesla right back into highs again. So it didn't even give us a chance to try to get in at this 182-ish area that we said was a consolidation top. Right back into 183.66 is new high a day here on Tesla. It doesn't even make its way down into the 10 period. So strong was this trend. 182.50-ish, that would have been the 10 period. I wasn't looking there. I was looking at this area over here, which was a little bit below it at 182. So Tesla continuing to be strong now, 4.88% to the good. Apple finding some resistance at the $0.50, 192.5. Precipitating some selling here back into the low 40s. Keep your eye on this area though, 192 and 192.5 actually is the level, because the closing prints were all at that half level, or if not below. So the wicks took us into 2/3, but the closing prints are at the half. So possibly here we could stop out at this level or encounter some resistance before breaking through it. So 192.5, definitely a technical area there from earlier in the day, Adair.
Yeah, certainly an area. I want to quote someone in the chat here, Zeus Alliance. I love trading, LOL. Yeah, I mean, I just think that sums it up sometimes in these markets. Like I said, down to the day, this is actually, for as much planning as I did today, and I did quite a bit, I did hone down my focus. This is my worst trading day by far. I am 1 for 6, and the one name I'm positive on is in NVDL. I'm positive bias until. I'm just trying to be honest, you know what I mean? We're all about real trading here. We are brought to you by Real Trading, and we're all gonna be honest, but you know what? That tells me, it's like, hey, Adara, something didn't work, and I know it's the execution, so what are you gonna do to fix it? I'm gonna come back tomorrow, twice as hard, maybe more refreshed, because honestly, saying that, talking about indigos in Toronto and then naming a Winnipeg mole is I think a sign of someone who's maybe a little bit sleep deprived. So it's all good. Overslept last night. I was telling Sharif, I woke up, thought it was Saturday.
Yeah.
And I was so excited. I was like, oh, it's Saturday. Why did I wake up so early? And then I looked at my watch.
That's when I know, like, I've been in a real deep sleep, when I don't know what day it is. Kind of.
Yeah, that was like, it was a whole moment. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I want to look at CleanSpark here for John Szymanski. CLSK, Wick Shimmy Dance, he says.
Oh, interesting.
And so, yeah, I would say, I don't know, Wick Shimmy Dance, I think VWAP is certainly a fascinating level here. Pop up above it. Pop up above it. Go below. Pop up a little bit. We fell down again. Generally, we had kind of an interesting reversal here. Lower highs, lower lows. Then we have a weird decision point here at 11:55, right before Neil's lesson of the day. We pop right back up. Massive range per candle here in just 20 minutes. We go all the way from 18 to 1845. We reject that VWAP. Then we make a higher low. And I highlighted that level because we bounced a couple times here around that 1825. Now we're curling back to the upside. I think if we can break above this high that we tried to eclipse a couple times, 1855, that'd be a nice look for CLSK. But yeah, this is certainly an interesting chart. I think there are some interesting levels on it for sure. Also, I want to, take another look at NVIDIA. I literally think like tonight, maybe I'll go down, sit at my piano and write a sonnet about NVIDIA 948.50. It is rare I find that there are levels that scream at you so much as this level has screamed at me on NVIDIA over the last few days. It's not even just today, although today it's been massive, and I feel like I've said it way too many times. But like we have, if support and resistance are gonna flip, if they're gonna play certain levels, you have to have your eye on those levels. My issue was just not executing the trades appropriately, and that last long, unfortunately, I did get kind of chopped up because I get involved, we drop $1, then we come right back up. But you know what? C'est la vie. It happens. It's how things go. And what matters is not how the markets get you down, because they will get you down unless you're, Sean and Neil and the big hood is there. But it's about how you get back up. And I think that's what really matters, and that's what I'm trying to focus on. That's what I'm trying to strive towards as we head into the next day. To quote another Jay-Z song, actually to quote 2 Jay-Z songs, you know what? You got to get that dirt off your shoulders and on to the next one. And that's what I'm going to be trying to do into the rest of these days of trading. Mr. Longshorts talking about ARM. ARM getting a leg up on the markets here. ARM punching, to the upside. Nice uppercut here on ARM. As I mentioned, that 113.20 flat top break-esque was a nice look. Then we had that move, that curl up above 115.40s. That's a great look here. Bit of a hammer candle. We're going to have to see. But to me, nice strong look. Nice strong green volume as well. I mean, how many green candles have we had in the last little bit in the 5 minute? Can't even count. Darwin, you know what? I'm going to say it's Big Pampin'. It's another Jay-Z song we can talk about today in these markets, Big Pampin'. Because the Qs are trying to pop right back again above highs here. Let's take a look at these Qs. Oh, this is a nice look. And look at this. Look where we bounce, okay? We come down to 454.90s, and we bounce sort of off that previous high around 454.90s. Now we're trying to peak our heads above here, that 455 level. This is a great look. What else is moving? What do you guys want to look at in the last 2 minutes? ARM getting a hand says ain't too much. Love that pun in your name, and I do love that move. And as I talk, the Qs are like, oh, Jerry, you want me to make a new high of day? Sure, why not? Pumping to the new high of day. Great look here on these markets. ARM boom, says Ike Anderson. I don't disagree. Tesla continuing to be strong. Our very own Pat Sajak there, a Sharif, getting ready at the green screen, so you're going to see him post haste there. What else are people looking? Here's some meta ripping when people start talking about, let's look at Rivian Millionaire. Yeah, okay. This is a really interesting support resistance flip. You guys know I love the 9 EMA, maybe too much. Look at these rejections of the 9 EMA. Look how we're trying to curl back up. Meta could have a little bit of a flip here, and I also like that we're kind of coming in to trying to break off the top of that 464 area, which was that a little bit of a support on a wick basis, mind you, a bit earlier. I love those support resistance flips. That's what we're trying to get on here on M to the E to the T and the A. Please look at Amazon, says Prathibia. Yeah, sure, sorry, totally got your name wrong, but let's take a look at this Amazon. This is fascinating. Amazon here, we had that move down. We tried to curl back up, went back down, bounced off VWAP. and made a higher high. Then we came, and again, this VWAP wasn't a bounce. It was a nice slow burn consolidation. It said, I'm not going to give you that bounce right away. No, siree, Bob. I'm going to make you wait for it. And it does. Then it pops up. Right now, continuing to show what's been a pretty strong resistance level all day, 182.13. Let's see if we get it. Right as we head into the end of the day, I'll take a look at coin for Alicia, and let's see what we get. Yeah, honestly, for coin, this continues to just be a really steady grind to the upside. I said 226 might be resistance, and coin laughed in my face. So continue. Since about 11 here, we've had higher highs, higher lows. We're kind of getting into that previous support in the pre-market at 230. But you know what we're also getting into is the end of the How to Trade show. It's been so great to be here with you guys. Hope you guys have had as much fun as we had. Not a great trading day, but always a great lesson day, at least not for me. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. You've got Brendan at the big desk, but more pressing right immediately is going to be Sharif at that big green screen, guys.
All right, guys, welcome to the brand new segment where you get to choose what we talk about. The first ticker for us today, the most requested by you guys, can you guess? TSLA, and it is having one hell of a day. A news catalyst coming out midday that Pepsi will be buying more of the Tesla semi-trucks, and the market eating up that very nicely. As you see there, we're printing higher days. Guys, have you had a look at Tesla, especially after that news catalyst came in?
And utterly impossible not to have looked at Tesla today, I think. But I'll confess to having not traded it, but I am impressed with what we're seeing from Tesla, because overall, this is still a stock which has been in a bearish trend for the last, I mean, how long do you even want to call it? This is back into like basically mid last year. It's literally 1 year ago when it made this top and continued that downward trend, but you've just held the 50 pretty nicely. You get a bit of a catalyst, and I say a bit of a catalyst because it doesn't seem that big. We've known about Pepsi in the fleet for some time now, but this stock, it went one level, 180 to the upside. It just took another to 182. I was trying to catch a bid for the last breakout here, thinking it would consolidate, but up 5%. It's essentially off to the races. And next stop, the 187 level on this daily chart. Whether or not it gets there today, I'm a little bit skeptical of that. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel my 182. If you're buying dips, that breakout price is pretty much gone here. I think you had a lot of people that have been looking at this trend, and every single time there's any kind of a breakout past resistance, you get like a little bit of squeeze action here on Tesla. But I love the fact it's holding the 50 on the daily. I think that's good news. The 187, it'll be hard for me not to be looking short when this gets to $187, as bullish as the stock has been. But it's a big level on the daily. So I think if it gets there, it can be a short. Maybe it has a chance today, as strong as it's been.
Look, a big shout out to my guy Obi behind us there. Obi and I, the only ones brave enough to take Tesla over Apple to get to 200 first. But you know what? It's getting closer. Yesterday it was 172. Today it's 184. Tesla continues to go. Remember what we said, or what I said. There's a lot of levers that could get pulled here with Tesla. And today apparently another one. 50 trucks doesn't seem like a huge deal. The funny thing is that story was early. This move here, I don't know what's going on there, but a huge break through 180, starting to go higher and higher. Congratulations to everybody long Tesla. Those who believed, and it's a long. But we were short early, and that's where we got stopped out at 176. So it's on here for the short at 176. I mean, I'm like thrilled to death that we didn't even really lose that much money. We actually got a piece out before it eventually breaks. So we started our discipline today real good, man. I mean, we liked the short into yesterday's high, blew it off the top right there. Tesla for everybody to 200. Let's see which wins, Tesla or Apple.
AMD next on the list, guys. This one coming in because it's got a catalyst with Microsoft. So you know about the MI300X that they're going to start producing to rival the H100? Well, there's software for that as well. And so that's what the headline is. Essentially, they're going to help Microsoft use their MI300 accelerators, and that is a look there. There's also a parallel catalyst for NVIDIA. So both GPU makers today coming in and working with Microsoft. Any look on these guys?
I've been favoring the shorts on AMD today. Like obviously, you had that news with NVIDIA. You also had the news with Micron early on that their CapEx was going to go up. That put the chips under pressure. The other story for AMD particularly is on the daily, this has been rejecting every single day. Well, okay, the last couple of sessions at least, it's rejecting the 50-period moving average. You'll get a wick above and then a rejection, a wick above and then a rejection. So today, you essentially are trying to wick above in the pre-market, then we get the bad news. But as things were starting to come into the upside, 165 was holding. That was the trade for me. It was the 165 level, shorts. It eventually broke VWAP, and you've got a slight upward trend forming just for the day, bouncing off of VWAP here. But I'm not thinking it's a long at this point. I look back to that last wick. I wasn't really thinking shorts when it broke 165, but this last wick here, just at noon, could not clear out afternoon support from yesterday. So when that was the case, I said, let's short this lower high. And I like to short back into VWAP if we can get a 165 quarter, 165 half, somewhere in here, because overall, this is a relatively weak name. NVIDIA went from getting smoked on that news to going green. AMD still down 1%. So I think it's still relatively weak. Overall, it's also rejected the 50-period for the third day in a row. So it looks like another close underneath that. All leads me to be bearish. I know it looks like a little bit of a hold of VWAP in here, but I'm not done with the notion that this is a relatively weak stock to look for some shorts. If you're in the chip names looking for the strength, NVIDIA's turnaround, and we'll talk about them in a minute, but it's been ARM. ARM's the one that is absolutely ramping to the upside.
All right. I mean, look, AMD, really choppy early there. It was never really on my radar. Yesterday we traded NVIDIA. AMD, nice little bottom there at 163 and change. I still think you want to go long these names. I mean, it's going to be dangerous into NVIDIA earnings. But for now, I mean, are we going back to the, I'm done. All right. Here comes Sharif running back over to the green screen. So AMD, not much happening there today. Let's go think about Meta.
Waiting for that Meta to come in. Yeah, very tough day today for Meta. It really could not catch a bid. Kept eyes on that during the midday. There is this headline today about AI startup scale secures $1 billion from investors, including AMD. Meta included in that group. It didn't really catch a bid, though. It was a bit of a tougher look. Any look today, guys, on Meta?
So I, you know what, I really like Meta. I mean, I think that Meta is one of those names that we're going to make a mistake on this because we talked about buying Microsoft down to when it was down near 400, 398, and some of those dip buy opportunities. Well, Meta's kind of the same thing, man. 440 down into 460. Right now, this could be a buy down into here for Meta. I mean, I feel like the market's going to pull back just a little bit, so I don't know if we want to pull the trigger yet on Meta. I mean, I'm long Corning and the market here. But for now, I like this level at 459. Whether or not we get down there again, we won't get there today. The market seems to be pretty strong, biting any news. But I like the long in Meta, and I think this is one of those names that for no reason is down here right now. They just talked about more spend in AI. I really like Meta going back up to the upside. I feel like when we're going to look back, this is going to be one of those major names where, just like Microsoft, it made this move down, comes all the way back up, and if we don't start buying some of these dips, that I fear, its next moves are higher for Meta. Again, I feel like there's so many. Oculus is going to be huge. I think once Apple justifies the space with their Vision Pro, that's going to be coming at Worldwide Developer Conference. And then Instagram and what Facebook, I know Facebook's not huge, but for advertising. And then WhatsApp. Thing is, the biggest thing used in Meta are Instagram, private messages and things like that. If they can start putting ads somehow into that, people view that stuff, man. And then Reels, it's just all beginning. For Meta. I think this is
the convenience,
big sleeping giant here.
The convenience of the AI embedded into WhatsApp. I am not gonna lie. I was
so easy.
Perplexity's cool, and I have the app for that as well. But it is. I'm always on WhatsApp. It is very convenient to just jump in there and ask those questions. You said it might be a mistake not to have bought in the last dip of Meta. I am one of those people that was waiting for the 200 period and missed it. So it bounced off 420. I was looking for it in and around 400 in my personal account. I look at this rejection of the 50 period, and now what's happening? Now it wants to hold a higher low. Another one today, like this 460, it's like 460 to 462. So it's bounced, and now you're holding the top end of the range. Another bounce off that 460. If this ends up being a temporary triple bottom and we get back to the 50 period, then this is going to be another one that's at those highs. In terms of afternoon trade, I mean, obviously it's weak relative to the market. Usually in the afternoon trade, I'm thinking, oh, pop back into VWAP, but the key level would be $465. It was the morning bottom. It was right at 11:30. It was resistance, and it's probably resistance again. If this gets back above there, I think it looks a little bit bullish into this afternoon.
All right, guys, next on the list, NVDA. This one was inundated with headlines, some good, some bad. The first one that we woke up to this morning was that Amazon was putting off the purchase of the H100, the flagship GPU there. Essentially, they were looking to kick the can down the road and buy Blackwell, the new GPU, later this year, scheduled for release in Q4. Then we saw later on that the Microsoft headline that they were going to assist Microsoft in scaling their AI. That helped NVIDIA pump up. Good day for NVIDIA today, about up 0.25%, but they do report earnings after the bell tomorrow, guys. Make sure to catch that on the Market Recap Show.
Yeah, nothing will happen to NVIDIA afterward.
Yeah, definitely nothing will happen tomorrow.
No excitement whatsoever. No. There'll be more fireworks than if, I was about to say like Alek Manoah was pitching for the Jays, but he's been pitching really well lately, so I have to throw someone else under the bus. So anybody for the Chicago White Sox pitching except for Eric Fedde, and that'll be the fireworks you get from NVIDIA. Look, we talked about this in the lesson of the day. Sometimes when there's news in the pre-market on a stock, you want things to settle down at the open and not just assume it's going to be a continuation. There was that story with Amazon, I guess, pushing back some of their purchases. And at the open, this just got bought up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It got bought up, not even a level that I would have been, like 925, sure. If it gets down to 925, I probably would have been all over looking for a bottom in NVIDIA. I wasn't. I was looking to short over in AMD. But once it broke higher, it's held higher lows. You're actually just going back and forth off of yesterday's close price. And at this point, I feel like if we see VWAP, we don't want it on NVIDIA. If it's going to show the strength, then holding on to that close from yesterday and that news top of the 948 is what will take us to the promised land. The market is trying to go. This has been one of the strong ones and leading us there. I'm not thinking the short unless it's a failed break. It would have to like fail break that high or something. I think when you go red to green in a situation like this, it caught a lot of people off guard, myself included. And at this particular point, the earnings, it's going to be difficult for them to beat. It's always difficult for them to beat sky high expectations. But I'm less bearish than I was this morning. I don't think I want to short this one this afternoon. After earnings could be a different story. But, this is just a lesson in don't take it for granted, the direction of a move on a news story. Allow it to settle down. Because once it showed you the open, it was very, very clearly a strong relative stock. This and ARM absolutely ripped some faces off. And if we, like I said, if we see VWAP, I actually wouldn't like it for long if I saw VWAP because I think that would be a bit of a weak sign, not holding on to previous close.
All right, look, we had NVIDIA written down yesterday, and it was a bang, bang, banger. We hit it through 840, and it was a monster. 840 continued to hold. And Neil just went over some of the moves today. Look, last earnings call was 16%. Expected move, 8%. So 8%, it's $950. I mean, you're going to be moving like $70, $80 at least into the report that comes tomorrow after market on May the 22nd. So if you're just going to look up right here, look, the RSI right now just down here at 61. It's not even that out, too high up right now. We've been, up into these 80s before when we sort of topped out back. I guess that was back in March. Another top out right here on earnings, back to 80 again, topped out up here. So as we continue to go higher and higher and higher, we're actually starting to base out a little bit right now. And I think the next move is this way through $1,000. I mean, there's the 50-period moving average. You're not going to get down to the 200. RSI is still pretty low. I could see a nice move back into the 80 overbought area. Then this happens to the downside. So for me, NVIDIA I'm a little nervous about the report. It could be like the best report and could still get to the downside. So for me, let's wait to see what happens at 1,000. That should get the RSI back to 70, 80, and then we'll move from there. That's that 8-9% move back to the upside for our friend NVIDIA. Sharif, I ask you, what do you think about NVIDIA earnings?
I think these hyperscalers are just buying too many of them, Sean, especially with that Blackwell coming up. I don't know. I think they beat. I don't want to stand in front of this monster. We'll see tomorrow. Market recap show. Make sure to catch that with Sean and Dara. And today's new segment, guys, if you're just joining us, brand new segment. We're giving you guys the power now to choose which tickers we talk about in this time slot, 2 to 2 o'clock. In order to do that, though, you've got to watch the midday show, at least the last hour. You'll be able to vote for your favorite tickers every day between 1 to 150, and then we cover it between 2 to 220 today. Last on the list is the SPY. Wow, we basically almost made all-time highs. We're not at high a day right now. Essentially, this is a Fed story with interest rates. Fed Waller coming out to say today that the policy is tight enough. They don't really need to increase interest rates anymore. In fact, they're looking at a cut at the year end. So the SPY doing decent today. Any look today, guys, on the SPY?
Well, I mean, so we're not at highs right now. We made the highs yesterday, but we're right there. So Sharif is 100% right. I mean, this market continues to get heated up. I mean, if we're going to talk about the SPY, I always look at the NASDAQ, but we could just quickly look at this. Obviously, as the S&P 500, as Apple starts to go higher, we saw Microsoft today make 52-week highs. Apple's into 192. You know, JP Morgan is back again. So many of these major constituents of the S&P 500 are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So for me, that's an absolutely great sign. I mean, you know, people talk about market breadth. I mean, if we're going to look at right now, utilities are up. You know, technology, obviously, as we continue to talk. Energy's pulling back a little bit, which could be good for the S&P 500. Energy is the lowest weighted sector in the S&P 500, so it's not taking too much into consideration there. But you want to talk about where are all my bears at? You know, all of the time, we always hear like, oh man, the market's going to pull back. BS, the market's going to pull back. At some point, yo, what's going on? I still like you. I really like polar bears.
He's right there. You show him some love, man.
No, I love bears. I'm just saying, where are you at? Like, they're not roaring. They're just chilling out right now. And the thing about it is, as the market continues to go higher here, earnings, not a disappointment. I can't even think of, I mean, Disney disappointed. Again, not a major component of the SPY. They're all there. Apple, to me, holds a lot of this. So does NVIDIA. So, I mean, it's what? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 up days and 3 red days, and you can barely see the red marks here on the chart. So, I mean, look, it is what it is. And I hate that saying, but you're up to the highs. Any pullback seems to get bought. What, one day? Boom. You know, this was nice. Bang, right back. I think this is probably JP Morgan. This is the end of April. Nice move to the downside, but right back up to 530. I think if you're dollar cost averaging, obviously you do nothing, but there's nothing wrong with taking some money out of this market at all-time highs. So that's my take. At some point, our friend here will roar again, and you don't want to get caught offside with all of your money in at the top. So I think there's something said about taking things off when you're at the top, at least a little bit. So that's my advice, not financial advice.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit difficult to roar when your face has been ripped off. I think that's kind of what's been happening to the Bears. That said, maybe we should institute a rule. If we have 3 consecutive red candles on the SPY in the weekly chart, you buy it. I don't know. You could throw it out there. But the last time, it's like if you just did it every single time, you've had like minute rally, and oh, if we can come to my chart for a second, Ramin. There we go. Yeah, just the weekly chart. It's like 3 in a row, bounce, 3 in a row, bounce, 3 in a row, moon, 3 in a row, moon. But we're about to, and I don't want to jinx anything, but something's happening tomorrow after market, which could easily change things. That's obvious. But if we do close again above 525, then this breakout is a second week closing above a fresh high. So you could have a consolidation above the previous high on the SPY. I don't think you're all in the clear yet, because with NVIDIA, this could easily close back down. Like what if NVIDIA misses and we get dragged back lower, then you have a false break. In a weekly chart, I think you want to have this settle down at that top. I don't think we're necessarily there just yet. So much can change when you have a big constituent like NVIDIA reporting, but they are the last big shoe to drop. And if they do cause us to close higher, then you could have another leg into the upside. And the next time it does significant dip like that, like if you dollar cost average, like Sean said, you don't do anything. But if you're looking for places to get in, you get 3 in a row down weeks. Probably not a bad place to buy. Historically, it's been really good last year.
All right, so that's our little rundown. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I have a feeling those names will be pretty popular on our rundown list. All right, a little bit of an undercover one here. We heard that Josh Brown was buying it, but we did lose early on that note. And then I looked at Corning, and I'm like, why is this name so under the radar? Like, it's straight up. Just monster moves up here. Dipped into VWAP. Like, we saw it happen there at 11.25. We saw it dip, boom. So VWAP's a little funny here because, again, I guess that might have been the Josh Brown one right there at 11. Move up, and then a move up right there off VWAP again, and then just boom goes the dynamite. So this one looks really weird, but I'm sure happy that we're long Corning right now. And I'm just trying to take some more out. So this is actually, I'll check for you. I think it's still Amazon PL #1, but this is getting right up there, man, with the rest of them. So Corning, good trade. In early, got stopped out, bought it again, and boom. So Corning really, really working there. I like that game, Cornhole, you know, where you throw that's a really fun game. It's a Buffalo Bills game.
Yes, sir. By the way, Corning about to reach its January, this will be like it's not a 52-week high, but I mean, effectively, if you look at it, it's less than a year and a half ago. So sometimes the 52-week highs it's already been broken, but $37, it looks like it's very, very close there. So great look. I mean, the trend couldn't be any, it's not just the intraday chart that looks that great on a trend. The daily chart, pretty much exactly the same thing. You have like 7 days in a row to the upside. I could be wrong, might be 8, I didn't actually count, I'm just eyeballing it here. So good look on Corning, as you've got to always distinguish relative strength and relative weakness out there. Speaking of relative weakness, Amazon, although Amazon's bouncing off the 50 period, I like that fact on the daily. It's still down 1%, and it just got to the top of its open range. Well, okay, it didn't get to the top recently, but the top of the open range was at about 182.5. It crested that at 12.30, then put in some lower highs. I'm shorting off the lower highs into VWAP and rinse and repeating on Amazon. So down 1%. It is above VWAP, but it is relatively weak. I put that in a bucket with things like AMD. Apple might pull back into VWAP here, but Apple's been a weird one. You know, it's been a strong stock. I've been pretty much long the entire day up until this moment here at 12.42. Got bottom wicked on it, but that got bottom wicked and got back in. The other time I was bottom wicked, I wasn't sitting at my desk. So it happened, did not get back into it. I love the strength of the stock. It's trend up. On the daily, you're actually breaking out on the daily chart, getting past this 190, not 191, like 80 high from yesterday. The dip buy was about yesterday's close more than anything else. But now I think you're off to the races. The VWAP dip will make some sense to me for Apple this afternoon. Let us know what else you guys are looking at right now. But you know, you got some strength over in Apple, 100%. We'll keep eyes on NVIDIA, because if that rolls over, I mean, if NVIDIA starts to roll over, I think you could drag ARM. I already like a short in AMD, and I think it could drag this market down with it. We just keep slowly pushing into the highs on the NASDAQ and the ES, and then we don't really punch through yesterday's tops or get toward yesterday's tops. So I'm still looking to fade some of these highs.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Amazon's PL1. I really like Amazon, so that's a good one there. What else we want to talk about? I mean, market pulling in a little bit. We can look at the dollar. We can look at some UUP, see if there's any strength here today in the dollar. Nope. pretty flat, 0.05 right now, not moving around too much. We've looked at crypto a little bit. Bitcoin really pulling back, man. 69.5 now. Weren't we at 71.5 before? We could check out Ethereum real quick if I blow this one up, and we'll be able to see the chart and just see what's going on. We don't need a 5-second chart or 1-second chart. We'll go to a 3-minute here, blow it up just a little bit, and have a quick look. So we are pulling back in. We did make that high of 38.40. Yeah, it's looking like we are getting ready to dip below. If you break this 37, that's a problem, I would think. But, I mean, not really. 36.40. Yeah, you know, it's not really moving around too much, considering what happened yesterday. I mean, there was the boom goes of dynamite into yesterday on that news. We'll see if there's any more coming through with Gensler and all this. But I haven't heard anything else today. We talked about the possible acceptance there of the Ethereum ETFs coming through. So ETHE, in my opinion, is what I'll be trading, and now again get that loaded back up there, and for all of you so we can find the price. But for right now, Ethereum not doing too much. I mean, IBIT obviously going down. Just
to go to the point, you were long ETHE a little bit earlier, and I was looking at the actual ETH spot versus ETHE, and there was enough bullishness at moments that I feel like you almost want to favor that to the long side on up moves. Like it was a little bit stronger on ETHE over on the OTC than what I saw in spot Ethereum, because I was looking at this continuously like breaking down. Like it would just fail the top, fail the top, fail the top, ended up breaking down. And in those same moments, like you would find some relative strength. Like it's not a ton. Obviously, you're going to have the same highs, but just a little bit stronger. So I think expressing long trades in this side actually make a little bit of sense, and it's not always going to be, you know, a 1-to-1. Obviously, at some point, if it gets converted over and it turns into an ETF, then I think that'll be the case. But some relative strength in ETHE relative to Ethereum, which every time I look at these crypto charts, and you know, we can't on spot prices for Bitcoin, we have Bitcoin, we've got ETH. We've got Cardano and then Doge. But those we can only go long on the spot prices here at Real Trading. But every time I see these top breaks of these highs and the reversals, they're technically really good. It's just a matter of being able to take them. You can take the long, no problems, but it'll break the level and come back in, and then it's just a quick little scalp trade that's available for you there. Jason's saying look at CTNT. I don't mind it. What's the deal with this? Is that Cheetah? CTNT. Cheetah Net Supply Chain Service. I wonder what they do. It's just like, so, look, I wasn't here yesterday, but I'm going to make the assumption that shenanigans on whatever the CTNT is, and I'm assuming it's a very small float. This is an unbelievable, if this isn't the best example about take profits when you get them, like this was $1. It was halting down multiple times yesterday. It got to $3 and then went to $43 in the aftermarket. It's now down to $1.29. So I don't know if there's a trade. It's done 40 million. I don't know if there's a trade here unless it does some kind of halt bottom. It's been dropping so far and so cleanly, like something almost needs to happen to cause this to make a bottom, like a wipeout low that maybe gets to $1, halts it, and then it kind of opens back up and breaks back out. I need a reason to try to look for a bottom in a stock down 91% after what it did yesterday, completely unwinding all day long. There's something that has to happen to cause a turn. And to me, it would have to be something like a halt down, I would think. But at this point, down 91%. I don't know if it has enough to even do so. Wow, Tesla.
I was looking at Tesla. I was thinking about shorting it. All right, so we're going to try the long again here if we can get, you know, something $63.90, $64 for the triple Qs. I mean, we just bought it down here last time, and it ripped up, and we were just covering at the high of the days. We just covered some more now. We covered some more at the 50 period, so on and so forth, as we're getting lighter and lighter, and we did cover some Corning again right up here. We are now into less than 10% of this position left. So Corning hadn't traded in forever. Nice move up. Look at the chart again, like, wow. Shout out to GLW as that keeps going. All right, so why did I just say I think Tesla's short? Well, I mean, we finally are getting some sell candles. These might be the biggest sell candles of the day finally coming in, despite the open, which was a sell imbalance that hit right away. The sell candles are starting to get upside now. The biggest one just happened right now off of 185.50. So you know, sometimes we look for little things like that. It might have, I see what people are talking about in the chat, you know, maybe went up too far too fast. You know, that is the stock market, and stocks will do this. So it wouldn't be surprised if we do fall back in a little bit. I mean, even into 183 gives you still a lot of money back if you short rate now. Could be a good buy zone into 182. You do have the 200 period there. Some support where we'd found before was 181. So if this market does come back in, there is something there. I would have loved to have been on this name when I saw this. Fortunately, I was looking at the TQs, but that's a good short, you know, on that spike. So that's 185.50. So you're still ways away from that. I could start it now, but I'd rather get involved at 185. So if we do spike back up for Tesla, let's take a little bit of a short. So there we go. I'm short now. We just got 48. I got that on purpose. I want to start a position. And then we'll try to get it up to 185. Look, if it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, I'll just get more. So let's wait to see what happens now as we're short Tesla with a plan of action against 185.50. So without a plan, you don't have anything. Right now, it's an amazing 8 cents in the money. We'll see if Tesla can fall into 183, and then we'll make a buck and change. Hopefully that can happen. If not, we're going to watch out for 185. We're going to get a lot more shares if we come up to 185. So let's try it right now as we still stay long. Ooh, we just got some more there. Nice trade. I'm going to cancel the rest on Corning. We just got 70s up there. Sorry, 69ers up there. So let's now see our 68s. Now let's see what happens if we can go even higher than that as GLW just taking out levels. Nice upside move. All right, we're still along the futures.
Just because I missed the story on GLW. It was just Josh.
Nothing. I saw him, talking about it.
You were just mentioning it?
Yeah, I heard that it was a mention, and we saw him making move on Tesla. And the thing is that it wasn't that. That's what got me in here. That's that spike. So.
But it was trending anyway.
No, and then I just noticed that there's like, look at all these VWAPs. Like it hit VWAP there, it hit VWAP there, hit it there, hit it there. So I was just like, I'm just going to buy VWAP dip, and that's what happened. And you know, sometimes it works out. I mean, I also
and it's also green like 7-8 days in a row, right? So it's like the trend on every time frame is good on that stock. Just before we move on, I'm on the offer of ARM, which I know is a strong stock today, but we had mentioned that this had been failing at the 50 period on the daily for the last week or so. So it just tagged, I mean, within cents of that level on the daily chart, and this level back from Friday, which was like Friday's high. So I'm looking to short back into it. So a little bit of a rejection at a key price level and the 50 period on ARM. I don't necessarily think it fills in the entire gap. I was short it this morning off 112, essentially a flat trade because it may have made more than I lost, but we were holding on to a little bit more to kind of bigger move to the downside. But I'm going to short this next pop into 115.5, and then my stop will be at the high of the day on ARM. As I said, it's at that 50 period on the daily. It's rejected it a few times back and forth. Alex is saying, look at Mara, Neil. I had all these grandiose plans to be long Mara today. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to, I mean, whatever. Like I can anticipate or want something to happen. It doesn't mean it's going to. In the market, it was super strong yesterday. It had all the crypto names going. It had broke out above 21, which is something that we liked. Kind of felt like you could either take out the next top or maybe we dipped down into 21 at the open. That just never happened. It ended up holding 21.70. I had one long trade and then it turned into a short. It looks a little better now. Now that it's bounced off 21, it's making some higher lows. So I don't mind this. I'd prefer it if it would get to above VWAP or something. But you are getting the first set of higher lows on Mars. So there is signs of a trend going to the upside. Put another higher high, and I'd probably join this one above VWAP. But the ARM short is kind of where I'm thinking next. I want to be able to pick that one up as the market is trying to bounce back up. So I think I will get this opportunity. It's a strong stock. Remember, there's a short off the 50 period on the daily and out in front of that.
All right, so I've already tweeted this out. You know, we could always show, and I said I do this at least once a day. And the problem is it sucks because when you have shares, this sucks. So there it is right there. Look at that Apple out. Literally the worst before it ripped up. That out is at 80. There it's right now is 192.56. So this is like, I get I would have got out. Like I would have got some out. Because we bought the dip. We bought the dip at 90 there. So in a little bit here, I feel like that might have been back and forth, but by the dip, so we did have a decent sized position for sure because we were in there, and then boom. So yeah, we'll be red on Apple because of that. But the long, again, Trading, it's really just all about timing. We talk about that. I was obviously confident in having this, but then when we stopped out, we stopped out. And so we stopped out about 20 cents lower than this. That's 191.90. There's the stop out at 75 breaks. I guess 15 cents. But at the end of the day, that's what trading's all about. You put your stops in, and you just hope they don't get triggered, honestly, because for me to have missed a huge P&L move here because we got stopped out, unfortunately, that's what trading is. And you put your orders in, and, some trade with stop orders, some do not. While me and Brendan were, working on the podcast, which you'll hear about that very, very soon, and we have a brand new one. By the way, GME goes down to $20. What did we write down here? GME long, $20 off the sticky note. We've made that trade numerous times, but not today, and we should have had it. So it's absolutely ridiculous that it comes down here. I had to cancel my bids, of course. I'm not going to sit there with a bid on GameStop, but it comes right into 20 after whoop, whoop, boom. Nice. Apparently, Robert Kennedy Jr. has bought $20,000 worth or something of GameStop. So trying to get it going, and my guess would be he may be out. Right there, as that just goes from there to there. Not much volume. I'm just telling you what the story is. And then AMC right now, had that move to 5 we've talked about. I like AMC just because we have this shelf there down here at 4 that we've held numerous times. But I mean, I don't really like the stock, but if you're going to look at something, AMC at least has that. Just like GameStop, I don't want to misspeak about GameStop. GameStop has the same $20 level now. If you look at a daily chart, we've sort of bounced off 20 a couple times. You can go all the way back to December as well, where it's 18, 19, 20. So into those ranges is fine. So GameStop's been fine down here. If you think there's another moment of YOLO-ness coming, these are good levels. Because, again, you buy the stock at 21, you can get out if it breaks 18. And we haven't really done that in all of this craziness, breaking through $18. So it's held every time. Almost 19 almost held every time.
Yeah.
So I feel like
even
if it's part of your makeup, this is not a bad opportunity.
You know what? Even like AMC's making a bit of a bottom as well. Like it tried to break out $5 today. I was in the break, as you can see. Like it got 5 to 5.10 and then just really couldn't hold on. But if you look at it, so yeah, it didn't hold that break, but you're getting a bit of a rounded bottom here, where you were lower at 470, then 460, then 413 ends up holding, and then it holds a higher low, and then another higher low today. So I think each successive time puts in a higher low, going to start looking for those longs. And yeah, Robert Kennedy saying he's for Wall Street transparency and all that good stuff. And like whether it caused the move or not, who knows? But let's be real, these have moved for less reason than that. I just like sometimes when you have these moves unwind and then everyone forgets about them, they make a nice little rounded bottom and then slowly start creeping up. And then one of those days it just rips your faces off. So if you're looking for the long off these higher lows, eventually it squeezes one time and you go from getting a good scalp trade to getting another breakout. I don't know if it'll do what it did in terms of, is AMC going to go back to $10? Is GME going to get all the way back up to 50? I think that might be a little bit unlikely, but the fact that you're making a bottom on both, I think, can be a little bit interesting. Robbie V, I am watching that CTNT, and like I said, like that stock, it's complete insanity to the downside. I know what ends up happening a lot of times is you see a stock down this much, you're like, oh, but it doesn't have to go very far in terms of a retracement to be a huge win. VWAP's at $3.40. But something has to cause it to go up. It just put in a huge volume candle, biggest one of the afternoon, back into the upside. So it looks like it's trying to make a bit of a bid here. Big volume bottom on the CTNT. If it tries to retrace and holds a low, great. I'm still thinking halt down I'd rather see it halt down, show a capitulation bottom, and then I'd be more interested in this thing. You don't really see things trend like this too often. Amazon is saying, I don't care. We're not going to bounce all the way back up to 182.20. And then ARM, we're looking for the ARM short. You know what? I'm sitting here waiting at 115.40 when it's showing a lower high at 115.25. right? So it's showing me the lower high at that level. I'm just going to see if we can sneak in off that lower high, 115.15. I just put the order in. We'll see if we can get it. Bonzilla ARM gets some relief today. If we're calling 4% up some relief, then ARM got some relief today. I mean, that's pretty strong for a relief rally. I mean, the stock, since it got smoked on earnings, is up, what is that, 20, what's more than that? Like 40%. ARM is up. Is it really? Okay, whatever.
Well, how low did it get to?
Yeah, no, it's like 85.
Oh, no, I don't think it actually got. That
Well,
might have
okay,
been.
let's call it.
I feel like it opened that day like 94, 95.
Yeah, so let's call it 90 to 20, 90 to 115.
I don't
So
even
that's
know
more
about
like
90. Yeah,
more
yeah,
like
something.
30%,
Yeah.
27, 28%. So like the 5% move today, like it's been making a relief rally, great for them. I just got it short at 115.16, so we'll go a little Brett Hall.
By the
action
way, here.
on ARM.
Yeah, okay, so we're actually going Brett Hall action, but slap shot to the face. Right now, Tesla, fight this one and get killed again. We're going to lose about $1 on this. You can see where we're short. We're short at 185.35. We got into it, but we didn't pile into this stock despite having all these fills. We just kind of took fills every once in a while here, but it is, I mean, you guys are 100% right there. I thought that these sell candles were something. It just looks like they were. I mean, these were big moves, right? I mean, that's 185.50 down to 184.80. This is 1 minute. This went down 80 cents. Then the very next minute, we did have a move down there about another 80 cents again. So we're not going to get that now. It's definitely starting to, I mean, if we get it now, we get it now. But this is really starting to ramp out. We're getting out on a 186 break. It's pretty obvious. There has been really no pushback down to the downside. Tesla wins again. And I mean, look, I'm happy for everybody long Tesla. It's not stopping. Every time it tries to pull back, it just goes back up to the upside. But again, we'll have a stop. And you watch. 186 will be the high. We'll get stopped out. And it'll be all hilarious. And I'll start getting upset. But at the end of the day, I thought it was worth something there, and we'll be wrong sometimes, obviously, and it seems like this time it might hurt because we're short Tesla right now at 35, so it'll be 65 cents plus slippage. I'm crossed all the way up to quarters at least, so if that's where we get filled, that's where we get filled. But see that? I mean, it goes down, stops, and then just completely ramps itself right back up again. So, mind a big sell order that comes through. It's 84 million shares, a lot of dark pool right now. It just tried to break 80 and couldn't. So yeah, unfortunately, I think Tesla, for me, is going to have to come out very, very soon. I'm going to put a bid down at 50 to see if I can get out of 10% or something. If we do wash back in, I want to have the winner in case it comes down, but it's looking like a strapped up win for the longs because it has 186 plus on its mind. I mean, it might have 190 today. I mean, look at this. Boom. This is huge. Like, we shouldn't be short, but we're short.
If there was betting, well, let's put it this way, that whole Apple versus Tesla, for me, I'm just play the percentages. In the moment, Apple stronger chart, probably still gets there. But if there was a chance to hedge it right now, let's say there was an actual bet on, I'd be hedging it today. Based on the way I'm seeing Tesla move. Because I didn't think, Apple to me, I still think has a better chance. It's just closer. It is what it is. But if that were the case, I would easily be hedging that. I'm going to reload Amazon here, but I promise, I was asked about Tellurian last week, and I was like, I'm going to make a decision whether I want to take a swing trade on it, and I made my decision on that one. So I'm just trying to reload Amazon here, 182 change, once we get that. But I've made my choice on Tellurian. This is a natural gas play. Nat gas is still in the midst of a strong move. So it did close above the 50 period, and there was a pullback today. If it closes tomorrow, another day above the 50 period. So today and tomorrow, I'm just going to look for a long. I'm just going to take it breaking out 61. So if it does a consolidation, I'll just go long either tomorrow or more likely on Thursday, long over 61 and throw a stop underneath 38.40. I think if I take this trade, I'm risking 40% and then looking for a push to $1 and then above $1 on that name. But that's the plan of action. I mean, I'll let you guys know if I actually get into it. If it could always just fail tomorrow and then I don't do anything because the stock just tanks. So I'm into ARM. ARM's starting to come back up along with the market. We got 115.16 still in. I mean, Intel could actually break out. Let me go to this one. is Intel might be breaking this consolidation bottom. I was short at VWAP, but now we're shorted off of the morning low, which is 31.75. If it breaks that, I'm jumping out. Not even waiting for VWAP. I'll just get out of Dodge there. The NASDAQ is showing strength. It's trying to hold green. Right now, 0.01 the NASDAQ is down, and it's putting in a higher low. Plus, it's 245, so the market probably is going to pump at this moment when we got three shorts on. But the market, it's kind of asleep, but there is some strength bouncing off those tops. As far as getting Apple off of VWAP, that doesn't feel all that likely anymore. It's just consolidating off this high, not a heck of a lot of movement. I want a shoe to drop that we can react to. Oh, and by the way, that CTNT, which had put in that first big volume candle to the upside, right back into the lows. I'm telling you, it needs to halt down or do something dramatic before I'd be convinced that it's making a bottom. The last time it did a halt down, it tried to go. I think that's at least worth a shot, and then it just flushed again. So the stock is probably heading for penny stock territory. If it fails a buck and gets back above, I don't mind taking that kind of a trade. Are you okay?
I'm all good, yeah.
Okay, but trend down on that CTNT, just tread lightly on that.
Yeah, we did have, so by the way, slap to fail there on Tesla. It breaks through 186. I just tried it again here, breaking back down below 186, but we're going to get stopped out if it takes out that high of 186.20, which it might go again. We just tried it again in case we got that 80-cent flush. We could have made it back, but it doesn't look like there's no 80-cent flush happening to Tesla on the downside at all, as that just keeps on getting bought up every single time. All right, we've all been waiting for it. It's Frank with Brendo.
Hey, there he is. Yeah, Tuesday afternoon here, Frank. We have a lot to get to coming off what was pretty surprising as far as the inflation data that we finally get moving in the right direction here. We get a little bit better than expected data points from elsewhere in the globe as well. Generally, we've been sitting here waiting for data pointing in the right direction. We're finally starting to get multiple countries even, looking like we're making some progress here on this inflation fight. Canada comes out today, says 2.7%. It's the lowest in years. And that June number back on the table here as far as a cut potentially for us up here.
Yeah, it's absolutely looking like cuts are going to be on the table for multiple central banks in the coming months. And yeah, Canada, the first that we should speak to here, given that you all reported, the lowest inflation rate that you've had since March 2021. And of course, you'll remember March 2021. Why is that particularly significant? Well, it's 1 year since March 2020. Well, Frank, we know how calendars work, but you'll remember that March 2020 was really the start of the pandemic globally. And so many data points that reflected from March 2020 to March 2021 saw such huge growth. And that was when inflation really started kicking in. And of course, you can go back and look at the March 2020 to 2021 year over year GDP growths and everything else. That's when stuff really started to pop off. And so seeing the lowest inflation in Canada since March 2021 is really telling you that these global economies, starting with Canada, and we'll get to the UK in a second, and obviously the US has been the slowest globally of this trend downward in inflation. But what we're seeing globally, Brendan, is getting back to, I don't know if you want to call it pre-pandemic, but getting back to normalcy, essentially, in terms of these economic data points. Obviously, if you were trading back then, you remember what happened. But if you don't, we saw the huge move lower in March and even parts of April of 2020. And then everything skyrocketed and saw unprecedented growth for the next couple of years. And that's what yielded the inflation problem that we've been dealing with globally. And so this is a huge inflection point here, especially if this data is actually moving back to that pre-pandemic normalcy, Brendan. keep in mind, you do such a good job of pointing this out constantly. This is backward-looking data. And so now the Bank of Canada has to look at this 2.7% better than expected inflation and say to themselves, okay, well, now we're in pre-pandemic territory in terms of this data. If it keeps moving, we have to keep in mind that this is backward-looking data, and next month's inflation might be in the 2% or lower territory. Employment might become a little bit of a problem here because, you want to just hammer home this data is backward looking. The central banks are trying to make sure that they don't act a little bit slower than the data comes out here. So, I mean, what say you? 2.7% obviously isn't 2%, but a pretty big milestone here for your inflation in Canada. Do you think that you all might cut as soon as a couple of weeks from now?
Yeah, those were the statements, I guess, that followed this release this morning up here. Was that June is, I think it was 48%. The market was at least pricing in 48% chance of a cut now in June. Two things on that. One is, I think it's important to also remind people that 2.7% is great. Sure, we'll take it. It's not 2% as you mentioned, but prices are still going up 2.7%, which is not nothing for a lot of people that have just endured what you were just talking about, just massive price hikes as our neighbors south of the border have as well. The other thing to consider here is the simple fact that we went up so quickly, and as you and I have been talking over the past weeks, the trip down has not been a straight line and has not been as fast, anywhere near as fast. So if they take a quarter point off at this point, is that even a big deal at this point?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see because to your point, 2.7% is the lowest since March 2021, but it's not the 2% target, and it's still a year-over-year inflation rate that is hard on consumers in a bunch of different parts of the economy. So by no means is anyone looking for Canada to cut 50 or 100 basis points at a shot here. But yeah, the question becomes who is going to finally cut for the first time and head in that direction? Because you look at the UK and here's the piece that is interesting to your point there, Brendan, of the fact that the rate of descent in inflation has, one, not been as fast as the ascent, and two, it's been extremely inconsistent. The slope of this line is constantly changing here because we've seen some, month-to-month numbers drop from, you saw there, 8.7% down to 7.9%, a huge drop. And then you saw some from 6.7% down to 4.6%. And now the UK has been hovering around 3 to 4%. They're expecting 2.1% inflation in their reading tomorrow morning. And so this is a bit of the not necessarily problem, but potential problem that central banks are looking at, which is, we go from this 2 or 3 year adventure of inflation spiking and staying high, much to the chagrin of, people living in the US, people living in Canada and the UK. And we might be saying, well, it's still not below 2%. So why would they start cutting? This better than anyone, Brendan, the conversation can change on a dime. It can be, August of this year, and we could be talking about how, oh man, employment numbers are trending so low and the economy is now moving in this deflationary trend. The central bank has to cut more. And so they're trying to get ahead of inflation and all these data points moving into whatever you want to call it, the negative territory, even though they haven't necessarily hit that 2% target. Because, the expectation in the UK is to go from above 3% year over year inflation to 2.1% year over year inflation tomorrow. And I mean, that at that point, Brendan, is right there at the 2% target that global central banks look for. And so this is all to say that the data seems to be normalizing. The expectation is that central banks start to normalize, but none of them have yet. And the waiting game continues. And I don't think it's any coincidence, Brendan, that we're seeing all-time highs across a number of asset classes as the potential for liquidity enters these different assets.
And Frank, we've heard this term restrictiveness, that rates are at, or I mean, every Fed speaker that comes out now throws that in there just as the catchphrase of we're at, rates are at a level of sufficient restrictiveness. If the Bank of England comes out tomorrow and says inflation's 2.1%, we're basically done. We're back to where we need to be. I just checked; they're at 5.25 still. We talk about a quarter point cut, a quarter point cut, a quarter point cut. Do they need to be at a 5.25% benchmark if inflation is at 2%?
Well, and this is exactly the point, especially as we nitpick around, Canada versus UK versus US. Obviously, they're all very different. But this is exactly the point here, is if they report 2.1% inflation, Brendan, and then next month it becomes, 1.9% or 2% or something around there. And then, like I say, we get into August or September later on in the year, and now they're printing, 1%, 1.5%. It's something that, of course, I sympathize with everybody who's been squeezed by inflation over the course of the last 3 years. But it is something that I say quite often, which is you don't actually want a deflationary period, or when we finally get sub 2% inflation, it's going to have adverse effects. And I think the conversation, especially for a Bank of England, and remember that all these central banks are meeting the first 2 weeks of June. That's going to be a crazy, crazy period for every asset class. But yeah, I think you make a great point. The difference now between UK's interest rates and inflation are potentially going to be more than 3%. And so that's definitely plenty restrictive. Is it too restrictive? Is it going to make this backward-looking data look even worse come June, July, and August, and point to deflation and point to employment problems and point to a bunch of problems for companies situated in those countries, because now people aren't spending money and it's been too restrictive. And so, of course, a synergy to all of this. And what I also like to say about this type of problem is I'm glad I'm not the person trying to solve it, because I can talk about it, but knowing what to do if you're a central banker in the UK or Canada or the US, or especially Japan for that matter, has been a very contentious piece. They've done about as well as they can do on the ascent. The descent, I'm sure they're all very fearful of, and we'll see what they end up doing. But yeah, English inflation tomorrow will be real if they get that 2.1%, or if they get under that, if they print the one handle, holy smokes, you might see interest rates globally get annihilated.
And you and I have spoken to the fact that the US dollar has maintained, levels, multi-year, multi-decade, in some cases, levels throughout this entire round trip here. But we are starting to see a little bit of a pullback here on not only the US dollar. I mean, that print this morning had the Canadian dollar down huge pre-market, I noticed as well, to be expected. What do we see the end result being here if, inflation is starting to improve and things are moving in the right direction? How far back can this come?
Yeah, no coincidence whatsoever. I alluded to it earlier. No coincidence whatsoever that we're seeing such a run up in precious metals, industrial metals, cryptocurrencies. The stock market is at all-time highs again. A lot of this has to do with the increasing odds of rate cuts coming. And again, remember, when was the last time we saw all these highs in all of these assets? And I point out ETH. I know that there's stories going on in ETH around the ETF and everything. But again, these different assets saw all-time highs at the end of 2023, start of this year, when the market was pricing in 6 or 7 rate cuts in the US and a similar environment globally. It is now almost June. No one has cut interest rates. And you saw, I mean, look at that ETH chart. ETH got its butt kicked for the last couple of months as they priced out rate cuts. Gold and the stock market moved sideways for a little bit. They're all back to all-time highs. Copper, I don't know if any of you guys trade copper out there, blowing out all-time highs. And a lot of this has to do with another turning of this trend in the last couple of weeks, which is, oh man, we might start pricing in some of these rate cuts. We're now back in the US to 2 or 3 25 basis point rate cuts here this year. And it's all happening synergetically with the lower printing inflation and some of the lower employment data that we've been seeing globally. And so we'll see what it means for Forex markets, because keep in mind, Forex markets are competitive with each other. And so, for example, if Japan just stays glued at 0%, but the US cuts from 5.5% to 4.5%, the US dollar might lose some value, but it's not necessarily, now trading with a lot less demand than a Japanese yen at 0% interest rates. But you are starting to see that US dollar lose some luster as people are selling dollars to buy gold, to buy crypto, to buy these other markets that are getting an injection of liquidity and demand because interest rates are once again projected to move lower. Again, we haven't gotten any cuts yet. We haven't gotten the 2% prints in the US. So are they pricing this in once again just to price it out? We'll see. If you think so, then you've got plenty of all-time highs to sell into. But this might be a classic case of, you saw the big move in December and January, pricing in 6 or 7 cuts. You saw the big reversal, and now they're going to meet somewhere in the middle. And that's been good enough for all-time highs in several asset classes.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed to it earlier in the conversation, but I mean, if there was a scenario in which they wanted to get to be in when this happens, I mean, all-time highs across the board, for people to sell into, definitely a good one to be. All right, coming up, next stop, June 11th, we get CPI, we get FOMC June 11th, June 12th, so the Fed decision June 12th. CPI is June 11th, so still a couple of weeks to go here. Great stuff. Frank Caberna, Director of Strategy over at IG in Chicago. Good to see you.
Thanks, Brennan.
Average. Let's go down. Let's go.
I am muted. Dropping science, raising markets. I just noticed something on GameStop that I'm going to take a breakout for. Look, yesterday, I was off yesterday for GameStop when this happened, but asked Sean, was there any news here? It was just like a technical break on a huge volume. Late in the day, it broke like $20.50. Well, it's doing a similar, like, make a bottom, consolidate higher, 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 and then a top break at the open would be $20.35 right here. So I'm kind of looking for a break of $20. It's a random price, I know, but $22.35, I should say. So $22.35, I'm going to look for a breakout. If it does the same thing it does yesterday, that's a bit ridiculous, but it's starting to ramp up. There's a buyer right now pressing it a little bit higher, but I want to get that order locked and loaded to go. And again, it doesn't necessarily, sometimes it's just a technical break and then the squeeze happens because you have shorts that are leaning on it all day that just decide to start covering en masse. The same thing happens, it does have to move. I think the potential is going to be there. While that was all going on with Frank, Amazon took out the local high. It's bounced off VWAP. I got out shorting off a lower high here on Amazon. I am still in the arm trade. It's still right in the same consolidation level, hasn't broken up, hasn't broken down as the market is creeping higher. And I just noticed Now AMD is at VWAP. But for most of that move, while Frank was talking to the upside, AMD was just chilling out at the lows. So if we are going to pull back in, AMD's been a relatively weak stock. Might have to come back to this well underneath VWAP. As long as it's above, I'd be more patient. But if we crack back down below, I might look for that short opportunity. So GameStop, it's a random level, but $22.35 was the morning range high.
All right, I mean, now Tesla's coming back down, so finally we'll take $1 on the downside of it. But again, we got stopped out. We talked about this. We're playing it back through. Let's see what happens. We talked about playing it back through 186. Look, I'm not happy that before we went to Frank, we had this short right here, like just building it. We knew there was going to be, there's always a top somewhere. Whether or not it's the top, I don't know. We're just into power hour right now, and here comes Tesla fading back in a little bit. So we're taking out the 50 period. This is the first time we took the 50 period out since we started ramping at 130. So 130, this name was $181. So, I did not, she did not call. But I'm wondering if the buying has now been over with. We're now $1.30 in the money on Tesla, starting to go lower here. We're short 186.30. It hasn't been a good trade. We wanted to get more near 187. We sort of talked about that, but here it comes right back in. I'm bidding 184s. Like that little dip down right there is 184.35. I'm going to put a bid at 184.71. See if we can get a move back down to the downside now as we're $1.30 in the money. So we'll spin it right now for that trade. And we did talk about this. We talked about getting it back down through. So, yeah, I know. People are like, yeah, it worked. Yeah, it worked. Going short was fine. But at the end of the day, getting hit all the way up is not good. So the pullback in is fine. Corning on the other way, this is NFT, boom. VWAP, 50 period, 50 period, 50 period, this is the stock. This is going to be, as we said, obviously we've lost enough money now on Tesla. I can't put that into PL number one. PL number one today will be Amazon, and then number two will be Corning. And Amazon was huge right off the jump. We haven't done anything really since. Just this short, again, fighting it, boom, came right back in. And this was, on here we wrote down Tesla short early, and that was wrong. But we had Amazon as well short, and that one really paid off. It's good when that's your number one idea, a name that you've done work on in the sticky note. We just bounced off 185. That could be the bottom. Our best out is 40s right there or so. 185 just stopped. So momentum could build back up now to the upside. We are out of about 60% of the trade. So we'll hold the rest and see if we can get a downside push there into the close. And then the market just continues. We were short, remember, we were short and we got stopped there. But we held a little bit, got some out and went long, actually back at 64 now. So short. Now we're dealing with the 64 long. I don't know. The market's been really choppy today. When the NASDAQ is up 0.04 on the day, it is going to be tough, especially when the Q's right here, although we're up from the open, obviously. It's been a nice trend long. We were able to buy that dip because, look, when we were short, if this is not trading, like there's 64. We noticed that it was a problem getting out. So when it came back in, we got long. So pretty simple trading right there on the NASDAQ. So yeah, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's get this party going here. Maybe Tesla goes back up. I'm shorting in front of 187.
187. Oh, I'm not going to finish that one. You guys know the rest of that and exactly how it goes. AMD just got back to VWAP. So I just shorted it underneath VWAP to the local high. And that CTNT stock, I said, okay, well, fine. Either it halts down or makes a test of $1. Otherwise, forget it. Well, it's kind of here now. It's at $1.13. It's pretty much like look, it's not really slowing down because the speed at which it's been moving to the downside has already slowed. but it's making a bit of a bid. The low is 110, so another press lower, and I think you get a test of that dollar level. If it breaks $1 and comes back up, or if it halts down, like I said, I might look for like a scalp trade, just in long back through, or in off of a halt, back into the upside, like a reopen, and then sort of take out a top level, and then throw a stop in, and then see where it can go. It's clearly under a ridiculous amount of pressure, and if it does halt, I'll let you guys know, but the dollar level is the other one that we will have a look at. Oh, GameStop's still in play, but it just pulled back into VWAP here, so a little bit of a dip into VWAP. I'm taking the breakout off the opening range top, but maybe even the VWAP dip could be good here. It is trend up, like it's stair-step to the upside. And if it's going to do a late day rally like it did yesterday, I mean, that move was right at like 350. It's not to say it's just going to do it because it did yesterday, but stranger things have happened. It did tag down to SSR, so it is, like, it's short sell restricted because it was down over 10% at one point today. I should have mentioned that's another reason I like the long. So I'm going to go for a VWAP play in here. I'm going to leave the order for the stop, just in case that's what comes first. But I want to buy a dip into VWAP, just looking for a late day rally here into GME. Down 7%, but as I said, the stock is going to be short sell restricted today. And then again tomorrow, which does help if you're looking for bounce plays.
All right, another out right there, bang on that one. Siren alert here because the market's trying to go higher, and we just got to pull back up into 30s again for the TQQs off of that. So boom, we'll take that. All right, Tesla's trying to fade out again. We already talked about Corning. All right, tonight's report. Do we have the earnings sheet? I know there's really nothing, but is there a board or? There is a board. Okay, we'll wait for it. We'll wait for the board and then I'll review it. There isn't a whole heck of a lot, but join me tonight when we will have Brian Shannon on. And, he gave the pick of basically the year last year, despite Eli Lilly, you know what I mean? Or Alibaba. But no, Ethereum, we talked about that last week and he built it out, why he liked it. All right, so for me, Toll Brothers is going to be big, that ETA. We're not expecting Toll Brothers till 4:30, so you might miss that one on the after show. But you will have Urban Outfitters, URBN, expectations of 49 cents with revenue of 1.17 billion. Its last move on Urban was 13%. We'll see if we get something similar today with 9%. And then tomorrow morning, you're right back into retail land again. With Target and TJX. I prefer TJX, but and then wow. Tomorrow's going to be huge because you're going to have China play, right, with PDD, and then you also have NVIDIA tomorrow night. So Williams-Sonoma's been on fire as well. Wow, yeah, it doesn't stop. So not much tonight, but a lot tomorrow.
That just means that lots of trade to go over tonight, and then a fantastic guest as always. Sometimes, you want that lull before you get the fireworks of NVIDIA, but Pinduoduo got, smoked is not the right word. It's only down 1.4%, but smoked off the highs would be the best way to put it on PDD. It is getting top heavy going into those earnings. Just right back into its 52-week high, and then a couple of days into the downside. I got like 135 marked off in case it bounces off that level. I do want to be, I only ever trade this around those earnings, but how many Chinese stocks can you look at that are upward trending that bounced off the 200 period moving average? Like that looks like a big cap. Like what am I looking at? Like an Apple chart or something like this? Where you pull back right into the 200 period and then just go right back into the highs. So PDD kind of has been the one, to my chagrin, because I own Alibaba, though that's still in the money. So I just picked up a little bit of GME in front of that high. I still think the 2235 is a breakout, but on the way up, we'll see if we can't scalp some into that high. I've seen JB and a few people in the Rivian Millionaire, JB, all mentioning Snowflake for some reason. And it is bouncing, don't get me wrong, off of the lows here. But I'm just curious what the catalyst might be or why we're that interested in it, particularly today. When I look at the daily chart, yeah, this can break at 166 and change. That looks pretty good for Snow, get back above the 200 period moving average, like lots of opportunity here, and maybe it's making a bottom break. But yeah, I'm not really sure exactly why we're interested specifically in Snow. A 166 break looks fantastic for it on the longer term, but it is catching a bit of a bid after being a dog all day long into a strong NASDAQ under VWAP the whole way. I haven't checked out Palantir today, but I'm going to assume if Snowflake is down, it's probably down too.
Yeah, we really like Snowflake. We've recently bought Snowflake in the 150s, so that's going to be a good one. And look at Tesla right there. I said, oh man, we could have diamond hands all we want to, but when we're in the money $1.30 on Tesla, when we've been getting hit on it, we're going to take some profits. So, wow, the market, we are starting to go. I mean, it's not even like it's going that high, but like honestly, when I'm seeing these fills on the TQQ come in, I'm like, what? So we just went right back up to day's high again after flipping over to the long. Man, that call was great. Man, do I hate Apple getting stopped out there, because this is the day maker for me if we still had that. Obviously, coming back up to day's high, I don't think we would have predicted that much, so we would have been out of this. But Apple right now, I'm not going to stand in the way of this. And I have not exited anything, man. We're in at 169 change on this name, sort of in our swing account. And I'm debating just honestly, maybe getting out of half. Like, I own so much of Apple long term that it's insane. But Apple, yeah, that would have been a sick long. Something's broken. Corning right now, 36.80 right here to the upside. Is it Adara or?
Let's talk to us. Or?
I go to Adara? Yeah, all right.
Keep an eye on TOST here, seeing this pop up on Benzinga, that apparently traders are circulating, that a newsletter has named Toast as a long idea. We did get a nice pop up. Again, not seeing any specifics here, but just some positive energy on TOST, getting highest volume candle of the day on that move up here, guys.
So that stock is not Toast after all.
Not after all, no.
No, apparently not. But I feel like that's like a decent short float on that Toast, at least the last time I looked at it. I mean, good look. I appreciate everyone in the chat for reminding that Snowflake reports, but they're after, not tonight. They're after the bell tomorrow. Like, if it was making if we were looking for a rally into the report after market tonight, like, I'd been like, okay, like maybe it's going. But with another full day of trade, we'll see where it goes. I mean, it's not only NVIDIA that matters. There's going to be plenty of other earnings names. They're going to make some potential moves. I've never owned Snowflake, but it's certainly one that we've traded. I'll never forget the IPO, not just for the sheer fireworks, but it was a good one on the floor. Certainly back when you could I guess you still can sometimes these days, just take that opening print trade. Although I think it's a little bit different. You got to let it trade off the open instead of just grabbing that opening print. But Snowflake was way higher than anybody anticipated, and everyone thought it was way too high, and it was still a good long off the open anyways, just showing how gimmicky that trade would be. GameStop still trying to make a run at that high. We dip bought 21.5. It just got into the 75.80 range before it checked up a bit. But ARM, we shorted this consolidation. It's pressing for the highs. It's pressing for the highs. If it takes out a fresh high, then we're jumping out of this trade. I don't want to add unless it's on the way down or in a consolidation. So this market's continuing to go. I don't see a reason to add to it unless I see weakness in ARM. The market is super, super strong, as we can certainly see. Like, the NASDAQ's taking out these fresh highs. GameStop probably doesn't care about that. I'm just looking at what happened yesterday. And if it does half that, I think there can be a good long in there. Jason's saying Macy's is looking good. Macy's with a great recovery today. This was a dog all morning long, and now it's up 3%. Right back to where we were, essentially, at 9:30, where it was gapped to the upside. Sometimes you just got to wait it out. The hold-off VWAP was pretty good. You know, I'll slap a fail on myself for not going back to this when it started holding VWAP, but I kind of wrote it off when it failed in the morning. Said, yeah, no breakout. I had a 2010 breakout set. It never broke out that top. We might get that tomorrow, that 2010 break on Macy's, or even today.
Yeah, we were in down 1950. We are actually okay on Macy's until it broke the level. SOX L, eh? All right, so we got out of another piece there. You saw me get out of Tesla. I have NVIDIA on my mind at 185. That seems to be good. We'll reload this at 186, but not sure as market continues to go higher. Q's continuously going higher. Look at Corning. That just fell in. We have almost nothing left right now of Corning. So we'll probably get out of that if it takes that level. All right, waiting for Tesla to go to the downside. Zoom setting up. What's up, David? Thank you for the super chat, Mr. David. We'll find out right now. Zoom setting up for tomorrow. So Zoom already had earnings. Yeah, it's not doing anything right now. We always like to think that, hey, why are we just kind of hanging out? Zoom yesterday, it had an implied move again of 8%. It was really nothing again on earnings. I mean, up and down, and then at the end of the day, you still settle at the 50-period moving average. I like this stock. you know, the fact that we're not down, it is obviously a decent PE name. I'll have to find out what it is. I think it's actually lower than what I think. Zoom trying to bounce off 63. I like this long. I think for tomorrow, yeah, you get a 63 opportunity. I think you want to buy it. So that's a good one. 63 tomorrow. Good look, David. I like it down there. Looks fine to me. I mean, the earnings call, 62.50 on the 20-minute.
So
good support down there.
we were asking about the whole. I don't trust this Kathy's arc for the actual cost basis on Zoom. It doesn't seem believable because it says $278. That doesn't seem plausible to me. It's still like a number 9 holding.
I buy him.
But yeah, I'm not completely convinced that that's actually true. 278 that can't really be her actual price. So I'm questioning how well Kathy's arc is actually keeping those cost-based price together. But it is still number 9. It's a top 10 holding. I almost said Corning because you're in it. CTNT, which is like Cheetah something something. It did bounce exactly off of $1. So it made the bounce here, right there. My mouse is like so dirty. I need to clean the mouse or get a new one, but it's starting to lag. It did bounce one time off $1. I got some here at 10. My stop is right under $1. If it goes under $1, I'm just gonna get out of that trade. But it was a $1 hold or a halt that I wanted to play off of. So either it holds this $1 right now, or we're just gonna jump out of that one. Might look for still, it's 320, so there's always a chance it could still do something a little bit different, like a halt trade downside that we could take, but there has not been a single halt. There it goes, it just broke. I got out at 98 on that, so not that bad slippage. The stock just continues to flush after a big aftermarket move. It just continues to go down. That $1 hold does not work, so we'll slap a fail on it. But that's where I wanted to take the shot. It was going to be either at $1 or off a halt. If it can hold above $1, maybe there's a halt up style trade. But this stock, it just needs to do something, I think, like capitulation-wise. Still, I want that to make it happen. Taz is saying, please check PSNY. Polestar. You know what's interesting was, remember that big fill at the open? The big order that we're showing, 6 million shares, was on the bid at 103, and we're pointing that out in the pre-market show. It filled and broke that order at about 145, and if you just took, I mean, I wasn't watching it at the exact moment, but if you look at the chart, all you had to do was short when it broke that guy on the bid, and it hasn't really recovered since. It's just sort of chilling out underneath. So I don't wonder if you couldn't have just hit that as it was going or shorted 02s underneath that level, comes back to 03, and still holding lower. So Polestar is going to be SSR down 10%, just failed $1 today. But do not forget, that 103 is not some random price. Someone parked a 6 million share bid all day long at that price, starting in the pre-market, and the second that was broken, right to the downside. I mean, hindsight being 2020, it was probably worth a punch. And I'm sure you could have gotten it, unless the stock is SSR, which it might have been. You might have had to sit on the offer and hope to get the fill. Let's go back over to the desk with Adara.
Thank you so much to our sponsors here at VinFast. Attention electric vehicle enthusiasts, VinFast has teamed up with automotive giant Bosch to give you access to a massive network of 700,000 charging points across 30 European countries. That's right. With this partnership, you can now embark on epic European road trips with confidence, knowing you'll always have a charging station nearby. The VinFast app and in-car system will make locating, charging, and paying at Bosch's vast network a breeze. Plus, you'll stay ahead with the latest charging tech and top-notch customer support. Get ready to conquer Europe and your VinFast fee like never before.
All right, yeah, check out VinFast. Pretty hot car there for sure. We're going to get out a little bit now, thanks to Darryl. We're going to get out a little bit more now at 34 here on the TQs if we're able to. So there it is. We do get some out as we rip back up to the upside a little bit here. Rip, I mean, it's not really moving. There's some 34 prints as we go through it. So nice move now for the Qs. I'm thinking about, obviously, as I get lighter on this, kind of like the short into the close. I don't know. It hasn't been really right. We called the bears. We were like, where are you, bears? And they came out, but it only went down to 18,750 before making that move. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to fall back in a little bit. So getting out of some of these trades may be good, and was debating flipping into the short. Still 322. There are lots of opportunities. We're $1.30 in the money on this Tesla short, which has been nice. Made some money back on that one. Remember, we got hit early going short at 176 before womp, all the way to the upside, and then just layering into it, which now it's starting to come down finally. But still having a hard time. We only have one out here at 185. I told you I'm trying to get out at 184.70s. So this move is 184.50. So a little bit of a push down here for Tesla, and hopefully we'll be able to get that in. The biggest, the missed opportunity for me, and I see that Neil has it up right now, we wrote down GME at 20 bucks. And I mean, we only have 5 ideas here on the sticky note today. And I mean, it's right there. It's GME 20. We talked about it. We liked it. Fortunately, wasn't here to take it, but that was a great trade. And now it went up to 22.50 and change. So GME continues to go. All right, Tesla, let's go. I mean, if you're riding, we said, let's play the short back down through 186. So we have that trade right now. We were in it too early, but here it goes again. Nice move back in for Tesla. Now $1.50 in the money for that. TQ's 30 cents, Corning 60 cents. So far, so good here this afternoon.
Yeah, pickle, it was not $1 winner. It was 70 cents on GME. I said I would get out in front of that morning high, which was right in here. I tried to grab this long right there on GameStop. Didn't quite grab it. It is still trend up. If it does anything resembling yesterday's, like this thing pumped $2.50, and it was all over in just 3 3-minute candles. So it was all over in 10 minutes. So I would suspect that's 3 in a row. I should be looking for some kind of a dip buy now if it's going to be in the next phase. So maybe 22s, maybe again at VWAP. It's still super strong. Only down 2.4%. It is short sell restricted. So as it comes back down in, there is that chance that the shorts can't really pound that bid at some point. It could make a turn at that $22 level. ARM is still, I mean, the market's trending up, but I wanted to show some weakness. It just pulled back in and is putting a lower high. So I said I would only add to this if it showed me some weakness off that high, which is what I see happening on ARM. So we're going to get a little bit more in here. But it is GameStop. With 30 minutes to go, I do like playing, like if something is showing you a squeeze into the close, it has aftermarket potential, but I do see the trend definitely reversing here on GameStop and previous resistance turning into support at 22. I'm going to like that on the dip buy. Just give it a few shots into the close here. At about 350, I would give up. It just tapered off at exactly like 355 yesterday, so I would suspect as it comes to the end of the day, this could slow down. But GME, trying to squeeze a little bit here. I have seen NVIDIA try to move. Got to watch out for ARM because NVIDIA is still at that 950 level, but not exactly breaking higher. NVIDIA started out red, obviously went green. It's putting in a lower high as well. If this pulls back into VWAP, then ARM might be okay there, to be sure. But going to be all about this GameStop, I do think. You know, like I feel as if sometimes the best moves are the ones where people have given up on the stock. And it was trend down, 2 days in a row before catching a bid, and then after catching the bid, breaking it out through VWAP. I mean, the pattern's there. Sometimes you just go for the pattern and keep it simple. It did it yesterday. It showed you the same pattern again today. The difference is I want to take a shot at this dip buy. There was one very late, but that's in the aftermarket. But this would be a little bit different because it ran here at 3 o'clock instead of at 3:50.
All right, we finally get that. Yeah, we love some GME there. Good look on that. It's too bad we don't have that, but good look there for Neil. All right, Tesla's now $2 in the money as it just keeps going. We just got that 70 fill that we thought we could possibly get. It just went. It broke through 50, so we're not quite. Now we're only $1.70 in the money. But we did get a little bit of a wick lower there. What was that? 55s. So now it's trying to bounce upside again. We only have 30% left. Ah, well. Nice move to the downside, made a little bit back on that. TQ's doing that, Corning doing that. All right, so Tesla is pulling back. So there we go. That's a decent trade there. Just looking at IBIT. Come on, Tesla, bring the pain back down. I'm just bidding wherever on that one. IBIT, Bitcoin, trying to find a base here. It looks like it's trying to take out the bottom, right? So watch out for Ethereum, 3790. Looking to go a little bit lower here on ETH. right now. I don't know if there's any news or anything, but we're trying to break 3,700, the 69. So there goes IBIT breaking lower as well. Here's ETH.
Doge is breaking down.
Yeah,
too.
here's Doge. Here's ETHE starting to go downside as well, breaking through 33. We traded this a bunch today. A couple thousand shares traded today on Ethereum, now breaking lower. So here we go. Again, the stock itself it's still moving. I'm not going to open up the chart, but there it is. Nice move down 33, so I want to be able to watch it. So let's see if we get a bounce now as the ETF starting to get hit. I don't see any news or hear anything. But again, with Bitcoin, it had its day sort of. I don't know. Like we opened up, and since the morning, I mean, we're just really trending, and now we're finally starting to break. This bodes real well, in my opinion, for this Tesla trade. So let's see what happens now for Tesla as the market pulling back in. So far, so good. Getting out of TQQ, getting into Tesla. What's up, Chase Bands and everybody else as well. GME starting to fall. We see that. But right now, I'm also just get out of Corning. I'm basically out of it. So we'll punch out of that. Maybe we'll punch out of the TQs because we said we didn't like what was happening. So we're almost out of everything now. So let's just play safe, do that, watch these futures, see if the market falls or not. But that's a nice move up for the NASDAQ at highs, taking out all-time highs today. So again, congrats NASDAQ. What did we just get out of? Okay, we just got out of the TQs there, so end that trade. So that's a good one there. We'll spin the money on the long off that bottom and just make sure we cancel all of our stop orders and get out of this Corning before it falls down too far.
Yeah, I mean, I think this in the simplest form, that Corning trade, like when you get like a trend like that for any catalyst, when you get a trend like that, you're looking for a way in, right? So it's at the end of the day, if you find a way in, you just got to roll with it. I wouldn't be surprised. It was 7 days in a row, I think you said it was up, or?
Yeah, maybe even more than that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can count them up on
it
the
basically
daily.
has like 2 red days in the last 20.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, what would you favor tomorrow?
Wow, bye-bye.
Not sure.
Yeah,
Dude, Coinbase just dropped $4.
Yeah, Tesla dropping $2.
Every single crypto name, Doge, ADA, like all of those were pushing back in. Mara was looking like it was catching a bid. Now it's dropping back lower. Mara was already relatively weak, so this is the one I want to try and take a consolidation short on here in Mara. But that was like across the board, all of these crypto names. Do we not have locates on Mara? Okay, they're probably really cheap. I'm just going to go ahead and get them because it's still in the pocket, but they're probably like 1/8 of 1 cent a share. I was only looking long this morning on Mara. Didn't even realize that we have to pay for locates. It shouldn't take too long, but it's under VWAP. It's been relatively weak. I saw every single crypto name push down. If it holds its consolidation bottom, I think a test of the low is at least reasonable for Mara. So I'm just going to get a quote, and my guess is 1/8 of 1 cent because generally speaking, it's easy enough to borrow. Yep, 1/8 of 1 cent per share to go short on Mara. I don't think VWAP's going to be the play. I think back into this flat bottom break 21.5. It's sitting at 40s right now, so I just accepted, and we'll see if we can get something in the 40s on Mara. Now, you could look at any of these names. I just felt like Mara was a little bit weak relative to the group. As I said, Coinbase, downside, but bouncing off of VWAP, and Mara a little bit different. All of the actual spot tokens that I looked at were all pretty weak as well, with a bit of a downward push. But Mara, 21.5, going to give it back into that level. Apparently, Shiba Inu, we don't have quotes on that one. I'd have to look it up on my Binance or something else for SHIB. But we do have ADA, we do have Bitcoin ETH, and also a missing one. Dogecoin.
Do we have Solana?
It's a weird 4. No, we don't.
You don't? Okay, I don't know.
You know, I don't think we have Solana. I think it's those 4. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's just those 4, which is weird that we'd have Doge and not Solana now that you mention it. It's a good point. I mean, I guess
yeah, it's okay. We'll figure out what it is.
No, we don't have it. No,
Okay.
maybe we do. We have 5 then.
Okay.
We do have Solana.
All right. So here it is. So this is what's trying to happen right now. This is Ethereum. It's trying to go a little lower here. I don't know even how to get rid of that. How the heck do I get rid of it? Oh, there's a headline there? Is that what happened? That's 3 hours ago. Okay, so we're not about that. Nice move to the downside right here, trying to break 38, trying to get back up to 37 now. We actually did break 38, which was the problem. That was all the way up here. But right now, it was 37.20, that sort of shelf that broke, which started this sort of instant move to the downside there. So looks like we'll be catching a bid. I don't hear anything. I haven't heard anything right now about why this is happening. I'm playing a little bit short here. You can't see it. I'm short at 46. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll wait. Ethereum right now trying to get back above, well, you can see 3,700. So if it does that, we can punch out, hopefully, and get out of some shares here. But for right now, we'll hold that short. $2 in the money on Tesla, that's still going, so we're pretty happy with that. We're short right now at 48s, on Ethereum. So that's where we're short right now, 48, so right here. And then Tesla short at 86.40s. So you guys can see, well, you can see it on the board. So that's what we have right now. Seeing if we want to get some more downside push here for ETH.
Well, what just happened on AMD?
AMD's
AMD just started
pumping, I guess.
It wasn't that strong, but the market got going again, and then this candle just happened on AMD. Suddenly, this thing wants VWAP pretty nicely. That is the biggest green candle since the morning. The volume picking up pretty nicely as well. I did get into that Mara trade. As I said, we had to pay for locates here at Real Trading. But yeah, if this gets up, I mean, 165.5 is where I wanted it before, or underneath that VWAP. 65 doesn't look bad. I'm into Mara. I'm looking, but NVIDIA is pressing as well. Yeah, NVIDIA is about to take out the high of the day. Right,
that's probably what's doing this.
Yeah, you know what? It's NVIDIA. This is not. Yeah, NVIDIA making a press at the high of the day, it looks like. So let's see it test that. I'll probably get stopped out of ARM in that move. I don't necessarily think it's going to matter too much with Mara, but the NASDAQ is coming into that high, just looking for that relative weakness. I'm still trying to add to Mara for now anyways. And then I want to jump back into Amazon. We had Amazon first time good, second time not so much. This is continuing to break out a little bit. Amazon's trying to go red to green in here. And just for a quick look at early imbalances, I'm not necessarily expecting anything. Enbridge is an early 3.7 million to buy. That's kind of random. And then Pinterest and pretty much nothing else. G-Wave is a penny stock. I feel like G-Wave is the penny stock every single day on the imbalances. But Enbridge 3.7 to buy is the only significant early look imbalance name. So Amazon's strong, still seeing a press up in NVIDIA as it's getting to that high of the day. I want to see it reverse a little bit here. And GME is 20 cents away from VWAP for a potential bounce.
All right, we're starting to crush a little bit here, the Ethereum trade, as we're starting to print 20s and 30s, starting to go shorter here on this. It's hard to see. We're short right now because the prices are kind of random. I'm just taking like as many fills as I can sometimes at places. So we are starting to push lower now, 36.90 coming into play here, and we're going lower on ETH. So right now we are short 32.45, so we're about 20 cents in the money. And again, you got to be careful with it. Like I'll put a bid down here. Maybe we get filled, maybe we don't. Liquidity a little sparse. This is not, there we go. We just got a 31. As you can see, all these prints right there. So we'll take some 31. You really got to read tape and try to figure out where the prints are coming from. Makes it a little difficult, but that's the OTC markets. We have Jeff Mendel on all of the time. All right, so there it is. We're trading it. You can see quite aggressively. We've traded thousands of shares of this already here today. So far, I shouldn't say I have traded thousands of shares of this so far here today. ETH downside right now. We started earlier shorting, buying, just back and forth. There it is. Look at this, nice little move back up. We just got like a 59 print. Look at that, 37.10. You see what I'm saying? Like this is why you have to be so careful to watch out. Like that print just printed 59s before blowing back up to the upside there. So be very, very careful. We just got a huge pump right there in ETH. Sending this name back up to the upside. We're getting lighter on it. We don't have much to worry about. We do have an earnings kind of alert with AMD, obviously on not their earnings, NVIDIA tomorrow. We're short right now, AMD. This would be a dangerous name if it was tomorrow, but we still got a couple days to go of trading today, the last 20 minutes, plus all of tomorrow, and then NVIDIA will come through. I'm going short against 165. We've been here before and haven't broke. We're at the 200 period. I see the markets really rallying here. We did get out of our TQs long, but we're back into the AMD short. So we're short at 78 right now on AMD. Let's just put a bid at 68. We'll take a dime if we can, and then lower, lower, lower into the close. But being short a market that has really trended upside right there may be a mistake, but we were able to take some profit at least on what is now a mistake getting out there. But look at the TQs, buying that dip and then out. Sure, it's ripping right now. Happy with that trade though. Come on, AMD, just pull back a little bit into 164.60 and we'll start to cover, I promise. Again, nice move back up for Ethereum.
Yeah, speaking of moves back up, GameStop does not find a bid at VWAP. if it showed any kind of a bounce or any green or any consolidation, I was going to go into the long, but you can see it's just all red, 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 red. If it gets down to 20.5 again, I mean, that could be a little bit of something. But that NVIDIA move is getting spicy, spicy, spicy at the high of the day and trying to break it out. So remember this morning when NVIDIA was in the tank and all anybody could think about is, oh my goodness, NVIDIA, it's getting smoked. This is the beginning of the end. Well, they bought it right back up into that high. It just wicked the top. I'm sitting in ARM and MARA to the south side. So in terms of this market, I'm looking for it to pull back in. Both that move in most of the crypto names and then the chips as well. So we already have a short off the high and then a short on a stock off of the low. The only other place that I was going to go was, like I said, over to that GameStop, but then you're not seeing it hold that bottom at all. Let me just get a quick, someone just said, I just heard it again in my ear. They keep updating on GameStop, like anytime it makes a bit of a move, and it just bounced off 21 even. I said 20.5 is where I think this could be a little bit more interesting for a dip buy on GME. Still a heck of a lot to go. We have 20 minutes until the close. Do keep in mind, while it might be light on earnings aftermarket, there are a few big ones tomorrow morning. I mean, Toll Brothers tonight's a pretty decent one, but tomorrow morning there's going to be some big ones, and PDD is going to be one of them. Just going over something we forgot to mention today. I had the long off of, and I'm missing data on this chart of Alibaba for some reason. I had the long on Alibaba pretty much off of these two bottoms here at 86.5. It didn't hold VWAP. Now all of a sudden it's trend into the downside. So it was a fail today going long Alibaba. And then we get Pinduoduo reporting after the bell, and it looks like this. It's also to the downside, getting a little bit top heavy. So this recent rally that we've been having in some of the Chinese retail online ADRs, well, a couple of signs that there's some sellers going into this PDD earnings play. So at least a little bit of concern with this recent rally. They both had. Now, one off the bottom and obviously one nowhere near the lows. You tell me which is a better looking chart between Alibaba and Pinduoduo, and I will submit to you that PDD's is. However, my notion for why I'm long Alibaba, I got some in the 70s, I think right in around here at 71, and I said I'm not adding to this position until it closes above the 200 period moving average. It did so I added at like 80, I think I got like 80.70 or something on the 15th. So it doesn't matter at this point if one is a stronger stock than the other. I just liked it finally making a low and then making a higher low and a press up. Big test tomorrow morning when PDD reports. If PDD goes down, can Alibaba hold on to some of those gains is going to be the question. Is what it is. Chris J saying, let's go AMC and GME. Well, about that 2050, it's incoming. Like that breakout, it was just like yesterday. The only difference is yesterday it pressed at, I zoomed out too far for you guys here. Yesterday it pressed right at 350 or so, or 348. And then right before, or right pretty much at the close, or right before the close, it then pulled back in. Today it made the rally early, and then on the dip, there's just nothing left in it. So 2050 is incoming. It just made a bounce off of 2060. I want to see some buyers step into this thing. There's not a heck of a lot on the bid before I press into any kind of a long. Still exactly flat on MARA. Like I'm at 38 on MARA. MARA's at 39 by 40. So that's a flat trade. Still pressing into the high on ARM. But I said I would only add if it showed me some weakness. It's double top on ARM. I have bids down into the 115 and underneath. But I'm looking for this GME potential bounce. I don't want to just sit on the bid while it's flushing, but I do want to get a look at some buyers coming in, then grab it, maybe back through this 21 even. On the proverbial GameStop, it just took out 21s for a split second. I got 01s, and then it's right back underneath. So I'm going to give this to 2080 here on GME. Might be a flush, but remember, part of the reason I like this trade and looking for the longs, especially on the dips, is it's short sell restricted. So when it's SSR, I tend to favor looking for bounce plays, whether that's trend to the upside or wipe out bottoms and then recoveries through. So we're long at 21, we'll give it to 2080 and then see where it can go. GME is pure manipulation by short sellers, according to Sean in the chat, not our Sean, but another Sean in the chat. I don't really get into that stuff. At the end of the day, you just want to play the momentum as a trader. Leave the fundamentals out of it. Like, if you believe that, then you want to hold on and think that it'll go forever and this is going to go to $100 again. I don't necessarily believe in all that. I just look for individual trades. Like, win or lose, I like 21 back into this 2180 bottom that it just put in. If that can't hold, then I got to wait out for the 20 level on its own. As far as the shorts go, Mara's starting to come back in, ARM's starting to come back in. We got about 15 minutes till the close, but 7 minutes until we get those imbalances. Don't really have an overall number for the early look, but there was nothing significant on that early board.
There's like nothing. I just got to reload a coffee there. There's nothing happening. I don't know. I came back, was like, oh, maybe AMD. Oh, that's good. Fabian, I put the Trade Ideas is on the other virtual desktop over there. Yeah, so I got to put it on the other one as we get ready to go for the market recap show. But right now, sure. Who has something to say? It's Adara has something to say over at the screen.
Going to take a quick look over at some of these S&P 500 names making larger moves that maybe we haven't discussed as much, including Eli Lilly leading this group here. This is really strong to the upside, this one, after getting approval for its treatment for diabetes in China. So nice look there. Next up, we have here HPQ. HP getting this upgrade to equal weight and a $30 price target from Barclays. So nice look for this one as well. Last but not least, this one actually moving to the downside. AutoZone down about 3% on their earnings. They did beat GAAP EPS estimates, but they missed on sales. So AZO to the downside. Of course, lots of big moves across the board today, guys.
Like, yours looks different from mine. Anyways, it's not a big deal.
No, it's because you don't have the, look, I'm going to show Neil something. Yeah, because you see on the chart, this is what you're missing. You're missing this.
Yeah.
This bar here.
It's something, yeah.
I'm going to drop an anchored VWAP on Snowflake from the highs right here to see what's going on. This is a daily chart, so there it is. So the anchored VWAP, we do have Brian Shannon coming tonight, so 177.50. I mean, that would be pretty sweet if we got, is that thing just on crack or we're doing that on purpose? Like it just goes up, up, back and forth. You know when you play Mario Kart?
Setting. Yeah.
What does everybody call that? I call it crack.
We all call it a crack.
Yeah, even
Everybody,
my kids. I'm like, all right, you're on crack, let's go. And then the guy, then you just, I don't know, it's that, the orange.
No, it's well, invincibility, crack, whatever you would call it on.
It's not invincibility. No, it's going
not
fast.
Really. It's
not
fast.
The star. The star is invincible.
What was it called? Phasing?
No, dude.
No, not phasing.
Wow, Fabian. Yeah, so, all right.
Yo,
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
They have Mario Kart at Junior Jays for the Toronto Blue Jays. When they do Junior Jays on Sunday, they have arcades set up in the outfield. They've got like pinball machines. The lineup for Mario Kart was out of control. Basically, you do one race. So like you wait in line with your kid, and then they get to do one race. I was like, play the pinball machine. You can play the pinball machine without anyone bothering you for like a half an hour. But the Mario Kart, no one likes it at all.
Look at MSOS. What is that finally moving around? We will talk about some sectors. No, MSOS. This name got up to 11 and change, of course. But I mean, I don't know if the administration is doing some puff passing or what, but everyone's just sort of passing it off. And I don't know, we keep getting stories like there's going to be a change in the classification of cannabis. And then, you know, it's been a huge, to sit here and trade it every day, it's not super exciting to me anyways. Obviously, some of those plays have been good. But to say this hasn't been a good long would be incorrect. I mean, from the beginning of the year, it's really moved up. I mean, you got 6 up to 11, now pulling back into 9. I don't, you know, like here's a seed, put it in your back garden, grow it, and now you're all of a sudden competing with some of these other big names like a CGC or anything like that. I just don't think there's very many barriers to entry. I don't love these stocks, and CGC will show you just by the destruction. Our charts won't show it, but this has really been split and everything. CGC continues to get hit. They're up nice. They're up nice from what they are. It's like FFIE. It's like saying, oh man, this stock's been huge. Yeah, if you have it at 5 cents, but if you have it any other time than that, this has been a problem, as this is what FFIE actually looks like. But anyways, at the end of the day, yeah, good couple looks there for MSOS. I think you want to trade this name, not necessarily own it, but nice top. Sort of barcoding up here right now, bring it back down, for MSOS and some of these marijuana names. Honestly, I don't really love the look.
Bring it on
AMD,
back to weed.
They're bringing them back to Weedville. If they sold some, pretty soon you'll be able to buy weed at Walmart around here, I'm pretty sure. Nice move to the downside right now.
Walmart resisting that for a very long time.
I don't know what's going to happen, but here's a nice move to the downside right now for AMD. I was just worried. I just sent all my kids. We have practice tonight. It's like 82 degrees here, but it's humid.
It's the humidity, dude. It's like an extra.
I told them all just bring extra water.
Add 10 to that with the humidity.
Because we're doing agility drills. No, we'll probably just field it nice and easy. All right, Tesla heading up into the close. Yeah, maybe. Only down. We only have 30% left of this trade. We had talked about that. Trying to get a little bit more short into 186 as the market's pulling back kind of as we had sort of hoped for. And there's AMD. I mean, the winners are right all over the place. What else can we do? Look at this trade for AMD. We actually picked this out perfectly. We're short AMD now 164.80. That's the high of the afternoon, right back into VWAP. So yeah, I mean, pretty happy for us taking that trade right there back into 164.50. If this market really tanks, then we've got it pretty good right now. Let's not give what we made in AMD back in on Tesla. So we'll take one more out here as Tesla seems to be ramping. This is probably a bad out. I completely understand that at 88s, but we're still in the money here, 50 cents. Let's make sure we take it. Now we only have 20% left. Average back in 186.50, basically the high, up to 187. That is that. We'll end that trade there if we get up there. That's going to be my last trade. 186, like 70s or so short into 187. And then if it breaks 187, we could get out and not have too much to worry about. Ethereum not doing anything, unfortunately. We still are in about 20% or so of this short, which paid off and now isn't, but not much happening on Ethereum. I thought once we broke 37, we could be into something. Seems like it got pretty resilient and got bought right back up.
Yeah, they all kind of stalled out. Didn't want to interrupt is that Tesla. Good point, because at 350, when you have a big move in a stock, sometimes the imbalances can take it back in the other way. So if that stock was just tanking, maybe it'll snap back through. I like tightening stops in that moment as well. GameStop got back to VWAP and then wicked VWAP, so I jumped in and out 21 to 21.20 to 21.40, and that I will not take another trade in GME. And at this point, it gave a breakout of sorts. The dip buy in the VWAP was better, but it's back underneath VWAP and starting to slow down a little bit. So not done yet, and it will be short sell restricted tomorrow because it was down over 10% today. So it's still very much in play for SSR. Mara holding, I guess it's more or less the exact same trade as it kind of looks like that Ether. Like it's just sideways since that dump, but no break back into the upside. ARM is back to essentially flat for me, but with 10 seconds to go, the imbalances can change all of that. I'm going to tighten my stop on ARM. Like, why would I be giving it? Oh, I have a lot of stops still out there that stocks I'm not trading. I'm going to tighten up my stop to 115.5 on ARM because if it's not moving, I don't want to give it to the high of the day. Peloton with a buy and balance of 2.5 million. That's really the only thing that's there, over 1 million shares. Enbridge, we already talked about that. It always pairs off. Pinterest is 700,000. I'll give it a second maybe for some of the NASDAQ names to populate, but still nothing, like no Tesla, no Apple. Scrolling down here, I mean, Amazon 480,000, Google 470,000 to the buy side, both of those. But those are the two biggest. 500,000 shares on Amazon, 500,000 shares on Google to the buy side. Peloton 2.5 million is only slightly interesting because if I saw big imbalances on Peloton too many days in a row, I might get the assumption that someone's trying to pick up some shares. And the only reason for that would be that maybe someone wants to buy them. But Peloton at the low of the day as we speak, down 16%. I guess it doesn't need an excuse to go lower, but wow, I did not realize Peloton was having this bad of a day at all. Yuck.
They must have raised or something again.
Something must have happened. I'm going to look
there. Okay. Just real quick. Yeah, we didn't look at Peloton at all. 164.80 on AMD. We just caught some out at 60s there. Like we mentioned, not too much happening right now on the imbalances. So we'll wait to see. Did we even get what that imbalance number was? Not yet. 3 what?
Huh?
There's something like 3 imbalance numbers. So I guess we'll get the NASDAQ one. Aye, Captain. Aye.
Why are we saying aye, Captain?
If I don't do what Ramin says, everything goes to shit.
Shiver me timbers.
Like,
what else are we saying?
The recap show doesn't work. nothing. All of a sudden, thing goes nuts again on the bottom. My mic starts getting cut out.
drinking a lot of water.
Aye, Captain.
Why am I?
All right, we're back on with that one. Tesla is making me a little nervous as it goes back up to the upside, but we're almost out, so I might not just take this. I would really, right there, back down in. All right, AMD, yes, sir. Here we go. Let's spin it for AMD. So it's a nice little move back down to the downside here. So if you took, again, if you took the trades, we were short Tesla, eventually made money. We talked about that, blah, blah, blah. But AMD is pretty clean, all the way up there into the 200 period. Thank you. Come again. Boom, to the downside. We should have more of those trades, not less of those. So that was a good one there. Amazon off the open. Great. TQQ, great trade there. Short until out. Then bottom pick, long TQs. Good one there. Corning, where will we end the day? We actually have the highs a couple times here, so those were good outs for Corning, as that remains pretty flat. I got a lot of credit on Twitter, and I retweeted it, so thank you. But honestly, the fact that we got stopped out there on Uber, again, we got stopped out there, went short, boom. Look where Uber goes, 63.80 on that short. Again, another name from here on the short, 65. We almost get there. What a good short that was for Uber earlier today. Tesla's starting to go up. So if you want to trade here into the close, it's 353. I was going to use 187 as the stop, right? But you could actually, if you think this is too extended, you could go short now. You're all the way back up to the day's high, but why would you want to do that? Because right now you're getting taken out back upside on Tesla. I could try a little bit here, but honestly, I was waiting for just like one more bump, and then, did you say what the imbalance was?
So it's $1 billion to buy on the NYSE. S&P 500 is 770 million, and then the NASDAQ is 55 million to sell. So generally kind of an up and bounce. And by the way, Apple, which wasn't there before, you guys saw, like nothing was over 500,000, now 1 million to the sell side. I feel like we've seen this multiple times with Apple. Like, give it a couple of minutes after 350, and then the Apple imbalance shows up. So I'm going to make an adjustment just for myself. I'll always come back after a minute and then after 2 minutes, specifically to check for an Apple imbalance, because this just keeps on doing exactly the same thing. At 350, there's nothing, and then you see like a bit of a move. It did brush down about 20 cents or so when it came out of nowhere, that sell imbalance. Mara's like 3 cents in the money. ARM's starting to fall, but I mean, it took way too long to do this. So ARM, super strong stock. There was a story with regards to them and their chip in the Microsoft Surface tablets, which is a point of growth for them. And Microsoft was super strong today with that news. I think ARM got a little benefit from that. But strong day for ARM. And for Peloton, it was a senior notes offering. I mean, the stock, yeah, it's having a bad day, but it dropped 60. It dropped huge in the aftermarket yesterday and then tried to gap up. So this was a senior notes offering for Peloton. Almost $3. This could make another fresh low. Like if that gets to $1, it means somebody's buying it.
You'd
It gets
think
ridiculous.
so.
Well, because I mean, people still use them at the end of the day. Like
You have 7 million subscribers.
yeah, you have a big base. Like that's going to be worth something to somebody. I don't know what it is, but if it gets to $1, I've been saying if that stock got to $1, I'm taking a shot play on it, and why not? Might not even wait for
I'll
it.
take Peloton versus any other stock right now over the next 2 months.
Any stock?
Yeah, you want to pick one?
Yeah, but-
Peloton versus the stock you pick over the next 2 months.
No, but I do something stupid and pick like a REIT that just goes flat, and then all I have to do is not lose.
Yeah.
I know. I'll go. You know what I'm going to go with?
that.
For the next is 2 months. You said.
Yeah, we
All
can
right.
decide.
I'm going to pick one because my most recent buy. I think reasonably I should be going with that. So I'm going to go with Alibaba, because like I said I'm waiting for Alibaba to make the bounce play. Plus I want something which is it's 355. For stocks pairing off. Peloton got cut in half. It's now only 1.2 million. Apple is gone. That completely paired off. I don't even see it anymore. So yeah, Apple completely paired. Peloton paired half of that. It was 2.5 million. Now 1.2. I'm gonna get it out of this ARM trade. Now at 114.70. Actually, I'm gonna stay on the bid. Just move it up to the 50 level and just get out 114.5.
need to be-
Otherwise, that trail it into like the 80s or something. It finally moved to the downside, but that took a while. We're sitting in that one and touched the high of the day. Just maybe not patient enough. We shorted the lower high, waited for a little weakness, and then shorted it again. And now we get 114.50. But really, all of that was due to the imbalances coming out. Mara's flat. I'm just going to jump on the bid now because all of that movement to the downside in crypto. I mean, you see the flushes that are coming through elsewhere, but I'm not looking at a gift horse in the mouth. If you're even moving a few cents, whoops, we're still on ARM. I want to go to Mara.
And then the NASDAQ's going higher, so.
The NASDAQ's going higher, but ARM just sort of fell. I'm looking over at, look at Mara. Like, it just sat there doing nothing. After that big move down in all the crypto, this just went sideways. We're sitting in the short for another leg down. It goes up 10 cents. It comes back down. I get some out flat. I get some out for 4 pennies. But really, I'd say that was a nothing burger, a bit of a bid coming into those crypto names. Like Coinbase, on the other hand, was at VWAP. I'm like, well, I'm not going to short Coinbase because Coinbase is bouncing off of VWAP. Coinbase drops another $2, and Mara just sat there. So, okay, sometimes relative strength and weakness doesn't actually mean as much as you think, because Mara was the weaker one at one point.
Yeah, we'll have to watch out now because Ethereum is 37.17. Someone's saying, like, why? I'm just in Tesla.
Go 70,000.
Kind of just like for shits and giggles here, honestly. Like, if it comes back in, great. You know, we wanted to get it short against 187. We just
did it again.
We just got a 50 fill there. That was good. How did we get a 50 fill? I thought I was bidding 50s. What was I bidding there?
GME, by the way, was not on the
Sick.
imbalance. It just did what it did yesterday.
Yeah, ripped up. Okay, so it's still bad that we don't have that 20 long that we wanted there, so that sucks for us. But, okay, so let's just see. Tesla trying to bounce around. We're short right now. We're winning on the short, so it's okay. You could see we're short at 70, winning. I mean, it's not moving. If it does get a little bit of a flush into the close, we'll have it, and we should be able to capture some decent wins on this, especially if we do get that collapse. So let's see. We're bidding 51s as if it's going to stop at 52. That's hilarious. All right, well, maybe I should get out then. One more flush. Don't hold that. Don't hold it, Kathy. Let it go. All right, let's see what happens to the end of the day here with only 1 minute left for That's crazy if I don't get those 51s, to be honest with you, where it's only 20 cents. But all right, let me put another bid. We'll punch up aside a little bit. There we go. We'll rinse out a little bit there at 54. Let's see if we can get a nice little close here. Looks like they're buying on the bid a lot here at the close. There we go. Did we get that 51? No, we did not. That's hilarious. Again, with less than 1 minute to go here, Tesla probably takes out that high at the end of the day because I can't get out of this short.
And unbelievable, like,
again,
GameStop puts in its biggest volume candles of the day in the last couple of minutes. Did this 2 days in a row. I scalped out, which was obviously a mistake. But at that point, I was kind of thinking, well, it did the move and it pulled back like yesterday. And GameStop says, no, we're not done. Right back into those highs. Maybe a 23 breakout tomorrow. Certainly tomorrow, no matter what, after 3 o'clock, just going to look for that buyer to step in again, whomever it might be that's buying the stock up, because that's now 2 days in a row. Even if it's a more shallow move, who cares? Let's get over to the bell, brought to you by True Trading Group. Supercharge your trading and ring it in 2 and 1, Adara. Right. There we go. Again, that bell brought to you by True Trading Group. Scan that QR code below. GameStop closes at 22, so down 4%. But remember, like, the stock was down double digits, so the fact that it's only down 5%, a pretty big win for them, I would say. Just going through some other ones. There's, in terms of earnings, we know there's only like Toll Brothers aftermarket, some in the morning tomorrow. Nvidia closes the day green, up 0.6% after that Amazon news hammered it to the downside. Just an absolute ridiculous reversal for Nvidia. You can't say enough about this stock. They just keep buying it in droves, but tomorrow's going to be a different story because they got to have earnings to put up or shut up. You know how it goes. As mentioned with that Peloton, we'll see what happens with that, but there was kind of a big print. It was 1.2 million shares at the end of the buy side. Kind of moved up a couple of cents there. So if it has a buy and balances 2-3 days in a row, there might be something, but the senior notes offering late there, 15% to said downside. In terms of an aftermarket move here for GME, I mean, it's not really going. The move was into the close, it looks like. What a good pattern that stock had. What an unbelievable day for Nvidia. Hope you guys enjoyed the afternoon trading, whether it was like the TQs. I mean, at the end of the day, you had TQs, you had AMD, you had GameStop, you had Tesla going absolutely nuts. What an unbelievable day for Tesla. But shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Ramin looking fantastic in the cool shades all day long. Not everybody can pull that look off, Ramin. It's all good. And in the midday, good job by the professor and Adara, as always in Learn to Trade. And ooh, now you're just chilling. See, that's what's up. Come, why you gotta leave? Why are you running away? Ramin. Oh, everyone could have chilled out. We could have closed the show. It would have been a heck of a lot of fun. But apparently not. Big shout out to Brennan. And as always, great guest, Frank Caberna. But you know what time it is? It ain't over because we got the market recap show. We've got Sean. We've got Adara. We've got some Toll Brothers earnings and a heck of a lot of crypto, NVIDIA, and a whole lot of other stuff that you have heard of in your aftermarket recap. Let's go.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, not too many huge, what's up, Adara? Not too many huge earnings reports coming through today, but we'll wait for Toll Brothers, we'll wait for Urban Outfitters.
Yep.
Both should be coming out pretty quickly. Then we have Brian Shannon, which I got to get that tweet out ASAP to have Brian come through. He'll be joining us today. We'll talk all about Ethereum. What a good move that was recently. Oh, I still have to log in to X as well. Great times. All right. Today, MSOS to the upside here as we talk about the sector watch. Why don't we hit the next topics and we can get that popping off right now as we'll go over the sector watch. K-Web downside. We got a little bit of some negativity coming through from China there today as some of the names back into the downside there, including Alibaba, down 2.4% to start with. I don't know, a little bit of a move in today for zoom one way or the other. There it is. Okay, Alibaba got going early, but then, yeah, faded out and kind of ended the day in the middle. Downside push to 85. If you're looking at a daily chart here for Alibaba, this name's been rocking to the upside, $90. And now there's that fade off 90. We talked about that as possibly becoming an issue. FXI, we've been really pounding the table on a lot of these Chinese names. FXI to the upside today for sure. Jets ETF down. I guess some airlines downside today. I don't know.
I know UAL was.
Did we get a story about that?
Well, I know there was that plane crash, unfortunately, in Singapore.
Oh, right.
I don't know if that impacted Boeing much. I know UAL was down, but I'm not sure if that's why it was. I just know that that's the one story I know in that space.
All right, I'm going to get the stock heat map going in just a couple minutes. But yeah, today, led by the NASDAQ. I mean, the NASDAQ was pretty flat all day. Didn't really give us too much to do. If you sort of zoom back out here, we'll go over to like a 3-minute chart. Again, we didn't get too much news. Let me just hold on a second. Go. We had Fed speak all day here today. So despite the recent moves in some names like NVIDIA all the way to the downside, which sort of started this move in the NASDAQ early, we got that report of Amazon and NVIDIA there, potentially delaying some of the purchase of those Blackwell chips. Got the NASDAQ going, but then at the end, the resilience wins and NASDAQ closing virtually at the highs of the day and near or at all-time highs again for the NASDAQ. So that just continues to work out. We always talk about the diamonds. We talked about that yesterday, potentially with Michael Noss talking about some relative weakness in the DIA, but today up 0.13. What was the spider up? 0.19. So diamonds still less, and then we just talked about NASDAQ, 0.17. So they're all kind of a mishmash today as far as what we were looking at. So individual stocks still don't have Urban Outfitters yet or anything. We do have everybody that's joining us right now in the chat. So what's up to everybody that's here right now? Sam says he would never buy Chinese stocks. MGOL moving again. That always seems to be moving. A lot of halts at MGOL today. We're not going to just
We actually do have Urban Outfitters.
Oh, we do have it. Okay, what does that look like?
So the only number I've compared to an estimate is Q1 sales, but that's actually going to be a beat. 1.2 billion here versus the 1.17 billion expected. So nice move to the upside there for URBN. Gross profit of 408.3 million here. Net income 61.7 million. Pre-tax profit 80.8 million. But again, the only thing I'm seeing with comparison to the estimate is going to be that Q1 sales, which were a beat.
All right, so there it is. Bang. Nice move there. Upside 4. So you got it right there. Nice beat. Now let's look at the charts. Urban Outfitters up to $45. Basically making that move. Its implied move with options today, 8. So you're at 7.5. You just went to 9% up to 45. And now pulling back very, very slightly. But Urban Outfitters, even on the daily right now, held. I'm always liking names that are in and around the 50 period that look like they're holding it into earnings. And there you go, right back up to the upside for Urban Outfitters. A lot of shaky hands there because we've seen, of course, some of the apparel names downside. But then we saw Walmart have a nice number. Tomorrow's number should be interesting from Target. That's coming through. As despite Walmart up here, look at the difference between the charts. Here's Walmart right now, taking out highs there, gapping higher and going, right? It had a nice consolidation, then earnings boom to the upside. Target actually the complete opposite right now, trying to break lower and breaking this 155 level. So if Target loses this, which it will tomorrow, it'll move on earnings tomorrow morning. I looked as maybe a 140 buy, something like that, but for some reason, Target just not performing as well as Walmart. And then TJX, sort of the discount retailer, doing much, much better. We've had stocks like Dollarama and Dollar Tree perform really well in this environment. TJX also holding out. I guess maybe Target does get a little bit of a different customer base potentially, but I don't know.
That's true too, yeah.
What about Williams-Sonoma? Wait a minute, they're coming out tonight,
They're
aren't
they're tonight. Or there's
tomorrow.
Some
There's
tomorrow.
something. There's Williams-Sonoma, but
there's tomorrow.
I want to talk about the higher end consumer because as I talk about Target being a higher end consumer, what about Williams-Sonoma? I mean, boom, look at this stock, right back to highs as well on the daily chart. So, and with an RSI just mid 60s, Williams-Sonoma looking pretty good. Wow, what a move we had today though in this big baddest stock around, Tesla.
Oh.
Look at that, 186.90 still, up 7% right there. Obi and I said maybe Tesla the first one to 200.
I said that as well.
Yeah, oh, you did, okay. Adara.
Oh, he said Tesla 200 in the back there, so he agrees.
I mean, he was live on the show yesterday when we went back and forth about it. And I just said, look, Apple is a great stock, probably beats it to 200, but the thing not to discount with Tesla is stuff like today.
Oh, yeah.
Where, again, the short, even though there's not really a short squeeze, I mean, it's only 4% short, but the idea is there's so many people that bet against Tesla all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So there are bigger positions that sometimes have to cover, and then we know that I don't have the ape thing, but this is another stock that people really follow Elon.
Yeah.
And if this continues to go to the upside, it'll just squeeze higher. We could see 200 tomorrow, Adara, honestly. That's 200 right there. This one candle today, 174 to 187, 174, 187, that's $13. What if we had 13 again? 187 plus 13.
I mean, we could. And
Winner, chicken dinner. That's 200.
The dancing chicken, Sean. But yeah, one thing I think as well with Tesla, and I brought this up on the How to Trade show as well, which you can check out 11 to 2. I think one thing with Tesla is you do have, as Sean just mentioned there, a lot of social media attention, a lot of people who are very supportive of Elon. Of course, we do have that potential pressure on the stock with that upcoming shareholder vote. But the thing is, if you go on Twitter and look at any of those Tesla bulls, they're very much pushing for the vote. They're pushing for that support. And so I think the amount of attention and positive attention this name has, specifically online, could give it a GME-like move despite the smaller short float.
Yeah, I mean, GME-like moves today into the close for sure. Good call on that one, Adara. I mean, look at it. Look at GME here. Went up to 22 bucks. We had a nice little bump there into the close up to 22.50. We talked about $20 off the sticky note all day long. And unfortunately, we didn't have our bids down there between 12 and 1 o'clock, which reminds me, get ready for our podcast. The Freedom and Wealth podcast is going to be dropping very, very soon on that one. We do have our good friend Brian Shannon coming, and he's been all over this crypto play with Ethereum Grayscale. So this ETHE, what a move. I mean, it was just a week ago that we had Brian on, and this was in the 20s, low 20s at that. Now you're in the 30s, trying to get back up to highs again. As they talked about sort of that discount that was there in the ETF, against the actual coin itself. So you are getting an outsized move now in ETHE as what happened to GBTC. And again, I don't know if this scale has been sort of changed over. I'm going to find the exact date that we had announced, but we had some big moves up there in the Grayscale product on GBTC before eventually getting outflows, now inflows back into GBTC as people rearrange based on percentages and what it takes. You know, 1.5 management fee, something like that seems to be a bit expensive. When we have ARC-B for the Bitcoin, we have names like HODL, IBIT, so on and so forth that you can look at for Bitcoin ETFs. So I guess it was right here when we sort of got announced, January the 11th, and since then that was $53, $78, a nice little move there. I prefer to trade IBIT if we're looking one way or the other. All right, Toll Brothers, I don't think is out yet. That's 4:30, so we're waiting for that. Quick check on Urban again. You don't know who Urban Meyer is, of course.
I do not, but I know Urban.
College football coach, but
yeah,
then was with Jacksonville and then Did really bad with Jacksonville. Okay, move downside, it really screwed up Trevor Lawrence. We'll talk about that, everyone. Shout out to everybody there in Jacksonville. Okay, so pulling back in just a little bit now, but that Tesla continuing to go in the aftermarket. Now 187.35, can we get a Hydration Nation and a bang for Tesla? We'll pour one out, not over the equipment.
We're confident.
I know, we're confident with that. We've got it going right now. All right, this has been so good so far. Look at the cryptocurrencies going there. I mean, you've been talking about that all day long. Look at Bitcoin up 12% over the last 7 days. 69, we did get a pullback in BTC late, so Ethereum as well actually held the bid. We broke through 3,700, now still there at 3,750 basically. Who cares about Tether? Binance 611, Solana 175 in holding, Dogecoin 16.5 cents. When Elon went on Saturday Night Live, I believe Dogecoin went to 53 cents.
That's a decent rally.
Decent rally. Cardano, 50 cents. Shiba Inu, a bunch of zeros and then a 259 at the end there for Shiba Inu. So that one starting to go around again as we take a look at some of the cryptocurrency names with a little bit of a weak earnings board today. Let's just have a look. You update me if anything else came through. We can even talk about some earnings from yesterday, but again, there wasn't a whole heck of a lot. Let's just have a quick look. Get my ugly mug out of there because we're hiding Apple right now and Nvidia. So the market continued their upside push today on Tuesday, despite some despite some early weakness in the market. You still see Amazon. We had Amazon on our sticky note as a sell, and that turned out to be true. Still down 0.21 against a strong market. Of course, no rate hike, says Fed Waller. Doesn't see a rate hike happening. Yeah, neither do I during comments starting at 9 o'clock. But then Fed's bar sent the markets to the downside at 11:45 with a more cautious tone, of course. Bostic, Mester, and Collins Adara all came through. Scheduled to speak at 7 tonight. Palo Alto with the report. We can look at that. That was a nice move. JP Morgan today, yeah, as if. I mean, up another 2%. Like, that was a buy the dip opportunity.
Yeah.
We talked about that yesterday with Michael Noss.
You called it. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Sometimes I call things right, but thank you for pointing that out. But the financial sector today, pretty strong, man. I mean, all these names, WFC, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Burke up, Morgan up, Blackstone up, everybody, BX, everything continues to go to the upside as geopolitical tensions, again, on everyone's mind. You had that international court there looking to charge with hate crime. I think it was hate crimes, looking for warrants. So we'll wait to see how that goes. I don't think the market's affected that much. We could have a quick look at USO to see what oil was up to. And down 1%. You don't drive, so.
Yeah, I do not drive, will never drive.
You will.
Cannot.
Never say never.
I know it's
Shout out to
Bieber. Thing there. Yeah, I will fight till forever.
Yep.
You
good
set
voice.
me up there. You said you set me up to sing.
Yeah.
I
Once you drive, you never. It's like once you go black, you never go back. You talk about that with as far as play.
Once you drive, you know you thrive.
There we go, Knight Rider. All right, Eli Lilly today, nice move back up to the upside, 803 right now, brand new all-time highs. You brought this story to us again, and it's all about China again.
It is.
You know, huge market over there. Their drug getting approved over there, the GLP-1s into China. So that's a good one right there. Nice move upside for Eli Lilly as that continues to go. What really surprised me today, we were looking at it. We did have, again, copper. We've talked about copper pulling back. I thought we had a story from FCX intraday here. Hold on a second. Was there something here with FCX? Yeah, nice little move down, making that move into $53. So I remember hearing something about that with copper down 2%, potentially an opportunity. Remember, just a little while ago, we talked about GLD and gold. I'd stamped a buy right down here, man, 212. You could rewind it, man. It was 2 Fridays ago. We talked about dip buying gold, that breaking out. Michael called it, and I forget who he gave credit to it. I think it was JC Peretz. Called silver, gold's crazy cousin. Gold upside, silver continuing to extend higher as well. So a really nice upside move there today. But for me, it's all about Tesla. I mean, what a good move. Nice bottom pick there. I've gone back and forth with Brian a couple times about Tesla as well. This still kind of looks broken to me on the daily chart. Obviously, it's above the 50-period moving average. But the 50-period moving average, I'm going to actually ask Brian about this. He always tells me, we got to wait till this slopes up, Sean, just a little bit right there. So we're going to find out what happens with the 50-period moving average right now as we look out for sloping action in that. Look, a lot of traders wait for Brian to come through. If we're ready, I can call him on. Over 2,800 say, bring on Mr. Shannon. So you know what I say, Adara?
Bring on Mr. Shannon.
Let's do that. Look at this clean-cut, handsome devil, you, Brian Shannon, is right here. Looking all good, showing me up once again. It's Brian. How are you doing on this lovely Tuesday?
Doing well, Sean. Doing well.
In my opinion, you should be doing a heck of a lot better than well, because you absolutely nailed this, not only on your Twitter, but also all over. I'm sure you've been talking about it for a while. That Ethereum play, you brought that to our attention last week, and if I had a hat, I'd be tipping it to you, my friend, because you had mentioned, hey, why not take a look at this name? Definitely barcoding down at the bottom, and then you talked about the premium that was potentially baked into the downside when we were worried a little bit about this being approved or not, and now all of a sudden it really works in our favor back upside. Congratulations on that call. What's it looking like to you now, ETHE?
Thanks. You know what, Sean? I had an irresponsible sized long position in my account, and I got shaken out of it in the ETHE.
You hold some?
I did have a full-size position in Ethereum, the actual, but thank goodness I held it in my wife's account. So I don't trade hers the way I trade mine, and she did well with it this time. She made 45%. So
boom.
That was good for her. So that wins me points there. That's maybe more important than a little extra in my account, right?
I was just going to say the same thing, man. Like, if my wife can win, boom, I'll take that. I'll take one win from my significant other and 5 L's for me every single day. But great call. And again, you're getting a lot of credit there in the chat for Ethereum. So that was a great call. Congratulations on it. What do you think? If we can now go back and we weren't in a position right now, for me, if we come over to the daily chart, I mean, I could start dropping some anchors, but I know that's your thing, so I'll wait for that. We're getting up to the highs here, $35, $36. We actually looked at Ethereum proper. We know that high's around 4,100 or so. Nice move today. We did dip a little bit underneath on ETHE today as we broke through 3,700 at the end of the day, but definitely got that back. What is Ethereum looking like to you? Is it maybe a little bit overbought?
Yeah, I think you got to be pretty careful with it. I mean, we spoke about, could it really be that easy just to grab that discount, right, on a rally and see that close? And basically, it has closed that discount. So I think ETHE, if you own that one, there's bigger risk in owning it right now. What they said yesterday was there's a 75% chance that it will get approved. I think that Thursday is the day that they have to, SEC has to make up their mind about it.
Right.
So with this 25, with a 75% chance, that's not 100%. If for some reason it doesn't get approved, well, then you're going to see that discount open up pretty wide again. You'll probably see Ethereum sell off, maybe 5-10%, and then you'll lose 20 to 30% in ETHE,
right,
because you'll see that discount open again. So I think there's a lot of risk in ETHE. Ethereum itself, I'm out of 80% of what I own in Ethereum. I'm hoping that we can get a pullback down towards 34, 3,500. It rallies this strong. I think you've just got to take profits into a rally that strong and hold on to a very small piece to just in case it does continue to move higher.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that. Do you have a little bit of HODL in your blood as well? Are you holding some for the moon, or are we being more realistic with a lot of this stuff and just looking to get out of that little last piece, or is that something that we wait for and then look back in 20 years?
I always have a little bit, but it's never, it's not that I have it on cold storage off to the side.
Right.
I always have some in my account. I don't know what, you would make my average cost basis because I buy and sell, but I always make sure I have some in there regardless of what the price is doing. But right now I'm pretty much down to, almost half of what my minimum is right now.
Okay.
So I'm pretty light exposure to cryptos.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the same thing about, when the markets get to this all-time highs, you see everyone walking around 40,000 Dow, you know, and I always think like, okay, that means we're going to the downside, right? We talked about getting those, you know, the bulls on the cover of Forbes or whatever we're talking about, and whenever you see it in the Main Street, that generally means back down to the downside, as Wall Street will always pick that up. So, okay, quickly, not quickly, we have lots of time. Target reports tomorrow. I don't know if you saw Walmart last week, but what a great move that was. Or maybe I'll give you a second. I wanted to ask you about Target potentially, but do we still buy Walmart up here, Brian? I mean, again, they've talked about getting inventory under control. Their online is starting to go from a macro side of it. I've thought Walmart here on a breakout, and if we even go to a longer time frame, come over here one more second, Fabian. On the weekly, just Walmart really working, starting to go. It doesn't look like it wants to even pull back anything at all, with Target looking almost opposite of Walmart, under the 200, trying to maybe get to the 50 simple on the weekly. We do have a nice level here of 140. Kind of a tale of two stores. I don't know what your opinion is between Walmart and Target. Here in Canada, unfortunately, we lost our Target because the CEO was like, hey man, we're losing money in Canada. So he pulled out a little while ago. But do you see anything here? I know you don't trade really around earnings, but Target, how does it look right now? I think it's looking like it wants to go lower.
You know, it's close to closing that gap from what looks like the last earnings report in March. And we're also hanging around right at that year-to-date anchored VWAP. That's that thick purple line over here, thick pink or whatever color that is, fuchsia. Anyways, we're hanging around right at that. So what I think you might see in here, Sean, is that this ends up being a little bit of a flush out. And then you get a bounce in this. So I think they're bringing the shorts in, and I wouldn't be surprised that it goes the other way and rallies up towards the anchor from last quarter, as well as that 50-day moving average. So I'm not going to trade it. You know, I'm not going to place a bet on it, but I would be more surprised if it continued lower than to see it bounce up towards this level.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So we'll see what happens for that tomorrow. I mean, Target sometimes surprises. Like sometimes the moves are like 20%. They just come out of nowhere, and that was a good look. All the way down to 100. A possibility for me for Target. That's a little ways away at this point. That is for sure. I wanted to bring up a stock that's a battleground stock, not just for us here on the show, but often gets talked about, obviously, by many viewers, and you probably get questions about it all the time. I'm talking about the one and only EV maker that apparently makes money. That's going to be Tesla. I mean, honestly, all the way to the downside there, we got a huge flush on this chart down to 140 as we saw earnings come through. I don't know if there's a lot of people. Fabian, can we go to the screen, Fabian, quickly? I don't know if there was a lot of love down here at 100 if people were waiting for that. I know there's a lot of traders that dip bought this name, but up 7%. And if we flip over to a daily chart, to me, I don't know. I mentioned it before you came on. I saw you in the green room there. Yep. I like the 50-period moving average as an indicator, but you told me to make sure that we kind of wait for it to sort of flip over to look to buy this name. Look, I know it's not, maybe fundamentally not the best name. I don't necessarily love Tesla at these levels, but I think we have a run back to 200 in this name. What do you think about that? How does Tesla look? Can you give me some more insight maybe from a charting standpoint?
You know, today's action just dragged that 50-day moving average higher for the first time in, well, since back here, since that mid-January. So today is the first day it started to rise again. That's because we got rid of this data and replaced it with this data up here. So that's where we were 50 days ago. So you're right. And we've been coiling just under the anchor from this. Was that the earnings report? I think it was. And we had seen resistance there, a little bit lower. We came back above that today. Now we're at the year-to-date anchor. So I think that maybe we get another push through here tomorrow, something like this. And then next week, we start to settle in and see if that prior resistance at the anchor from the earnings will become support. And then you've got an opportunity for a lower risk trade up perhaps towards this level first, and then the 200-day moving average, which could get you 210-ish.
Hi, Brian. Thank you so much for going over that. Thanks for being here. I was looking at some of your plays that you've mentioned recently, including TGTX, TG Therapeutics. Any updates on how that one is currently looking, what your thoughts are right now, a couple weeks after you first mentioned it?
Yeah, exactly. So this one, I have had some good trades in it, and I held a little bit because I talk about this all the time that I try to stay in my time frame, which is a swing trade. Once in a while, I start reading news, and I want to decide I want to be an investor in something. And I did that with this one. Now, I had traded it over here, got a nice trade, got out of most of it right here, but I've held some down here. I still think the story is fundamentally there. We've got this 20-day moving average coming up to it. We're hanging on the year-to-date anchor, but I feel like such an ass for still holding any shares while it undergoes this. I think that we're probably going to see it start to flatten out in the next couple of days, and then I'll put a full-size position back on, right? And then we could see a move up towards this 19 level. But I have a small piece in it. Actually, it's with options. And I don't feel as bad holding options as I do holding stock when it does this. But I still like it, but I don't think it's full size position yet. We need to see it, establish a little better support and create some momentum first.
Thank you so much for going over and reviewing that one. Are there any other new names that you're looking at right now? Anything that you're starting in or you're looking to start in based on what you're seeing on the charts?
Yeah, I think Crocs, I might be time for another look at Crocs. This one, we had a really nice trade right over in here. Sold the first third, sold another third on the breakout as it broke this prior high. I always like to sell those breakouts and then got stopped out of the balance there. Today it came back nicely. I'm hoping tomorrow we can maybe come back down to the week to date VWAP. And then on, so that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, I think you could see that 5-day moving average start to flatten out, curl up, and then Crocs could be a good one for a swing trade. Really, the pickings are pretty slim out here. We've seen really low volume the last couple days, and we've kind of got a summer market with a holiday coming up, and I think it's time to just be a little bit more cautious overall, unless you're day trading in some of these super liquid names.
Brian, let's just be perfectly honest. How many pairs of Crocs do you own?
No, I've never owned a pair in my life.
Oh my gosh. I own 3 pairs. I'm not trying to set you up. I got one with a Team Canada logo. I got like a psychedelic one that my brother got. And then I actually have like some slides for Crocs. I think you should try them. They're pretty comfortable. Make a little money on the trade. Hey, look, if we make some money on the trade, I'm going to send you a pair of Crocs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put the Trader TV logo on there, and we can check that out. All right, we are 1 day away. I don't know if you knew you were going to get this question or not. One time you've nailed it a lot of times, but that NVIDIA call, I'm never going to forget. I think it was 4:30. Well, I actually never going to forget the call, obviously forget the price. Nailed that on earnings. I just put in a year-to-date anchored VWAP in. Someone taught me that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the year-to-date anchor on NVIDIA, man, you've nailed it with these anchored VWAPs, by the way, Brian. Congratulations on that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But how is the anchor VWAP basically at this low right now? I mean, that nailed it right there. If we get a pullback into NVIDIA, it just happens to be 777 or so is what I'm getting from Trade Ideas anchored VWAP right now. We got a little bit of a scare early with NVIDIA today. If I flip this over and get like a 1-minute chart, or let's go 3-minute, today with Amazon possibly coming out and saying, hey, we're going to delay some of the purchases of Blackwell, which is their new chip. But at the end of the day, it rallied all the way back up to the upside. Delayed or not, NVIDIA is probably going to work. So my question to you is, and we can't predict the future or anything like that, but we can't? But I was thinking of putting a bid in and around some of those lows, 750-ish, 770, 780, just to start to dollar cost average into NVIDIA. I think it's going to be a winner for a long time. Is that something reasonable to do just in case we get a miss?
I think it is, but I think the level that's more realistic here, Sean, is the anchor from that low. So if you do a handoff and start a new anchor from that day where it touched it, here on I'll just make that a little bit bigger. That's the year-to-date anchor right there. We hit on March 17th, or April 17th, rather. So I drew another anchor that started that day, and now that is at about 868. So in this general area where you have the 20-day moving average, the 50-day moving average, you have the anchor from this prior peak. In this general area, I think is where you're most likely going to see a bid. I think coming all the way down there is a little bit aggressive. I mean, doesn't mean it can't happen, but I would first be interested if it comes down towards that 870 to 880. That little range in there is the first likely level that will be bought if we see a reaction to the downside.
Brian,
and then,
thank you so much.
The year-to-date anchor.
Yeah, thank you so much for all that. I mean, I just drew it myself as well. We're going to be looking at those two spots. I'm going to be looking at that tomorrow. Of course, I got to let you go. I got Little League practice tonight.
Nice.
So the team is 3-1. Did you play baseball as a kid or maybe even currently?
I was the pitcher on the T-ball team.
T-ball team, that's hilarious.
True story.
I like that. I'm like, oh, you're a pitcher. I could take some pictures, but T-ball, I like that. Yeah, that's a funny one. Yeah. Maximum trading gains with anchored VWAP. You can go find it at Alpha Trends. Go find our good friend Brian Shannon. Thank you so much. This book, it gets passed around the floor. It's a very, very popular one. So thank you again for writing this anchored VWAP with maximum gains. Go find it. It's Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends. Thank you so much, Brian. We'll cross our fingers and hope for that NVIDIA. Look out for some Target. Watch some TGTX and look for some Crocs. I hope they beat because I'm going to send you a pair. Thank you so much, Brian.
All right. Thanks.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. Adara, I'm going to make a prediction that you own some Crocs.
I owned one pair when I was a child, and I wore them on a trip to Montreal, and I did not break them in at all ahead of time, and I just did not have a good experience. I'm open to owning them, but that
So I failed again. I'm wrong again. I said that you own a pair of Crocs, and you do not.
I would like to. Yeah, I do. Technically, I own them. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
I mean, as a child, I've owned them past tense. I'd be open to owning them.
Do not currently own a pair.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Should have answered that in a way more roundabout way, or a way less roundabout way.
It's okay, I could be wrong. It happens all the time, probably too often than not. Shout out to my wife if she's watching. She knows that. All right, thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to our good guest, great guest, Brian Shannon. But we can't go anywhere without doing roll call. I agree, man. Brian is the best guest.
Awesome. Yeah.
I mean, other than the other one? No, they're all the same. We love them all. Brian, again, great technical analysis. He's never asked me once about this book.
You just bring it up.
Have you read it?
I read some of it, and you should read the whole thing.
You should. I mean, so again, I think it is for beginning traders to understand about the anchored VWAP, but normal VWAP, good to start with. Anchored VWAP, even better once you get going. Great section there on IPOs as well. So, all right, great show today. But again, we can't go anywhere without roll call. What's up to Bears versus Bulls? He's here as well. Monty G is here. Derek S. Jay Lee, the stock professor. We have a professor of our own. I'm not sure this is who that is right now. Shout out to Sharif coming through. Dan McIsaac, Dave B. Sebastian says Shadera. That's good. We like that. Good day, or GG today, Sean. Yeah, good game. Yeah, thanks. For that, Rich Naples is here. We love the pizza from Napoli. Arista Stocks Market. Oh, Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers is out, so he just said Toll Smash, and that's not the smash that we're talking about.
They beat.
They smashed it, eh? Toll Brothers up to 132. Not really too exciting right now. We're expecting a 4% move. You want to go over the numbers quickly? It doesn't really matter. Quick.
Just a beat. So Q2 operating income, 623 mil versus 500 mil expected beat. Then we get pre-tax profit, 649.8 mil versus 591.4 mil expected. That's going to be a beat. Home sales adjusted gross margin, 28.2%. Revenue also a beat, 2.65 bill versus 2.53 bill expected. So, I mean, I don't see any downside. I don't see any misses there. Good look.
That was pretty quick. I like that. That was a good one. All right, man. We'll be looking at Tesla tomorrow. We'll be looking at NVIDIA. Yeah. What a good move. We're looking at some Ethereum tomorrow. What was your favorite stock to trade today? Quickly, and we'll let them go.
NVIDIA 948.50. I keep saying that level.
Right. That's your nightmare
I didn't necessarily trade it as successfully as I wanted to, but there's a whole new day tomorrow. My biggest issue was execution. I'm happy the ideas were in the right place.
Yeah, with Meek Mill, when dreams return into nightmares, we will watch out for NVIDIA levels tomorrow. Thank you so much to everybody watching. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Go follow us all on socials. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You did it, and we did it. Real traders stay late. Catch you tomorrow, 8:30.